Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to earnings. Yes, there was a lot of back and forth yesterday. Powell, rate expectations. I'm telling you, looking at even a 2-day chart right now into the pre-market looks insane. Yesterday was 7 hours of whipsawing to go nowhere. We have more data now from like ASML and a couple of others. It got people moving. There was news on another steel tariff on China and a couple of other things, but we are in the mix between finally seeing downside momentum we haven't seen in 6 months, data not looking good, and now earnings is in the way, and we are still hovering near the lows or where we bottomed out for the month. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. You don't have that many events today, not much data. There's more data overseas. You will be getting a 20-year bond auction, and then there is going to be a couple of Fed speakers where if Powell said something new, maybe they say something similar. But, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're locked and loaded, but happy Wednesday. Shout out Cole Real Estate and good morning. How are you, baby? Oh, driving to work, Najee Wolf, put in the grind. Good morning. Brian, Sungron, Walter, Ansel, Zoraj, Agent of Chaos, yee, baby. Ansel, good morning. Mavis, David, B. Dizzle, Carissa Hines, Battleborn, Mark J, Open Face Sandwich, baby, Robo, Zachary, Blizzy, El Chapato, Humble Business in the House, Tyree, Christina, NRG, baby, Guts for the Long Term, Kenny Miranda, Jam, messed up for Mayor, baby, Winning Loser, Ray Aria, White Shits, Lucky Soldier, Sean Most. Good morning, baby. What up, Jason? Good morning, Matt. Good morning, Mr. Gary. Good morning, Freebird. What's up, Floor Slayer? How you living, Jason? Dankin, Danny, J Media, baby. Ben Stone. Good morning, Jerry Wood, y'all. Oh, what's up, Ari? What up, Kurt? What up, Sungrown? Good morning. Oh, my goodness, Wednesday. Man, these weeks be flying, Chattadonia. So I hope y'all locked and loaded. And Twitch, I see y'all, man. Y'all ain't here, but y'all here. You know what I'm saying? We love y'all. Pour one out for the Twitch homies. Pour one out for the Twitch homies. So, Chad, hope you're ready. Got a little bit more headlines and news here. So I'm going to have my assistant come in. He going to give you a little bit, and then I'm going to close it out. And then you guys are, I'm going to be the relief pitcher, and then y'all got to close it out with plays. All right? That sound good? That sound good? All right. All right, cold on 3. 1, 2, 3, cold. Stocks advance as earnings return to center stage. Market sentiment recovered Wednesday, lifted by a slate of positive earnings from some of Europe's biggest companies that may signal fresh impetus for a stock rally showing signs of fatigue. Futures on the S&P 500 added 0.3%, pointing to a potential rebound on Wall Street after the gauge clocked a third day of losses on Tuesday to close near a 2-month low. NASDAQ 100 contracts edged higher. Treasury yields retreated from a 2024 peak, and a gauge of the dollar snapped 5 days of gains that took it to a 5-month high. Investor focus is turning to corporate earnings as the next catalyst for a rally that hit a wall this week as traders paired bets on Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. Shares of companies tied to the business cycle are among those poised to gain as growth rebounds, according to Leonardo Pellandini, equity strategist at Bank Julius Baer. We would actually advise to use such an opportunity to gradually increase exposure to cyclicals in the anticipation of the new economic cycle starting to unfold in second half of this year, he said. Barclays PLC strategist also recommended loading up on cheaper assets during market downturns in anticipation of an economic recovery that could boost profits. Stocks have come under pressure this week amid disappointed hopes for imminent policy easing after
After starting the year by pricing in as many as 6 rate cuts, traders are now betting on 2 or less. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said Tuesday it would likely take longer to have confidence that inflation is headed toward the central bank's target. Meanwhile, tensions in the Middle East continue to simmer. Israel is weighing a response to what was the first attack on the Jewish state from Iranian soil. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates called for maximum self-restraint to spare the region from the dangers of war and its dire consequences in an unusually frank joint statement Wednesday. European natural gas edged higher for a 5th day. Oil dipped, with Brent crude falling below $90 a barrel as traders wait to see how Israel would respond to Iran's weekend attack. Gold held near a record high. Corporate highlights: Rio Tinto plc rose after saying elevated steel exports by China will continue support demand for the raw material. Alcoa Corporate shares gained after Bloomberg reported that President Joe Biden will propose higher tariffs on Chinese steel and aluminum during a visit to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Volvo AB rose after it reported robust returns for the first quarter by charging higher prices. United Airlines Holdings Inc. shares rose after the carrier forecast better than expected profit this quarter. ASML holding NV plunged more than 6% after missing estimates for first quarter orders. J.B. Hunt Transport Services Inc. shares fell after the transportation company posted first quarter earnings and revenue that fell short of expectations. Autodesk Inc. shares dropped in pre-market trading after the software company said it won't file its annual report within the 15-day extension period as it continues an investigation into free cash flow and accounting practices. Fed in focus. Treasury yields in the dollar are easing back from recent highs as markets absorb comments from Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell yesterday, which indicated a delay to interest rate cuts given sticky inflation. The central bank can stand pat for as long as needed, he said. Gold traded near a record high, while oil dipped as traders await to see how tensions in the Middle East develop. Eyes on earnings. U.S. stocks are poised to follow European equities higher amid positive earnings from consumer companies such as Adidas, with LVMH leading luxury names higher. Miners also rose after Rio Tinto said elevated steel exports by China will continue to support demand for the raw material. Chinese exports. Speaking of those exports, President Joe Biden is calling for higher tariffs on Chinese steel and aluminum as he seeks to win over workers in America's industries in this year's election. In a visit to Pittsburgh on Wednesday, Biden will propose new 25% tariffs on certain Chinese steel and aluminum products as part of an ongoing review, while the U.S. also launches a formal probe into China's shipbuilding industry. Biden will reiterate that United States Steel Corp, based in Pittsburgh, should remain American-owned. Chip demand. European technology shares, meanwhile, were dealt a blow after chip equipment maker ASML posted new orders that fell short of analyst expectations. The company was particularly hit by weaker demand from Taiwan and the U.S., ASML's biggest market for EUV machines, though its China business remained relatively resilient. Coming up, several financial firms are scheduled to release earnings today, with names including U.S. Bancorp and Citizens Financial, while pharmaceutical firm Abbott Laboratories is also due to report. Key speeches include Biden's address at the United Steelworkers headquarters, while Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen meets with German Finance Minister Christian Lindner. Top overnight news. Biden, during a speech in Pittsburgh today, will call for increasing the tariff rate on Chinese steel, aluminum products to 25%. He will reiterate his prior comment about U.S. steel staying domestically owned and operated, and plans to launch an investigation into China's shipbuilding industry. BBG, Japan's largest life insurer, Dai-ichi Life, said it would only start buying 30-year JGBs if yields rise to 2%. BBG, ASML slumped after new orders for its most advanced chip-making machines missed. Total bookings were 3.6 billion euros, down from a record 9.2 billion euros in the fourth quarter. Bearish analysts said the results dent optimism over the 2025 outlook, while others pointed to a strong order backlog. BBG's UK CPI cools in Mar, but by less than anticipated, with headline coming in +3, 2% versus +3, 4% in Feb, but ahead of the streets +3, 1%, and core +4, 2% versus +4, 5% in Feb, but ahead of the streets +4, 1%. Forecast. RTRS. Israeli leaders on Tuesday were debating how best to respond to Iran's unprecedented weekend airstrike, officials said, weighing a set of options calibrated to achieve different strategic outcomes, deterring a similar attack in the future, placating their American allies, and avoiding all-out war. NYT, the U.S. and EU are preparing fresh sanctions on Iran's missile and drone program in response to the Islamic Republic's attack on Israel, but the UK and European governments are resisting pressure to designate the Elite Revolutionary Guards a terrorist organization. FT. The U.S. will impose new sanctions on Iran, targeting the country's missile and drone program following its weekend attack on Israel that threatened to push the Middle East into a wider conflict. BBG. Morgan Stanley will cut about 50 investment banking jobs in Asia, including its biggest round of layoffs in China in years. The move will affect 13% of its staffers in APAC, excluding Japan. HSBC is expected to reduce 20 more investment banking roles in the whole region. BBG. U.S. crude stockpiles rose by more than 4 million barrels last week. API data is said to show that would put the total holdings at their highest in 10 months, if confirmed by the EIA today. The gasoline drawdown resumed. BBG.
Bro, he would tweak out a little bit, though. He was doing good, but everybody was like, nah. He would go full Biden on the end. I don't know why. I don't know how to fix that yet. We working on it, but we still got more news. S&P futures, they are up by 0.3, reversing some overnight weakness, though somewhat off of the best levels, comes after a mostly lower finish on Tuesday that saw the S&P decline for the fourth time in the past 5 sessions. Index is down nearly 4% month to date. Treasuries weaker across the curve after a 2-day run-up in yields. 2 years still up about 30 basis points in April and back near 5%. Dollar is flat. Gold is down by 0.5. Bitcoin is up by 0.2. WTI is down by 1 and lower for the 6th time in the past 8 sessions. Not much has changed in the broader market narrative, with a few catalysts on deck for today. Big focus late has been on hawkish Fed repricing of the expectations, sticky inflation, and other strong data breathing new life into the higher for longer mantra. Geopolitical fears of a wider Mideast war are on a cautious hold as Israel has decided on next steps versus Iran. Some analysts talk about cautious shift in market mood with stretched positioning, sentiment, recent volatility spike dampened buyback support, and also getting mentions. But bull case continues to be founded on continued economic strength and consumer resilience, solid corporate earnings, oversold conditions, and deferred but not deleted rate cut expectations. Not a lot in the headlines. Still a waiting game for the Middle East, with Israel still debating retaliatory options after Saturday's attack from Iran. West continues to advocate moderation and de-escalation while proposing new sanctions. Some focus on reports that Biden will propose a big hike in tariffs on China's steel and aluminum. Overseas, UK inflation eased in March, but came in ahead of forecast. Eurozone final CPI unchanged from flash at 2.4 year over year. Reuters Tankin survey showed Japan business sentiment fell back somewhat following prior month strength. New Zealand CPI slowed to 4 for the first time since 2021. Q1 earnings still moderate with a big step up next week. ASML revenue missed and Q2 guidance soft, with analysts focusing on weak order intake. Abbott earnings and revenue beat but weakens on nutrition and diagnostics. USB, NII, and NIM were below consensus and credit metrics were weaker. IBKR posted a slight beat and boosted dividend. JB Hunt missed with revenue weakness across international and truckload. OMC earnings beat and organic revenue growth stronger. CFG credit quality was soft and expenses top consensus. UAL Q1 was better and Q2 EPS guide came in above the street. Wow. There's more. Don't do worry, Habibi.
U.S. likely to hit Iran with fresh sanctions in the coming days over Israel attack. Iran attack on Israel marks major strategic shift and gamble on open confrontation. Biden pushes for tariffs to triple on Chinese steel and aluminum to boost union support in Pennsylvania. Hardline Republicans balk at Speaker's plan for Ukraine and Israel aid. Fed Chair Powell signals delay to rate cuts following high inflation reading. ECB Villeroy signals central bank cuts throughout 24 and 25. Higher for longer rate regime sticking around threatens painful wake-up call for financial markets. Yen's brief surge shows traders are highly sensitive to intervention and not official action. South Korea policymakers increase warnings over rapidly weakening won. Beijing moves to downplay relisting risk for small-cap stocks following new guidelines. Economists concerned about global shift away from free market policies, potentially showing down growth. UK inflation eases less than expected, pushing back Bank of England rate cut bets. Eurozone inflation slows in March, reinforcing expectations for ECB June cut. Japan, April Reuters tanking sentiment shows slips as the weak yen squeezes. Japan's export rise on China and U.S. demand, but imports drag amid fragile domestic demand. Wall Street executives optimistic over U.S. banks' revival following Q1 profit beats by major lenders so far. TSMC could raise revenue and capital expenditure forecast Thursday to propel the stock higher. ASML new orders missed expectations and waning demand for most advanced machines. U.S.-backed Microsoft deal to partner with UAE G42 marks stunning move in AI race by the Biden administration. And then LVMH sales growth slips on luxury spending slowdown and ongoing soft China demand. Beautiful, baby. Beautiful. That's a lot of headlines today, and honestly, we're kind of not moving. I guess we're up near the highs of yesterday. I guess by the time I finish saying all that, we went up a little bit. But I have a couple of pre-market movers for you. You got UAL. They're up 5.5 off of earnings. OMC up by 2.8. Earnings. Wells Fargo upgrade. Mobilize up by 2.0. Reportedly secures order for at least 46 million IQ6 chips over the next few years. Eli Lilly up 2. Phase 3 trials of GLP-1 drug tirzepatide in obstructive sleep apnea meets primary endpoints. SMCI up 1.9, CFG 1.7 earnings, WDC 1.7, NRG 1.3, GCT up 3.2, Beyond 3.0, Maxim initiates buy, ELF is up 2.8, TD Cohen upgrade, IBRX up 2.4, VSCO up 2.2, XPEV up 2.1, Volkswagen collaboration, Vanda up 31, future PAC proposal to acquire for $725 to $775. PLCE up 22, 90 million financing from major holder Malak Capital. CXAI up 17, Q4 booking update. Rani up 8.7, SMXT. They're up 6.0 off of earnings. Huma up 4.7, AQST up 3.6. Go EV up 3.5. Benchmark initiates buy. Blink is up by 3. Metal and mining stocks higher on news of Biden tariffs on aluminum and steel. JB Hunt trading down 7.8 off of earnings. CHRW down 1 on sympathy. Autodesk down 5.6. Updates on delayed 10K filing will not meet the 15-day extension period. ASML down 5 off of earnings. AMAT LRCX down in sympathy. APG down 4.3. 11 million share offering at 37. USB down 3 off earnings. PLD 3.3 off earnings. TRV down 3.1 off earnings. ZTS down 1.3. Discloses resignation of general counsel. GSK down 1.2, Eagle 1 trial results, Shingrix long-term data, Siri down 1.0, Abbott down 0.3 off earnings, ALKS down 3.3, TMQ down 24.8, says Department of Interior plans to recommend new blocking Ambler access road. No idea what that means. DFLI down 18%. Sage down 17%. Precedent study of dalzanemdor in Parkinson's misses primary endpoint. Indo down 10.7%. And then trading lower in reaction results of Eli's tirzepatide in sleep apnea. RMD, INSP, PHG, and OMI all down in response. So, Chad, that's the pre-market movers. We're up. I mean, this is the most I think we've moved pre-market, but then again, I mean, we've had bigger gap ups on Monday, and then it all changes. So we'll see. But for the most part, I still see us in the range, but a decent amount of earnings today, a little bit of relief. Nothing bad overseas in terms of headlines, but I mean, just like yesterday, we might try to answer it well before the day settles in and the delays will come in there. Oh,
I was in your dream playing 2K? No way. Well, I hope you're here now with plays, but I'll give you time. I'm going to go to the bathroom, get me a water, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
And
I love
like
you.
attitude
Good morning,
towards
baby.
China, which goes
Happy
hand in hand with
Wednesday.
all those things.
I'll be right
Yes,
back.
Matt, what say you on this?
Well, I think it's hard in an election year, again, because a lot of things are said when running a campaign that are trying to feel out the audience and sort of find their way toward a policy that's going to resonate with their base. So without taking sides one way or another, I think it warrants caution during an election year to trade, as you mentioned, or position based on discussions about policy, because a lot of things are tested in the discussions and in the debates publicly going into it. We look more towards hard catalyst things like, if you remember back to the Section 301 tariffs that were initiated, there was a hard set of dates that you could quantify, and then you could take action on because you knew that there was an actual policy in place and how things were going to shake out. So I personally, think tariffs are an interesting tool, and they've been used throughout time, and they obviously can have an inflationary impact in the immediate on domestic, the domestic use. But they're a very important tool, and as we're moving towards a more fractured global environment where globalization is kind of going in rewind, I think these things are increasing costs in a lot of places that aren't terribly surprising. We've seen them before. They're likely to continue. So we look at it cautiously, especially in an election year.
And it's yet again, Matt, one of these contributors to inflation that I don't see how the Fed not cutting sooner is going to fix. Things like that,
Right.
Things like immigration. So if we're stuck in this environment, Matt, where that sort of stuff is going to continue to be a pressure on inflation,
Man,
are we living
terrible.
with higher inflation for longer?
Man, it's stupid. If Donald Trump was president and came out with that same tariff news today, it would be all over Twitter, and the SPY would be down 1.7%. We would have hit all those daily puts. It's the same news, but now it's just the steel companies went up, and no one's offended by the tariffs. But man, oh man. But Chatadonia, you're here right now. You got the news. Again, another day. You're gonna be like, why is it up? Why is it down? Man, look, I'm telling you, the craziness of the market. People are noticing that some of the downside momentum is picking up. Again, we've been down here 5 of the last 8 days or something like that. But you're here right now, baby. What is your first play of the day? What do you got, Chad? Post it in the chat. Coin calls. Screaming 10%, SPY puts, Fisker, TSM puts, SPY puts, Boeing leaps, watching SPY, IWM, SPY call, SMCI put, SPY put, SPY paper trade, SPY put, CLF long term, NVIDIA 850, oil, gold calls, Google call, long DJT, Tesla put, KO, Pfizer shares, calls on likes, SPY Iron Condor, Google to test 157, ACB, JAGX, SPY 509 call, Chewy shares to the long term, IWM, MPW, SPY calls, all in bonds, Natty Gas, LVS puts, calls on the likes, SPY Tesla puts, TSMC long, waiting for the market reaction, watching the SPY, SQQ, SPY credit spreads, SQQ, AMR, placements, QAL, AMR, Starbucks shares, puts on TGT, UAL, calls on calls, oil, ELF, VRT, and the final plays. Cat calls, Palo Alto calls, no Diddy puts, puts on puts, and oil. Wow. My goodness, Chatadonia. So not bad. I got a couple of plays. There was a lot of puts there. I don't know. I saw a lot of puts to start off. I was kind of surprised by that, to be honest. We are up right now 0.5%, but I'm going to be watching UAL. Again, post-earnings, they were on the cusp, so maybe those options open up cheap, but I wouldn't force that one. Then Intel, TSM, again, ASML kind of got us off to a bad start, but remember, TSM tomorrow morning, that should get everything underway. Then Eli Lilly, again, another set of Ozempic news relating to another drug. I think that's important, and still in the JWN. Watch the steel plays like CLF and then Alcoa, and then keep an eye on the banks just in case they want to be freed. Today could be freedom. But Chatadonia, that's it, man. That's it. We got the plays. We got the news. We got the headlines. Do you have any questions? The only thing we don't have right now is the likes. So that's it. I think, we only have 500 likes. We need 1,000 likes there. We still got a little bit of time, but you got like 1 minute for any pressing questions. Any questions about last night, today, what we have gotten into, what we're dealing with. Again, you have a 20-year bond auction today, and that's about it. I am still in CARM. I'm down. I sold out of the CNTX. So, yes, I'm still in that one. Got rid of the other one we made on the same day. Can't have anything. Why are we up? I think a little bit of the earnings there and some of the bond relief and no real global tensions. But other than that, I do think that's still kind of that's a shaky answer, more or less. We'll see. All righty. Chattadonia, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, earnings, market, none of it matters, because here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice, whether you agreed or not, whether people showed you appreciation or not. Y'all have been doing this well in advance. The least we could do, and we have failed as a country, is show our appreciation. So, vets, thank you, thank you, thank you. I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's where it all happens. So God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Oh, happy Wednesday, baby. Middle of April. You guys know this has been one of the worst Aprils, I think, in years, too. Not in terms of, like, the amount that it's moved, but you've had more trading days going down, believe it or not. So, Chad, let's see where it takes us. I hope you are feeling good. You have 2 minutes till the bell, and you are 250 likes short. So I don't know if you're feeling it. You could like the video. I don't know if that's what you're into right now. Other than that, if you have any questions, post them in the chat. Post any plays. We will have a little bit of earnings today to go over. You got the bond auction, and then besides that, oh, it's a black screen. I'm having too much fun. We got the wire up. Everything's good to go. Everything's good to go, baby. We just waiting on the likes. That's it. We just waiting on the likes, man. So yeah, if you have anything, let me know. Again, today too. Oh, ECB. So again, I think that's another reason why we're up here. I totally forgot about that. The rates and inflation overseas kind of chilled out. So we'll see. Bonds are up. I mean, hey, they had a pop the other day, and they kind of, I think it was right before the sell-off after dying. So it could still give up some, but we'll take it. We'll take it. We'll watch the dollar. We got 1 minute, and you need 100 likes. Wow, we need 1 like a minute. I don't know if we could do that. Is that revolutions per minute? LPM, likes per minute? Oh, man. So, Chattadonia, 1 minute. Get ready for all of it. Call out any plays. Like I said, if you have any questions, let me know. We will source the info. Be on the lookout for any war headlines. And then, again, data shouldn't be your enemy today, or it shouldn't get in the way. But we will find out. 50 seconds. Oh, wow. 50 seconds, 10 more likes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I think we're going to get it. There you go. 1,000, baby. God bless you, Chattadonia. Thank you for your love and support. Thank you for being here right now, too, baby. Let's have a good one. Amen? Amen. Amen. We ready to go. There might be a couple of earnings calls, too, right when the bell rings. So keep that in mind. Are you kidding me? 15 seconds to the bell. Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Are you horn? Oh, man, we're turning up. Peach Nation, get ready. 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Peach. What? Let's go, baby. All right, ASML down 4. I want to say they were down a little bit more. Yeah. So ASML, that has like a 6 to 7% range. Again, that is your first set of chip makers here to start off with that. I don't know if JSM or TSM has moved. JB Hunt, that looked like that wasn't in the money, and now that might have. I didn't make the play, but I kept them in mind. Alibad gets the page. So I've heard, brother. So I've heard. Nordstrom's, they're climbing up here too. Hopefully we get an 18. JB Hunt now on the green. What the hell is happening? So JB Hunt just moved 2% in one candle there. My goodness. Here for the horn, AMD. Watch ASML if that goes any lower. Again, you could keep an eye there on, what's it called, TSM too. Yeah, Intel has not, ARM. But Intel has not been favorable in terms of the analyst ahead. And now ARM is dropping. I don't know. I wanted this thing below 122. Let me see where there's this UNH skyrocketing. Remember yesterday they were up. TLT jumped before the bell. Oh, shit. ARM's earnings May 8th, so they're still a little delayed. Pfizer, ASML on the low. Bonds chilled out there on the first candle. Oh, and then who was it? XPEV. XPEV made a deal with Volkswagen, I think. So weird China stock, but that's moving. Tesla, Raul. And then I don't know if they didn't hit too many of the headlines, but apparently Elon is trying to raise the money again for his pay package. So he's putting in a vote to change incorporation to Texas. And then he wants to vote again on $53 billion. Boeing, they're dropping 0.8. The whistleblower guy is today, I think. I think we're going to hear from one of the whistleblowers. He's going to outline his case. ARM is on the low. And NVIDIA's moving up. Intel 0.5. Teladoc wanting to pop. Will you ever buy Donald Trump stock? I mean, I don't want to say no, but I mean, I would just need it to be like some element of value there. Like, I never was really attracted. I just don't know how they make money. So, I don't really care that it's like I'm not going to buy it just because it's Donald Trump, and I'm not going to not buy it just because it's not Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? But like, just view it as a company. Unfortunately, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on there, but hey, maybe didn't they say they're releasing live streaming? So we'll see how that plays out. TSM starting to break out here. Remember, TSM does not move. So when it starts moving 2% intraday, I mean, it's either going to pull back or it's going to be an outsized day. Doing very good and ahead of earnings. So remember, TSM is tomorrow morning. And then we're at 50.75, so you're literally 4 points lower than where you were at 11 yesterday. So like 2 hours before the bell. GL, AMD. Silver starting to climb. Gold was down. Now it's coming back up to green. GL, Globe Life. Oh, yeah. Damn, up 3.7. I forgot about Globe. That sucks, those contracts, though. They ain't hit. They hit that one day, and that was it. MPW on the high. Yeah, a little. Again, it's only been above $5 once. So on this whole little, like I said, $5, that's where it's good. Anything above $6, it starts to get crazy. But we'll take it. It loves this range. Bonds came back down a little bit. Again, they're still in the green. Dollar's actually down on the day. And then Tesla flushing, AMD on the low. It's about to be, again, AMD just went green to red. MO's going up, and then SPY at VWAP. There was a price target 5 to 2. Let's see. ASML reported they did bad. Oh yeah, damn. So yeah, MPW got analyst activity. This one I think is surprised. Yeah, Deutsche Bank raises MPW to hold from sell, so that's a big deal. And then raise price target to $5 from $2. And then Truist raised the price target to 5 from 425, and then maintain at neutral. And then SPY going a little lower. NVIDIA dancing around. Intel came up, but still down. Amazon's in the green, and then Google. I feel like I've seen that all day. And then Micron. Pfizer new yearly low, about to be. I think it was like 25.30. Apple green bar. Damn, Tesla's down 1. Apple's leading again, but remember, literally yesterday morning, I mean, Apple led us for an hour, and then before we knew it, I mean, that's it. The beige book should be tertiary, so the beige book should not have too big of an impact on you, but it will mention stuff about employment and prices, so you never know. And then again, I mean, after the data and where interest rates are at, I mean, that might spark something, but other than that, it's chill. Yeah, gold and silver, they're breaking out like 2 minutes ago. They just went red to green on both of them. Boeing's trying to go red to green there too. PLCE, again, I think they got some $60 million funding from a shareholder. iRobot, oil climbing. I haven't actually looked at oil today. Oil's still down though, almost 1%. Kind of crazy. TRV, did the puts hit? Because I think they were pricing in 4 or 5. Kind of. There's some for like 90 that went for like 300. MPW in 2022. I think that was as the steward problems started getting worse and worse. So like they were doing good up until steward, and then like it was like a year of declines after steward, and then like kind of a little bit follow up, maybe another 5 months of dealing with steward, but already dealing with the bad news. Teladoc run-in. Teledocian, TSM on the high. OTLK. Outlook. Oh, what was the other one? Eli Lilly. I forgot the sympathies. Again, Eli Lilly had another drug approval thing. SMCI is going up. And then Microsoft now too. UAL going up. Teladoc is up too. I don't know. I know a lot of people. I don't know if it was either a lot of people or is you all day spamming it, but it doesn't look that crazy. No, there's like 4 of you. It wasn't just you. Yeah, but Teladoc, I don't know what's going on with it. Scammers. UAL is up 9. I think UAL now, that would have been 2 standard deviations. IMF official immediate priority for South Africa to resolve energy logistic crisis. ASML did get clapped. Yeah. Again, their earnings wasn't too hot. Carvana's on the high. So ASML going lower now. That's technically continuation to the downside. So it took about, 20 minutes? And then Boeing red to green now. Literally on that candle. OVS, they got earnings, right? So as long as you price it out. And then bonds coming down a little bit. So they might be giving away a little bit of that morning move. And then SPY hasn't moved. It's been 20 minutes, but you're literally all at like the lower end of the first candle. TSM's pre-market tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. Or after hours today. I have to double check. No, it's pre-market tomorrow. And then today we get Alcoa. That's crazy. Alcoa reports today, and we just had the damn tariff news. But Alcoa's already up there. Google's going. SPY 2 again. Bonds, TLT hit a low. Oh, it's been 10 minutes, not 20. What am I saying? The expected move, I haven't priced it in, but I mean, do you guys remember from Monday? I told you the low was like either like 502, 503 flat, and then the high was like what? Wasn't it like 518 or something, or 520ish? So this is all within the 1.5 priced in at the beginning of the week. You hit it instantly, but now you see how it's kind of slowing down. I mean, unless we go lower today. Yang on the high, so China names flipping now. I guess Bob is still in the green. Yeah, China names, I guess Baidu's the only one red. Tesla is going lower. I mean, that one candle yesterday was a little uglier. Where was it? Yeah, bro, it was at 153. I guess you're literally knocking on that door. PGR on the high, that's related to travelers. ASML. And then SPY coming lower. Again, bonds already made the move. I think oil is trying to wake up. But oil's down 1% still on the day. So, like, that's the crazy part. Like, if oil could pop up $1, and then we will literally be, like, near the highs of yesterday, which were still off of the other. I guess that'd be equilibrium. $85 will be, like, where you've been at all week. Eli Lilly. Damn, I was just looking at it. It was down, and now it's coming up. So that was your last reminder on their news. They're moving now. UAL, I think, is 2 standard deviations. Oh, do we have a Tesla put in the random? So these were cheap in the morning. Yeah, these went 20 cents to 70. It's not bad. 30 cents to $1. They hit, but it wasn't 1,000%. And then Eli Lilly, big candle. Zach Morris. Well, be careful with those, man. I mean, again, homie got like indicted and shit. I don't want those pumps in here all day. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember the first time you brought him up, it was like good, and then it all went like weird. So I don't know. But be mindful. Be mindful. He burned you yesterday. Well, even before that, I've had Chads get a little bothered by it a couple years ago. But then again, I mean, you know, I don't want any of the heat, man. The heat. SMCI is waking up a little bit. Again, remember yesterday it was actually SMCI is killing it. So from yesterday till today, and then even holding after bad ASML, and then SPY going up. Let's see, 5075. You're barely CCJ uranium moving up. Snap UAL is right at the it's at the breaking point of 2 standard deviations. Okay, you're right underneath the highs from the other day. MPW still at the 470s. AGIO moving up. SMCI coming down. Ziggy. I'm mad. Welcome, my friends. Your first time joining. Wow. Well, happy Wednesday. I hope you got the long term, man. I'm glad. Yes, we had someone new the other day, and they asked me what the long term was, so I got to explain it to them. It was really exciting. I hope a long time is born. Good morning. Oh, JXN. Where's JWN? That flipped down. I think we're still up on it, though. GDXJ. Is gold still climbing up? Yeah, GLD's on the high. So another high on gold. I think that's higher than any pre-market, and then live $4 off of yesterday's high. Tesla's still down. 0.8. And then SPY, man, I don't know. It's been 15 minutes, but like, what? I guess it looks different on my E-Trade, but that's a 5-minute chart. But why does it look like we are just, again, doing what we did yesterday with the pin? Again, yesterday was a lot of going nowhere, but like, you are actually... And then bonds have given up, I'd say, about a quarter of their gains here that they had in the morning. I think Tesla earnings already happened. So, like, I think Tesla earnings is, I think it's already reacting to the downside pressure from deliveries. So I think margins will be the only thing that matters there. But in a weird way, I think, like, Tesla halfway reported already. And then bonds off the bottom, UAL again, ARM at 120. I didn't make any LMT plays yet, no. Because it's not red. So like I said, buy the LMT RTX when they go red. So like literally, I think even on Monday, it gapped up, closed green. Yesterday was green, and then today. So the general idea is that like if the tensions are still remaining and you want to play those defensives, like you see how it gets hyped up and fades back. Like, but there was a 2-day after LMT and RTX, they dropped after the first pop, and then you could have bought them, and then you would have been able to benefit off of any of the tension. So all I was saying there for the watch list, like play the defensives if you would like, but do not get don't get caught up with like the actual premium when everybody wants those defense names. No, I'm not affiliated with anybody. I have no sponsors or nothing. Just me on my own. Me and the Lord in the chat. Call that pin duo. Market not moving. Call it pin duo. We're sitting. They're coming up. They were clapped yesterday. MS is doing great. Bank of America too. Again, they got more juice. They dropped 5. Hey, my girlfriend found out how real you are, you are accepted by her. That's big. She won't watch anyone else on YouTube. I'm honored. I know what it's like. I know what it's like. Some people are very picky on what they watch, so thank you. Go take her out to dinner. You know what I'm saying? You better take her out to dinner. Give her a good hug. Does she have a long term? Your girlfriend is 40. She left you for some 20-year-old. So she's rich? I'm sorry. Dude, I caught some dude off guard the other day. We were just driving by. There was a car dealership, and they had a car that they like weren't supposed to have. And I told my girl, I was like, let's stop by real quick. I said, let me just see it, man. Let me see it. And I asked this guy if they have the car, and he didn't mean to say it. He just looks at me shocked. He's like, what? He's like, are you rich? And then he like stops. He's like, I meant, do you know what that car cost? And I was like, yes, sir, I do. I'm aware. I am aware. But yeah, I got him slipping. That's what that felt like. Because if she's 40 and went for a 20-year-old, I mean, she got to have a bag, bro. That's all I'm saying. Well, Netflix earnings, you got to be careful. It's already moved up a ton.
Every earnings has been very, very good for Netflix. What was it? I was just looking at it, actually. There's only one factor for their earnings that's really going to matter. It was related to what they announced last time. But so far, I mean, the premium is held very, very well. No, I'm blank. I was just looking at it. I literally had a bunch of stuff on Netflix the other day. Well, we'll see, but Netflix is pricing in 10% minimum. So that's your one standard deviation move. It's been disappointing as far as programming. Yeah, I mean, it was weird because the time I was like, they didn't come out with anything good. Stock did good, but I could kind of agree. There's that one show with the pot dealing king. That was a good one. I think that was the only other one I could think of that's recent. No, there was something. I have to go look at their finance. I was just looking at it yesterday. Yes, The Gentleman. That's the name of that one. SPY going lower. Egypt in talks to extend maturities on some local debt. So now we are low of the day. You have about 17 points to fill the gap. I mean, it kind of looks big, but I'm telling you, I mean, the last couple days, we've seen some pretty wicked moves. So this gap fill is not nearly as big as this one here. I mean, at one point, this was like, what, a 40-point gap fill? So this one right here, I mean, you're looking at like 10, 15 points. Do I like Snap in the long term? Well, I like it. I like it enough to hold it from, the prices I bought it at in 2020, but I'm not really trying to add to it. So I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, I don't, we've had it for what, 3-4 years now. I think we could give it a little bit more time, but I'm not willing to add to it, but I'm also not trying to get rid of it. I mean, Lululemon, if you could get it at a good price, I think Lululemon is a great company. I think it'll be around. I don't know though. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I think they will even capture the next generation, but Lululemon's expensive. So I mean, y'all know me at this point. There's a lot of good names out there, and there's a lot of good companies, but those prices, the cost to be very high, very, very high. ARM is dying. I mean, I wanted to make a play on it. It's even more appealing now. The next risk is going to be the analyst too. So just like Intel, and then like after TSM, you're going to start getting analyst upgrades and downgrades on some of these chip stocks probably. They're thinking about cutting it. Well, just make sure that meets the plans. That's it. I've seen I don't know, every day I'm having a conversation with somebody who like tries to frame what we're talking about, like my long term, but then it ends with, I want to cut this. And it's just like, you can if you would like to, but that is not my strategy or plan, So at that point, you got to recognize you could try to make it sound a certain way. You could try to go for something, but it is a different plan. Like I determine efficacy in 10 years minimum. So I'm not writing off anything until that time. But at that point, I'm not saying if you want your own plan, as long as you plan for it, that's what I stand by. But, making a plan, then shifting it, or going back and forth to trim here, go here, that, just a different approach to the long term. If you personally don't believe in the company, do you? No. Like, again, if they fully eliminate the dividend, that's the only time I've really justified any sort of sell-off ahead of my 10-year time plan. Why? Because it's just like, the whole point is when I made the decision, I made that decision. I don't know how to it's kind of like a marriage vow. So the idea, that's why, like, if I'm not that committed, I won't add it to the long term. Or if I'm not really, down to really hold it that long and balance it out. And you've seen it too, though. Like, I know what I'm saying kind of sounds crazy, or it may sound burdensome, but, like, you've watched it over the years. Like, it's not all that happens and all this is like, what, the stock doesn't do good, and then we buy something else, and then it's able to sit there. It still maintains value, and surprisingly, I mean, like, literally, if I tried to time my Snapchat, I don't know how I would have probably sold it off for less than what it was worth and played that back and forth. I could have got more at one point, but generally the idea is it's pretty easy to manage in the timeline. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's 10 years, like, and if it doesn't perform, you don't believe in it, just don't add to it again. Like, legit, I've not bought Snapchat in 4 years. I have not. If I go on any of those accounts and I show you the transactions, you will not see a purchase from 2020 beyond 2020. And, the idea is let it do its work. If it does good, great. If not, I mean, you don't have to, like, move too many things around, but you could write it off and let it sit there and, give it time, let it mature. In 10 years. We'll see where that value is, and then you could go from there. But just make sure you know what your original plan was, though. That's kind of the main thing I'm saying. It's not as much as I'm telling you not to sell, as much as I'm telling you what was your plan originally. And that has to be maintained. Pfizer with the next deposit. If it's lower, the crazy part is I get a deposit in 2 weeks. So, yeah. Or if MO comes down, and then, again, Nike. I kind of wish I bought the Nikes since they went up, but there's still a couple names out there. DJT on the high. That one's surprising. Then Nordstrom's came back up. So they started off green, sold off. Now they're back to green. FedEx on the high. Sometimes it's okay to change the plan. Hell yeah. Always. Just not with your money. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's raining. Maybe I should wear something new. Oh, I thought I was going to eat here today, but then this happened, or I'm not feeling well. But, like, with the, like, your long-term financial investment plan, that is something you do not want to change the plan with. It's kind of like college. Like, I don't know. Did you go to college, or have you seen anybody in college? I'll never forget. I never understood this. I remember being maybe they were rich, because I remember being in college, and then there would be people who they would be in my major. Yeah, exactly. You already know what's up. And they would be political science with me, and then a year and a half later, they would change their business, their major to business or finance. And I was like, okay, I get you want to do that, but I was like, what happens to all of the stuff you just did? It goes out the drain. So they pretty much ended up losing about like 1.5 years of credits. Yeah, most people I know changed majors. They were happy. Yeah, and I'm not saying it won't be, but the idea is try to be happy and plan it from the beginning. Know what will make you happy, and in this case, I know the long term will make me happy, but the idea is, I mean, if you don't have some areas, it's good to change plans. Other things in life, it's just simple. I mean, it could turn into a lot of wasted time. Not at 18. I agree, but that's why the younger you are and the sooner you make a plan and then you stick to it and you're not switching it up so there's no slippage, wasted time. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's a lot easier to to ride out. And it makes all of these situations easy. You know, you could be, the stock's going up, it's going down. Should I buy? Should I sell? What do I do? It's just like, what was the plan? I got, 10 years. We just chill. And then bonds have given up half of the gains on the day. Boeing fully confident on safety of 787 Dreamliner. Or you could trade the channel. No mother effer. We're talking about the long term. Like that. It's just completely different. And I hope that discussion, though, even what I just told you with like how easy it makes things, I hope you could see how disconnected I am from the long term. It's autopilot, bro. I'm telling you, it's not. You don't need to be that connected to it or involved in that same way when it's just like time. It's time. That's all it. We're just playing time. LVS. SPY's going lower. So another new low of the day. The gap is so close to being filled. It feels like a smaller version of this. We don't know how the equity market's holding up. Well, there was something that happened. There was a quote. I got an email. I got an email from Mike, and he said this one stuck out to him yesterday. If you heard it, someone was talking on Bloomberg, and they said assets reprice faster than liabilities. I think, was that Yellen? Think about that. Market's up every single day. We're like, how does this happen? It's just like, when it's all said and done, like if that 10-year goes to 5% tomorrow or something, I think your stocks can quickly come down. And that's kind of the nature that we're in. We're holding the path, and we will be, but it's like if something really did require a really big repricing, it would happen very quickly. I appreciate the long term, but if you could consistently take profits every 2 to 3 years and reinvest, that seems to be the best approach. Take some cream off the top and keep the long term. I do not disagree with that. However, and you'll see, everything I'm saying is a plan. I really hope if I could leave you with anything, if you were like, Josh sucks at trading, he's annoying, and I hate the Bible, cool. I hope you could walk away knowing how important a plan is and planning. Because I even say, if you want to go and take profits, have a plan of what you're going to do with the money. You could sell out everything today, and I wouldn't give you any shit as long as you had a plan of how you're going to put that money to work. So usually, my plan is to have stocks and other asset classes separate. But that's why I say, if you could find another company to invest into, buy something in real life, turn it to a real asset, turn it into real estate, especially. My brother, take your profits whenever you like, every 2 years, 1 year, 5 years. It doesn't matter as long as there is a plan. But then the plan is, I'm going to take this asset and I plan to invest it into another asset of better quality and better returns. Every stock I kept in the long term has lost you money. Well, depends on the names, but I could see that, but then I can't, because then sometimes like it only took a couple of stocks to just save my life. So It's a weird mix, but then again, I mean, we've all seen it. It's easy to buy companies that, my long term, I have companies that are dead. When did you get your long term? No. I like Starbucks. I want it a little cheaper. I think it's a little bit pricey, but once it starts hitting low 80s and 70, I think it starts to get really cheap. This is like the top end of the pricing, but ideally, I do think low 80s, mid 70s, low 70s, better price for sure. MNDR, that was moving the other day, and then Edible. PayPal's on the low. Kroger coming up. Let's remember Powell yesterday. We didn't even go down on it. In the first half of Powell yesterday, did you guys see the hesitancy? I think yesterday was pretty funny. Because yesterday, you saw it, bro. The algo, we all heard it. I said it right away, right when I heard him. The algos, you reacted instantly right when Powell said that. But we spent like 30, 40 minutes trying to like decipher, like, oh shit, is that really big? And it wasn't until Mr. Timmerhouse kind of like fully confirmed and did everybody's homework for him. But yesterday was hawkish, but it's not like you even had a crazy reaction to it. So that's why I was saying I still think there's a little bit more delay. And then now too, bonds just flushing once again after the morning, and Kroger on the high. To the moon. Would Tesla break down 115? It could. It's touching it now. Like it's in 1.5s. But realistically, I think, again, like 150 ain't this. 130, is it like 130, 127-ish or 147? I think 130, 139. Like anything 130 on Tesla, that's the real like, oh shit. And I'm speaking from personal experience. Because when I was holding my child support, bro, I was holding it fine. And I was average. I was doing my thing, but I'm just telling you, right when it broke 140, bro, it didn't. That in 2 days, I was down like 10 grand or something off of it. It was insanity. So that 130, 140, though, I think that is your Tesla goes from there. You're going to be in a. It's not going to be as easy as you think to buy that dip, or just going to move a shit ton. Baidu is child support for now. But I believe. But then again, I don't know. I will say, I am surprised Wall Street hasn't pumped a China rally and we're 4 months into the year. That hasn't happened in like four or 5 years. Honestly, I don't even think I can remember the last time. Wall Street loves China in the first quarter. You're weighing buy the dip or Tesla bankruptcy? No. I don't think Tesla's a really good company. I don't think they're going to go bankrupt. The problem with Tesla is that it's a good company, but everybody forgets that it still has that crazy price valuation attached to it. So you're still trading at a very comfortable, heavy future valuation. So that's it. But I don't think Tesla's going bankrupt. My buy target is sadly like $20 to $40. Somewhere around there, I'll buy it. But other than that, I'm not like, I'm not against this stock. I think it's one of the best EVs in the world. But other than that, I don't get excited about Tesla the same way some people used to. And it's funny because nowadays, I say that, but like nowadays, like people don't even get excited about it. But oh man, you should have seen it back in the day. It's this great company, but the CEO wants to play politics. I mean, the sad reality is all of the CEOs play politics. It's just politics that just doesn't get favorable attention. You know, think about it. All these guys, every CEO, they donating to campaigns. They're aligning with certain things. Pfizer tells you to do something. They're like, yeah, we agree. You know, they all kind of have it. Just Elon is more, he just chose an unpopular public opinion or one that gets a little bit more heat. I like Apple, but it's not like Apple's cheap. But then again, Apple's also going through this, you know what I'm saying? Like, Apple is going through this thing where they're struggling. Their earnings has not been good. Quarter after quarter, it's been like consecutive declines, but it's still the behemoth and like they still make a lot. It's hard to say. I mean, because the price is still expensive. You suggest monthly deposits with less cash or quarterly? I go monthly. I just do one time a month, and like even for simplicity. But you know, in general, the idea is, you know, above all else, and this goes back to the plan, save 10%. You know, whatever your income is, gross income, pay yourself first, save 10%. Start from there, and that's why, like, you know, adding it monthly, I just try to keep it simple as possible. Raul. Remember, bonds already sold off right there. They're going up. Again, this sell-off here, even if we fill the gap, like I was telling you, just not as big as some of those other moves we've seen. But once again, starting off one way, and then we are working our way down. What time is it? 7:12. I like 3M, but the whole little split thing just kind of got in the way. I don't think Pfizer news. It could be getting clapped a little off the Eli stuff. And then again, remember some of the healthcare stocks were down earlier. Yeah, all healthcare groups ended lower on Friday except Managed Health. Friday on Tuesday. The low ticker, it's working. So, literally, I think every day this week we've started off like this. No? You tell me. I think it's been gap up, sell off. Yesterday, I guess, was not as much as that. Yesterday, you kind of gapped, and then you didn't move much. But I do remember making a move by the first hour. Pfizer average again. We'll see when I get money. I mean, we'll see where 3M is. And then also everything else. But I still like it. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. But I just don't have any deposits. Tesla. Indo on the high. Microsoft sold off. Interesting. And then I had Kroger on here. TSM came down. That's crazy after holding up 1.2. Longeveron again. Nvidia. They gave up 2. That's weird. So maybe that's why we got some of that downside pressure. Because TSM, Nvidia, they were all up earlier. And we started selling off. I mean, we've been here for what, 45 minutes? All right. So right now, you're standing Dow Jones, 22 names in the green, 8 names in the red. Travelers is the worst on the down. And then NASDAQ 100, 56 names in the green, 45 names in the red. And then SPY, 343 in the green, 157 in the red. Not bad. But majority is green today. So you have a lot of room to sell off, essentially. Because literally every index, more names are green right now as we're coming into it. But then also, too, you could also bounce pretty easily. Earthquake reported in Japan's Bungo Channel. What's that? Not the Bungo Channel. Oh, Mr. Hanlon. Let's go, baby. Amen. ASML not helping chips today. Even the ones that don't use advanced litho. Yeah, there was only one good thing. What was the good? I think ECB. ECB and UK inflation was good. I think Abbott was in line. I thought there was only one. I think UAL was the only good earnings. ARM crashing. Well, I'm glad I waited. I wanted below 1. Damn, it's at 113. Oh, dude, what? Dude, is it going to go down? I don't know if it'll go down that low. That's crazy. I really want to buy it. Oh, this is fucked. Because I liked the 122, and then it popped. I never took it. And then I know I was saying 122. I even brought it up this morning. So I was like, maybe I'll wait. Started flushing. But now, like, 113? Do I have the Hulu with live TV? I don't know. It's my girlfriend's Hulu. The Qs are getting schwacked. Yeah, man. I don't know. ARM. I think this is where we sold our option. I think it was at 115. Damn, ARM. High school. All right, I did it. Would I get filled? 113.99. So like 114. So I'm a little higher. I grabbed 100 shares of ARM. 113.99. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. That one swing into pre-earnings. I'm not going to hold for earnings. You bought now. I was saying I wanted to buy. I really, again, I was mad that I didn't get it at the 122, so now I'm really happy I could get it now, but then again, they have earnings on May 7th, so it's still 3 weeks in advance. But I was just, again, after TSM or maybe even Intel next week, I'm hoping they're either going to be a victim or a benefactor off of a earnings upgrade. 100 shares. The used car market, I think it's pretty bad, but everybody's kind of still buying. It's really weird. So the used car market is still slipping, but it's also very just depending on the types of vehicles. Some are expensive, some aren't. It's really weird. I have not checked the Lambo index. I like Baba. That's another one that I could buy. That was one we were considering too. And then Japan, damn, a 6.4 preliminary. And I don't know if that's on the Japanese scale, that's even bigger. So yeah, low key, they just had a pretty big earthquake, I think. Baba, I mean, anything below 70, that's I think one of their lowest closes. Yeah, Lambo's 481. I think it was higher before, but and then the prices have all dropped. But like you can see most car prices have came down, but like I'm saying, it's weird. Like I think even some trucks still have. That's crazy. 175. That is a lot of miles though. But yeah, bro, these cars are not. It's not what it used to be, man. It's not what it used to be. Intensity low 6 on scale of 7. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. So it was on the Japanese scale. That's nuts. So they said no tsunami warning issued. So again, our Richter scale goes up to 9, I think, or 10. Theirs goes up to 7. So 6.4 is insane. How do you think oil numbers will affect market? I mean, it'll cause a reaction, but it's not like, I mean, again, depending on if Iran actually escalates or not, I mean, that would have a bigger effect. Because do you guys realize, like, that was the first ever attack on Israeli soil that came from Iranian soil? So I know imagine all the war headlines and all of the history you've heard between the two. Do you realize that's never happened until last weekend? Iran has never directly attacked Israeli soil. Like, you've not witnessed that. Bitcoin dumping, I mean, SPY's coming down. That earthquake, I don't know. I mean, if the yen starts moving, remember you saw one like that. You saw some earthquake moves in January. And then SPY, new low. Again, bonds are not dumping with it. Some names aren't going down. Literally, I got Apple here. Apple looks like its own little world. Dollar is climbing back up, still red on the day. And now you have filled the gap. SPY is red, and you have gone down about what? It was like 0.4, 0.5? Are we going to talk about the halving, or are you not really interested in it this time around? Well, we've kind of been talking about it. I think the halving is already, like, done. So, like, at this, I don't think any other halving, the Bitcoin was not up 60% coming into a halving. So, I think this time, I think it just got front ran by everybody in the world. So, I don't think, I'm not going to play it. I think it's too expensive. And it's up there, but it's a really big piece of news for Bitcoin. But this time around, I think it's been front ran to oblivion. Yeah, 6.4 on a 7 scale earthquake in Japan. We'll see. We might get some follow-up headlines. And then you just filled gap on the SPY now. About 17 points. UAL still going? My goodness. So that one has to be going at least 500% now, I'd assume. What's 6.4 in freedom units? I think it'd probably be like a 8.0 or something, or like a 7.5. I don't know. You just got to adjust it. '24 election song. I don't know, man. I don't know the time. I can't believe it's already almost the election. I remember when Uncle made Uncle made 2020 election on the toilet. I remember that. I remember because he was like, "Shut up." He was in the bathroom. He asked me to get him toilet paper. But like that song came out of nowhere for Uncle, but I don't. A lot of pressure coming into 2024 election. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to be able to do this one. I don't know how we're going to be able to do this one. There's a lot going on. The soft con. Oh, baby wipes. Baby wipes. Uncle only uses baby wipes too. And then 3 candles off the bottom. Again, Microsoft was dying. Solventum, Citi, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, they did good today. So all of the banks post earnings, they did not have any problems. Oh, the new movie. Dude, I forgot. So I was playing around with, because again, I was looking at Netflix stuff yesterday. But I found out how to get box office data. I don't know how real time it is, but I was playing around and I was looking at some of the Netflix data, and then I found like box office stuff. But you reminded me because the Civil War thing, that thing is killing it on the numbers. Is this? Yeah, so literally Civil War, that movie, it's already done 2.2 million tickets, $25.7 million. It's #1 movie right now. And then #2 is Godzilla. I could download it on Excel, but no, it's not letting me download it. But yeah, I don't know if we could factor it in for Disney. But remember we went over those before? I have a data set now that shows all box office data. And I even has a media spend, an ad spend for Netflix. But that one, it's going to need a couple months to update just because their thing's so new. But right now, that Civil War thing, bro, it did 25 million in the first weekend, and it cost 50 million to make. And then #2 right now, well, this one already came out, but Godzilla did 15 million, but that has a crazy one. Well, that one already broke even. So Godzilla's already brought in 158 million. The budget was 130. Who's the other one? This one hasn't made. Ghostbusters has not broken even yet. Kung Fu Panda is doubled up. Is that Disney? So Kung Fu Panda killing it. Oh, wait. No, am I tripping? Oh, no. No. Okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, they're killing it. Kung Fu Panda. $85 million to make. It's already brought in $175 million. I'm trying to find the worst right now. Trying to see if I'm literally trying to find out if Disney's losing any money. EQT said to mule a zealous options after approach from suitors. Yo, EQT. Why is this thing's not even moving? I know we're 80 million to make an animated movie, right? EU watchdog to say Meta can't charge fees to ensure privacy. Crude inventories 2.7 million. Estimate was 1.65. Cushing crude 33,000 versus draw of 170,000 previous. Gasoline draw of 1.1 million. Estimate was 1 million draw. Distillates 2.7 million. Draw estimate was draw of 900,000. Oil's popping on that. Interesting. The oil numbers. I guess there was a couple of draws. I thought inventories were good, but it got a big green candle off of that. So EQT's coming down and the SPY, and then bonds trying to move. UNG was weird. I want to say there was something with Europe, but I have no idea because that was going down even when oil wasn't moving. These more profits. Kelvin working to reduce emissions. Chattadonia, we've been here for an hour. God bless you all. I hope you're feeling good, baby. Happy Wednesday. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you, and I'll see you in a little bit.
And I mean, how much does the end consumer feel of that? How much do they potentially save? What does that breakdown look like?
Yeah, so I'd say that the main way we're selling the technology today is through a low-cost subscription. So our primary market focus is actually low to moderate income buildings, and these are the communities that don't generally have access to low-cost capital. And so we charge between, I'd say, about $15 per apartment per month on a long-term plan, and we finance the deployment of the technology for the buildings. So we actually cost less than the savings of our technology.
Does this actually make a meaningful impact on energy bills?
It makes a huge impact. It saves between 20 and 40% in fuel costs for the buildings. So it's a very substantial, impactful savings.
Okay, interesting. And how do you scale up? I mean, when it comes to these partnerships with apartment buildings, how long does it actually take to negotiate and actually get your cozies installed?
That's a question we get a lot from our investors.
Yeah.
It really depends on the building type. So a small, someone who owns 1 or 2 buildings, it could be a really fast discussion. Larger portfolios could take up to 6 months. There are some government scale projects that might take a year or more.
And so you're based in Brooklyn. Are you in other cities? What does your presence look like outside of New York City?
Yeah, well, I say we're about 95% New York. We were founded here. And we've been building the platform to deploy at scale here through third parties. And we are now finalizing that platform, and we'll start releasing, start gaining partners in other cities like Boston, Chicago, et cetera, Berlin, London, over the next couple of years.
And I want to talk a little bit, you mentioned your investors. Where are you right now when it comes to expanding your business? You're based in Brooklyn. You have about 40 employees or so. Are you trying to raise more money at this point?
We are. We'll be raising a round later this year for regional expansion, both in the U.S. and overseas. We're also releasing a newer product that bridges the gap between oil and fuel-based heating to electrified heating in a manner that works how the building wants to operate, how the building transitions.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit more, because obviously we spent a lot of time on cozies, but what other products do you have currently out there, and what does your pipeline look like? Yeah,
so one of the things we really, a little background on myself, I'm an enormous nerd environmentalist, and I really care about decarbonizing everything, but buildings is a huge contributor to that. there are significant barriers to electrification for building heating in places like New York. Radiator heated buildings don't have ductwork, so it's not easy to plug in a heat pump. And then there's this issue where, I own a home, I have a a furnace or a boiler. I paid for it, and I'm not going to do anything with it until it dies. That's just what everyone does. When it dies, it usually dies in the middle of the winter. That's an emergency. People almost always replace it with an exact same system. And so how do we break that cycle of installing a new natural gas boiler in a place like New York City, where a landlord might have 100 families that they have to keep heated? So we're developing a technology we call hybrid electrification, where we deploy a low-cost heat pump that works in conjunction with the radiator, so we can deploy it today without waiting for the boiler to die. And the technology installation is actually paid for through demand response. So we have a thermal battery that allows us to turn up or down the electricity consumption for that heating or cooling. And Con Ed and National Grid will pay us a lot of money to do that. And it's enough money to actually fully pay for the deployment of technology. So it's at low or no cost to the building owner. Then every day that's not peak air conditioning, we use that battery to do what's called peak shaving. It lowers the max draw of building electric, and that's a huge contributor to the cost of electricity. So we can lower the cost of heating below the cost of natural gas. So lower no upfront costs, lower operating costs. This is a crucial step in making sure that the market actually does this transitions. Make it better for their economics.
Unfortunately, I only have about a minute left with you. And before I let you go, I am
10
curious,
seconds.
you mentioned that you'd like to decarbonize everything, but you're focusing on
Decarbonize. I'm a carbon nerd. Yeah, we came down a little bit. I mean, I feel like the chat was like, "Raoul," but just hugging near the lows. Still green on the SPY. NASDAQ's the only one red. Russell barely green. Same with the Dow, I guess, too. My goodness. Powell, I don't think you're going to hear from him for at least another week. I don't think we have him on the schedule this week anymore. But like I said, if he's really going to be hawkish too, I mean, what he did yesterday could have either been acknowledgement or could have been sign of a bigger attitude shift. U.S. Trade Representative Tai says expects to conclude review of Section 301 China tariffs very soon. And then bonds coming up here. HVAC, as a HVAC tech installer, it's interesting to hear this energy and zone and stuff. Oh, man. Dude, this stuff it's big. People don't care until the HVAC go out, bro. I felt it when he was like, yeah, you only replace it in the winter. It's true, man. It's true. But, I mean, everybody has one, you'd hope. What do you think Powell does with his days off? Probably hangs out with his grandkids. Oh, no, maybe. I think he writes music. I'd love to hear a Powell song. Because he likes rock music, He probably he's like, I'm not cutting, target financial conditions. I feel like I would love to hear Powell's lyrics. He probably writes some crazy stuff. And then you're right at the gap fill. What do you think about water and sprinkling water? Do you drink something specific? Oh, no, I don't even know. I just drink out of a water bottle. So I know I got like mad microplastics and shit, but I just drink water. I like water. Okay, bonds still green. When they bounce closer to that gain in the morning was better, but then again, bonds are still murdered. SPY's still near the same level, so even then, last couple days here, this all looks the same. Easy Go, they had some news this morning. Yeah, Powell, he says Powell plays the guitar. I know he makes music, I'm telling you. Powell, that's just what you have to do. You have to make music, man. I know Powell, he has nothing else he could do. Powell is in his own little Fed chair world. He has to express himself through the music.
I know Powell. But he just doesn't release the music. I'm telling you, Powell's vault is probably insane. I'm not cutting inflation. I don't know. I really want to get into that, but I don't know if I have the skills. Yeah, he probably does have an anonymous SoundCloud. Coming on my wayward cuts. You'll be here when transitory's done. Come away my wayward cut. You'll be here now. Right cut down. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's something he'd be doing. Anyone else in Neo? I think you got a couple chats in Neo, but XPEV, that's the China EV with news today. I think they did a deal with Volkswagen. What's my zodiac? I don't know, but like, if anybody ever tells you that like you align with the zodiac and they say something positive, just agree. So whatever you think I am, I'm going to agree with you if it has a positive implication for how you view me. Because I've noticed, because once they put you in the zodiac box of what they think you are, though, they really just like, so I'm going to go with it. I'm whatever you want me to be, sir. No, the TRVs held up good. They're holding like 200 to 300%. UAL should be getting some steam unless it sells off here. Yeah, these are 20 cents to 90. It's like 500%. What about when it's negative? Then you switch your astrological sign. Duh. What do you mean? Like, oh, my bad. I meant I was a Taurus. No. You were right. Yeah. How Virgo of me. My bad. No, I was a Taurus. Tesla laden. Did you really? Because I was surprised. I saw like TikToks yesterday of people making videos, and they were like, Tesla just laid me off. And then they set their camera up on their front door, and then they walked back to like do the scene again, and then they like walked to their front door looking sad. But then I was like, man, that's crazy. By email at 12:45? No way. Striking Iran's nuclear facilities on the table, says ex-Mossad intelligence, Sky News. All right. Well, Israel headline. It's an ex-Mossad agent or chief. Ups. I have seen ups. I moved a little bit with FedEx. But remember, we were talking about this thing at 137. Yeah, this was around the price. So it's back to that price, but if they have one bad earnings from here, oh my God, you will be able to get UPS at a great long-term price. I don't know. I'm going to say it one more time just for the war, because I said it and nobody acknowledges it, and this is the craziest part about it all. Do you realize last weekend was the first time ever that Iran has launched an attack from Iran soil that hit Israeli soil? That doesn't happen. Excuse me. But yeah, I feel like it's that's the thing. That's why it's interesting Israel wants to strike back. Why is that significant? Because I mean, you could safely assume that both countries have had a lot of tension with each other for a very long time. It's not just Israel and Palestine. It's literally a lot of other places. But Israel and Iran do not have the best of relations. And imagine
all of the years, all of the skirmishes, all of the global tensions you could think of, none of them have resulted in a missile being launched from Iran to Israel. Just so, with all of the other problems and tensions over the years, it has never gotten to this point where Iran has launched a missile at Israel, except for last weekend. Yeah, attacking an embassy is just insane, or a consulate, whatever it may be. That has its own precedent. But then again, in that situation, think about it. That's missile from Israel landing in Syria, even though it was an Iranian target. But that's why it's just like you're legitimately getting now Iran not using a proxy, not using anybody to launch their attack straight directly into Israel. That we have not seen. So that's why, and again, we're going to hear these comments, but in the background, that's just why everyone is kind of still on edge with everything going on. I think the Iron Dome stopped it all. It was weird because in the beginning of the attacks, they were like, you could even see videos. It looks like some got through, but by the end of it, they were like, nothing happened. ACB lower. Where are the wheat stocks? They were selling off. Again, remember, they were just at 10. They came down. When the dome runs out of missiles, then they're vulnerable. They have a lot, though. Again, we have supply of missiles there, as well as their own supply. And then, again, a couple months ago, they started to build up more supply. I'm in Thailand. There's more weed shops than coffee shops. Weed was not legal when I went to Thailand. I didn't know they had weed in Thailand. Bro, what are these wicks on the SPY right now? I don't know. Kind of moving up, trying to curl off the bottom. I mean, it's just gap fill. That's all you traded to. Gap up, sold off to where we closed. And then, I mean, yesterday was 7 hours doing nothing. My brother, now you have 9 hours doing nothing. Now 9 hours, same exact price. No, that was Philippines. Philippines got Duarte. He'll kill you if you even look at pot. He'll, like, actually kill you. But I did not know Thailand had legal weed. Alaska Airlines mainland subcarrier flights ground stopped? Why? Yeah, Alaska Airlines ground stoppage. Mainland subcarrier. Not like, I don't think that's not transport, is it? Like passengers? You already know. Don't tell me another Boeing. I mean, I think this was the first weekend. I didn't see a plane go crazy on my social media. I don't know. Why are you banned on your other account? You did nothing? I would have to look at the chat facts, but you probably did something. I mean, again, I've been kind of doing some zero tolerance lately, but I have not had the energy to give it attention. So, but I have verified with the chat faxes. I mean, if you have a pretty toxic chat history, it's not going to be looked upon favorably. So you can make a new account though. I forgive you. It's cool, but in the heat of the moment, I'm gonna do my best to clear it out the way. Do you think TSM will guide up with all the new money from the plant? Well, I don't think that's why they'll guide up. They're going to guide up on orders and demand. That's it. So I really think if they could come, remember last time TSM, they came out swinging with future guidance. So as long as those orders stay up, you'll be good to go. Reactivate stream alerts. Just same way you got them in the first place. Just go sign up again. You have so many GGs saved up. Yeah. I mean, the GGs do help, but then, like, I mean, again, if I, like, go and look at the rest of everything and, like, it's very rude to me and everybody, or just, like, weird, I mean, it's not going to save you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Curtis. No. You're doing prop trading. Any tips? Just be careful. I think it's all a scam. I mean, just trade smaller because they will close you out if you lever too high. And that's how they get you. That's how they get it, pretty much. So just trade small. As long as you leave yourself wiggle room. Don't get stopped out. Best advice I think I could give you. Besides, don't do it. SMCI, no way that went. Dude, Chicle. Yeah, SMCI went red. Damn. Bro, you just dropped 12 points. 13 points in 2 minutes. We're back. So again, new low there. Kind of looked like we were curl. We did that curl twice there, but now NASDAQ, SPY, Russell, everything is red. Chips flipped pretty big, man. Yeah, Nvidia's down. Nvidia's only down 1.5. So is SMCI, but SMCI was up like 3. Biden proposed higher tariffs would apply to more than $1 billion on steel and aluminum from China. Maybe that's the reaction, you guys. So all jokes aside, like I'm saying, when Donald Trump announced big tariffs against China, the market would get clapped on China fears. But you're getting a headline here now in Raul, but I don't know. Maybe is there a negative effect? Because it's not a good sign in terms of like cooperation. But my goodness. Because that's the only thing. But now you're starting to work your way down. And the crazy part, if we go any lower, this is going to be just like Monday. Every day, it's like we're going lower. You're setting a new low on the week, on the month, every time. There it is. New low of the month, new low of the week. So every day you have gone lower. Even if you've bounced up on that day, you have hit in a new low. Again, for this month, once again, we are going lower. So you went lower than yesterday's wick. 50-40, remember 50-33. And again, you're getting the Biden tariff. That's why I'm like, listen, Donald Trump may not be tweeting, but could this be some like a negative tariff reaction? I don't know if we have to fully consider that. But you're starting to move down, and we're getting an update on that. And then bonds, they already made their move well in advance. And then chip makers all flushing. Alcoa is not even going up. Yeah, low key, it's like a Biden trade war. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, I don't know if it will be negative if the market finds a way to frame it that way. If everybody wants to ignore what it is, then I think we could ignore it. But I do think there is some element of trade war embedded within that type of tariff. UPS, like 137 and below, I like. But preferably, I think, like 120. Just back to that 2020 level. Well, you went for 2 minutes. Well, that happened there in 2 minutes. Nothing really happened. We did get a headline talking about the tariff that Biden is going to do on steel when we kind of went a little lower, but it's hard to say if that's really the reaction to what we're reacting to. But then once again, just sold off the gain from the morning, hit another new low of the week, and that's where we are now. Yeah, low ticker, full velocity. You're getting a little bounce there. Dollar still red on the day, but came back up. But my goodness. And then Apple and some other names, like even Microsoft is right on the cusp of going red. Again, NASDAQ down 0.34. That's the worst. That was weird. Why are we applying high tariffs on China? I mean, Biden wanted to. I mean, it's odd considering what's it called? Commodities are up, but I think the reason is for the election. They said Biden is trying to gain support from people in Pennsylvania and Philly. Good morning, Shy-Tab. Hope you're living good. Wednesday, middle of the week. The banks had good earnings, and then today, I think UBS was the bad one, but they're just kind of letting the dust settle. But I think generally, half of the banks did good. Even if they did do bad, it was because one other factor. Like JP Morgan they just didn't have good NII, but everything else was good. BA Whistleblower moments away from. I want to watch it, but I don't want to watch it. Because if I watch it, I don't think I'm ever going to fly on a plane again. If this guy's like, I work there. They literally would use Post-it notes to close the doors. They use Post-it sticky tape. It's literally double-sided tape. That's not even, they don't even use engine. It's olive oil in the engine. It's olive oil. It's not even real oil. I don't know how they fly them, and that's why they don't even tell the maintenance people. And then they put normal oil. It's olive oil. But honestly, let me give you this instead. I'm trying to find the Boeing whistleblower, but I have found live 500 dancers attempt to break world record in New York. Oh, maybe I'll take out the yellow. I'll say, keep up the good work. You got this. Yeah, I don't know. That's cool, man. Where is it? Boeing. Bowen just Sharpie over the warden light. Dude, I really don't want to listen to it. I can't find, I only have one live feed, so we'll see. FAA grounding is due to technical issues for the carbon capture stock. Origin, the one J-Alt liked, Origin, ORGN. Didn't they, I think they pivoted into some element or something like that, but I forgot what it was. Biden's putting tariffs on China for steel. It's not, I mean, it's something you all should be familiar. Again, Donald Trump did the same thing, and that's what we were just talking about. Like the reaction when Donald did it, it was a lot more, was a lot bigger on both the market, the news, the policy, like the whole politics behind it. Again, like a lot of people were mad when it happened, but this time around, I mean, now you didn't get you're not getting headlines about starting trade wars with China, and you're not even getting, what's it called? Like even the stocks themselves, they're kind of just, nah. But the market did react on the last headline of it. That's what we're trying to figure out. Well, I don't know. I mean, as much as I want to blame people's biases for the reaction, you never know. Just that headline coming out and that little reaction, it's just, you never know. Maybe it is actually big news, and although people want to ignore it because of the politician, maybe it just causes a reaction. You know what I'm saying? Because then again, it is more tensions in a weird way. Yeah, weed did tank. I kind of want to double dip on the weed, but I remember it dropped down to like 7 on me. This big 10-year would have reacted more. I mean, I would like to agree with that, but the thing is, the 10-year just already reacted in advance. So the bonds have already reacted to anything you could throw at us. They've moved well in advance of everything. So maybe that could be why they didn't move as much. Yeah, maybe because it's not the first time it's happened. It would just make the minimum price on steel go up. It would just prevent cheap steel being dumped here from China. If they don't, China could flood our markets with cheap steel and aluminum. Well, yeah, 100%. I mean, there's only one reason why you would want China to dump a bunch of cheap items on your market. So at other times, yeah, like you don't want China to do it, but I don't know. There is something interesting this time around. It would prevent cheap China products, but if that happened, that would lower inflation or it'd help with the products. To buy them cheap, yeah. So if we could get cheap China steel and aluminum and lower input costs, that could help lower price pressures. But by putting a tariff, it's going to raise the minimum price. Lower inflation, cheaper items. You let them dump steel like they used to in the past. I mean, steel commodities, remember, even silver would go down practically. Remember, China has a history of dumping commodities. When they really do dump heavy, I mean, they could keep the price down. That's why Trump put in the tariffs to begin with, because he was like, screw you guys. So it's like now it would protect American industries. That's why, again, Biden wants it for the politics for Philly. But at the same time, I mean, if you did have China have cheap items, it could help inflation out. But if you put a tariff on it, it'll do the opposite. Or it'll at least just make sure the minimum price on steel doesn't go too low. RMTI, small cap. And then ARM's still there. Bonds back to 0.5. We're at 0.6 in the morning. This downturn of a market. Good data or lower rates, but good data would lower the rates. And good data would help calm people down. But just the first big yield pullback, the markets are going to like it, I'd assume. It should be good for CLF. The tariffs should help them out. U.S. Steel applauds Biden administration trade enforcement against China, including potentially higher tariff on Chinese steel. So U.S. Steel applauds the Biden administration. And then bonds going up, spies coming right back to that little headline drop we had there. Maybe it wasn't the headline, maybe it was. Would that make domestic steel cheaper? I mean, probably not. It's just going to make it where if you're importing steel, so if China wants to sell steel cheaper, they have to pay a tariff on all of they have to pay a tax, a fee on all of the steel that they bring in or any of the buyers. So then the price of it is going to match it up to probably the cheapest steel in America. So the minimum price is going to be elevated. And just subscribe. You stream live with news and trades. Of course, man, every day. Monday through Friday. This is a live news wire. So, I mean, we have a lot of talks here, but even if I'm saying stuff, if you keep an eye on here, I mean, this thing will drop you some exclusives and a lot of things. It's all in real time as well, too. So, but then you'll also, if you listen with your ears, you'll hear some call-outs. But glad to have you, baby. Oh, is CPI going to trend down with oil being up? I don't know, man. That's the question, man. That's why. That's a tough question, man. I mean, here it says the 2020 election. Now we got a 24 election, GEV. So this one's popping, GE Veranova, up 5 already. So you may have missed it, but it's already going up. Rumor from Punchbowl, House to vote aid package and is unchanged from Monday. $96 billion to Ukraine, Israel, DoD. The news, well, there was tariff headlines, but, you know, we just spent we're speculating now on really what the impact is on the market. It's hard to say, but prior to that, you're just continuing this little sell the gap up. Again, rates are still elevated, dollars still high. I mean, nothing has really changed on the week. And then earnings today weren't really the best. And then you just had one good sign out of ECB inflation. Intel HoloPoint, the industry's first $1.1 billion neuromorphic system, builds a path towards more efficient and scalable AI. And then Senate Leader Schumer, Mayorkas impeachment should be dismissed. And Japan Chief Cabinet Secretary Hayashi, no reports of irregularities at nuclear power plant after earthquake. EPD? I have not looked into them. APD. Market is waiting on Netflix to go crazy. That is part of it. Or after Netflix's earnings, whether it's good or bad, that'll just set the attitude for how we're going to end the week. Oh, what the hell? Homeland Security. No, that's the old one. Netflix to dump hard. I mean, let's be real, man. The last year, everybody has said that on the last 4 Netflix earnings. So it's a possibility. And if it does do bad finally, it's going to pay for it. But it has been over a year now of, like, again, all of these companies, a lot of them, but especially Netflix. Because if you go look, Netflix has held up better than a lot of them. Netflix is being driven primarily on earnings. So Netflix is all about the earnings. If they do good, then it's giving them a green light. If they do bad, then not. Is this it? Yeah. We doing earnings? We'll do a couple of them, like, quickly. But
our jobs.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking it. I think even then, this time around, I might go over some of the previews. But if I make a play on it, I'll tell you if I made a play. But I'm gonna expect you to figure out what price it was. So I think after a quarter of doing the pricing with everybody, I'll let you know what I do. But at the same time, I am gonna put a little bit of a burden for some of y'all to make some moves on it. 20-year bond auction is today, yeah.
To Mr. Pearson, to Mr. Jacobson, and others who have come forward and will come forward in the future, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your courage.
Thank you for your courage. The last guy died.
Speaking truth.
Literally.
Power.
He
in the
died.
best sense of that word.
So thank you for your courage.
Thank you for facing
I'm going to go to the
down
bathroom. Follow me on
one of the
Instagram,
most
at the Trading
powerful
Fraternity.
companies
I love
in
you.
the world.
God bless you. Good morning.
We intend to uncover what has enabled the culture of safety disregard to exist so that we can change it for good. To create a genuine and comprehensive culture of safety, Boeing must create workplace conditions where everyone feels comfortable reporting quality and safety concerns, even in situations where concerns turn out to be unfounded, even where the complaints are mistaken. Boeing's culture must be one where employees are encouraged to speak up. Boeing is fortunate to have one of the most skilled, competent, honest, dedicated workforces in the world. The United States is fortunate to have them working at Boeing. They deserve to be rewarded, not punished, for doing their job properly and speaking up when it's appropriate. Fortunately for Boeing and for passengers around the world, this moment of reckoning and the changes that must follow can still happen before any more lives are lost. Our committee has initiated a bipartisan inquiry. We expect both Boeing and the FAA to fully cooperate and appear before our committee. Today's hearing, as I mentioned earlier, is the first of several we intend to hold to get to the bottom of Boeing's broken safety culture. We expect Boeing's CEO to appear before us to tell the American people why the promises made 5 years ago by this company have not been fulfilled. I don't want anyone to mistake our objectives here. Our goal is not to drive Boeing to fail. In fact, just the opposite. We want and need Boeing to succeed. It is a company that once was preeminent in engineering and safety. We want to restore the luster of that reputation and its business, which have been so sadly battered. Boeing's workers remain as skilled and talented as ever, and I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize that many of these workers are represented by unions like the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and the Society of Professional Engineering Employees in Aerospace. And they have helped to protect a number of their employees against retaliation and reprisal. We want Boeing to learn from its mistakes and be accountable. We want the Department of Justice to take
And
this
VIX
evidence
is on the high
and
now.
other facts
UVXY
that
again.
it
VIX
has
was in the red, but
obtained
it's starting to get
to
breaking out
examine
here.
the deferred
We're
prosecution
coming back
agreement,
down to the low. This is the Boeing
whether conditions of
whistleblower.
that agreement have been violated.
I haven't heard him yet, though.
Whether criminal prosecution is appropriate.
The CEO's replaced,
I'm
but he
not
doesn't leave till
jumping to
later.
conclusions. I'm a former prosecutor. I know that investigations have to proceed carefully and methodically. But these investigations are important to accountability. Again, thank you to the witnesses for being here today. And I turn now to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to start by thanking our witnesses, your courage in coming forward as whistleblowers. I
You
want
have to have a lot of courage.
underscore
to.
what you did say, that this
dangerous.
is we all want Boeing to succeed. I would ask that my written opening statement be entered in the record.
Disney flushing.
Prior to this hearing, I talked to
Hello?
stakeholders. I talked to airlines, your Boeing's customers. I talked to Boeing representatives. It was a
UAL
overall
on the
theme
high,
that
too, though.
Everybody wants Boeing to succeed. We need them to succeed because, as a traveling public, we want to feel safe in the air. And I think I entered this investigation acknowledging the fact that airline travel is still probably the safest way to travel. It's what I keep telling myself when I hop on an airplane, and even when I hop on a 737 MAX, it's been taken care of. We need more whistleblowers. Not only in Boeing, but we need them in the airline, in their maintenance
I'm
departments.
here.
We need whistleblowers from the FAA. This is a very complex,
The stock market is a scam.
Business?
I'm blowing the whistle.
they're complex products. It's a complex problem.
I'm telling you.
And
I
so,
think it.
I appreciate
Weibo
this
is
hearing.
all Chinese.
I'm
I'm
a
telling
little
you,
concerned.
Weibo is
What
not
I
even a
don't
real
want
company.
This committee
It's not
to do is
real.
scare the you-know-what out of the
Trust
American
me.
public.
You know what?
In the end, I want the public to be confident in getting on an airplane and,
This is my whistle.
experiencing air travel. But I have to admit, this testimony is more than troubling. And as I was reading the testimony last night, as I've read more things this morning, as a matter of fact, I'm going to enter an article that I was given to this morning, written on April 3rd in City Journal. The title is "An Insider Explains What Has Gone Disastrously Wrong with Boeing." We have to be concerned about what's happening. And we've got to get to the bottom of this. This is going to take a lot of work. This is going to take a lot of investigation. And again, we need to hold these hearings, but we need to do the detailed work, and we need more information. We need people coming forward on all sides, okay? But I do want to just quote from this article. It's an interview with an insider, a whistleblower that's not coming public. But he tells a story of elite dysfunction, financial abstraction, and DEI bureaucracy that has poisoned the culture, creating a sense of profound alienation between the people who occupy the executive suite and those who build airplanes. Goes on, right now, we have an executive council running the company, Boeing, that is all outsiders. The current CEO is a General Electric guy, as is the CFO whom he brought in. We have a completely new HR leader with no background at Boeing. The head of our commercial airplanes unit in Seattle, who was fired last week, was one of the last engineers in the executive council. The headquarters in Arlington is empty. Nobody lives there. This is an empty executive suite. The CEO lives in New Hampshire. The CFO lives in Connecticut. The head of HR lives in Orlando. We just instituted a policy that everyone has to come to work 5 days a week except the executive council, which can use private jets to travel to meetings. And that is the story. It's a company that is under caretakers. It's not under owners, and it's not under people who love airlines. In this business, the workforce knows if you love the thing you are building or if it's just another set of assets to you. At some point, you cannot recover that process.
Sounds vicious. VIX
or
coming
recover
up,
with that.
SPY coming
With
down.
You cannot recover with process what you have lost with love. and I think is probably the most important story of all. There's no visible center of the company, and the people are wondering what they're connected to. Now, again, I read this morning after having read the troubling testimony. There's some real problems at Boeing that need to be fixed, and I'm not exactly sure how they're going to get fixed. But again, this investigation has to include not only Boeing, it's got to include how airlines maintain Boeing products, but it's also got to look at the FAA.
This is the low of yesterday you're dancing at right now,
and,
as VIX is climbing.
Where government has potentially dropped the ball as well. So again, this has to be a detailed investigation, and the end result has to be toward helping Boeing succeed by exposing the truth. So again, I appreciate the hearing.
This is cool and all, but like you guys know Boeing's already been through this.
Participation.
So this is like a whistleblower today?
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson.
But like it's not like Boeing hasn't sat in front of Congress and they've done this and said all of this before.
We're going to take, and I want to.
That's why it's like kind of absurd.
For today's hearing, Sam Salahpour, current quality engineer at Boeing, is
the first time was 2018, 2019 when the 737 Max, the Max 7 fell out the sky because of the MCAS system.
As an aerospace engineer for a NASA
and
contractor,
they got Congressional
and
probes.
17 years as an engineer.
They got investigated. They had hearings
In his role
and testimony.
At Boeing, he monitors production, analyzes defects, and develops strategies.
So this is just a whistleblower.
The kinds of incidents that we've seen from reoccurring.
I'm not saying it's theater work. I'm just saying it's like
to our subcommittee.
This would be like if, rest in peace, OJ. If like OJ got caught up in another murder of a white girl, you'd be like, what the hell, OJ? No, I'm not. You can't be doing this again. We just had this 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I'm not
manager.
Like it's just a little.
This person is
so it's kind of redundant.
Former
maybe that's
senior manager and the current executive director of the Foundation for Aviation Safety. He spent 10 years at Boeing and oversaw teams who manufactured Boeing's 737 MAX airplanes. Prior to joining Boeing, Mr. Pearson spent over 30 years in the United States Navy. I believe you're a graduate of the Naval Academy. Joe Jacobson. Mr. Jacobson is a safety and aerospace engineer who spent more than 25 years at the FAA. He retired in 2021. Prior to joining the FAA, he was an engineer at Boeing for 11 years. He now serves as a technical advisor to the Foundation for Aviation Safety. Dr. Sean Pruchnicki. He has a PhD. He's a professional practice assistant professor for integrated systems engineering at Ohio State University. He is also an aviation safety consultant. He has served as an aviation accident investigator, and he's a former commercial airline pilot. As is our custom, I will swear you in, and then we'll hear your individual testimony. If you would please rise. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is
so these are the guys
truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So maybe I want to know who the one is. The one recently who came out.
Mr. Salahpour,
like a couple days ago.
You may begin. Thank you.
Chairman Blumenthal, Ranking Member Johnson, and the honorable members of this subcommittee. Thank you for convening this hearing. My name is Sam Salahpour, and I'm a quality engineer at the Boeing. I have over 40 years of experience as an engineer. I'm not here today because I want to be here. I'm here today because I felt that I must come forward because I do not want to see another 787. I do not want to see 787 or 777 crash. I have serious concerns about the safety of the 787 and 777 aircraft.
Yeah, this is the guy.
And I'm willing to take on professional risk to talk about them. First, little bit about me. I came to the United States in 1973 and got a mechanical engineering degree from University of Missouri, where Senator Hawley is from. After that, I worked for companies that they were involved in the space shuttle. I had a friend, engineer, that worked on the space shuttle. He was always complaining about the quality of the O-rings that we had in the space shuttle Sararaka boosters. He was scared that they might not they might fail. He raised his concerns, and he was heard, and he wasn't heard. And
This Challenger?
7 brave astronauts,
Yeah.
including the teacher in space, died when the Challenger O-rings ultimately failed, just as he predicted. At the moment, I know that if I were ever in a similar situation, I would have to come up and speak up. I have analyzed Boeing's own data to conclude that the company is taking manufacturing shortcuts on the 787 program that may significantly reduce the airplane safety and the life cycle. Since 2013, there have been serious issues on the 787 program, not properly closing thousands of gaps in its assembly of the fuselage on major joints. Boeing's standard says that these gaps must be closed, usually by a small shim or filler called a shim when they exceed 5/1000ths of an inch. This seems very small. Boeing's PR team like to call it the width of a human hair when you are operating at 35,000 feet. Details are that the size of a human hair can be a matter of life and death. In a rush to address its bottlenecks in production, Boeing hit problems pushing pieces together with excessive force to make them appear that the gaps don't exist, even though they exist. The gap didn't actually go away, and this may result in premature fatigue failure. Effectively, they are putting out defective airplanes. I repeatedly produced reports for my supervisors and Boeing management demonstrating that the gaps in the 787 not being properly measured or shimmed in 2 major joints of the 787.
He said his friend warned about the Challenger. Boeing didn't blow up the Challenger.
29 inspected airplane data, I found gaps exceeding the specification.
Yeah. And this is easy. He's even saying it. This was from a Wall Street Journal a couple of days ago. So this is different than all of the door shit. He's saying that the 787 and the big ones, he's saying that 1,000 planes they manufactured, this little hairline thing he's talking about, he said that there's like a mass production flaw. So this is different than all of the door shit that's gone on recently. And Boeing did not blow up the Challenger. He said his friend worked for the company and warned about the O-rings, and they didn't listen to him. So he had experience, but Boeing is not to blame for Challenger.
I want to make clear that I have raised these issues over 3 years. I was ignored. I was told not to create delays. I was told, frankly, to shut up. At one point, Boeing management got sick of me and raising these issues and moved me out of the 787 program into the 777 program. On the 777 program, I found problems. Again, I found that Boeing started a new process to build the airplane without taking into the consideration of the design of the airplane and how the airplane was designed. As a result, I witnessed severe misalignment when the planes were assembled. Boeing manufacturing used unmeasured and unlimited amount of force to correct the misalignment. And this also weakens the airplane in the long run. I literally saw people jumping on the pieces of the airplane to get them to align. I call it the Tarzan effect, among other improper methods. Again, I raised concerns internally. I was sidelined. I was told to shut up. I received physical
He said they
threats.
He naming shit. That's the ghetto spread.
My boss said I would have killed someone
the ghetto
who said what he
Tarzan.
said
That's the Tarzan effect.
And then
the
this is not a safety culture when you get threatened by bringing issues of safety concerns. I hope that your work on this issue signals to Boeing that they must make real changes and get back to building the airplane safely. I'll be more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we don't have to listen to this, you guys. You know, if you plan on flying, I mean, we could turn it off.
Chair Blumenthal, Ranking Member Johnson,
Who's this
distinguished members of the committee, good morning.
That other guy, though,
Thank
he was
you
the
for
new
inviting
guy.
me today. My name is
I
Ed
don't know who
Pearson.
this is.
My father was a Washington, D.C. homicide detective, and my mom was a nurse. I learned the importance of telling the truth from them, my teachers and coaches, and this was reinforced at the Naval Academy. The military, like all high-hazard jobs, demands that people tell the truth and admit their mistakes because if you don't,
He
people
gives
will
me
die.
Jack Reacher vibes. He
Since
seems
the first
very
Boeing
like
Max airplane crash, I've spent every day thinking about the victims,
this guy
the
seems like
families,
straight,
and the millions of people
like,
that fly
straight
Boeing
edge,
airplanes.
like good guy. I
I've
trust
done
him.
everything I can to continue
I don't know why,
telling the
but like
world
he was like, my dad
the
was a
Max
cop.
airplane
I'm
is
like, I
still
believe you.
unsafe, and to alert authorities to
He
Boeing's
gives me
dangerous
superhero
manufacturing.
vibes.
I'm here today to share 4 key messages. First, the manufacturing conditions that led to the 2 737 MAX disasters.
New low.
Also
VIX
led
new
to the
high.
Alaskan accident,
VIX is about to go
blowout
green.
accident.
Still red on the
And these
day, but
conditions
SPY is now
continue.
lower.
In 2019, I testified
2 points
as a
lower
Boeing
than yesterday's
whistleblower.
low.
I had previously warned the 737 general manager before the MAX crash to shut down the factory. I also warned Boeing's general counsels,
This is it,
the
bro.
CEO,
This
and
is
the board of directors before the second
5037,
crash
man.
to shut it down.
And then
They ignored my
5033.
warnings.
But this is baby
During
level
my
number 1, bro. If you
2019
break
testimony,
here,
I described the chaotic
5,000.
manufacturing,
We're
dysfunctional
making the move.
safety culture,
5033. You're
and the
about to hit
horrible
it.
job government authorities were doing investigating the 2 crashes.
All right,
The
bro.
world is shocked to learn about Boeing's current production quality issues. I'm not surprised.
530. You're
because
flushing
nothing
now.
changed
These are
after
the
2
levels.
crashes. There was no accountability. Not a single person from Boeing went to jail. Hundreds of people died.
5020
and there's been
and then
no
15
justice.
and then like
Unless action is
07,
taken
but
and leaders are held
5,000 on
accountable, every person stepping aboard a Boeing airplane is at risk. Government authorities ignored Boeing's manufacturing problems until the Alaska accident. Passengers shouldn't have to rely on whistleblowers to provide the truth. They should be able to get on airplanes and not have to worry about what model it is, whether it was designed and manufactured to the highest of standards, whether the airline is operating and maintaining it properly, or whether government agencies are providing proper oversight. FAA, DOT, and NTSB leaders frequently state our aviation system is the gold standard. There's a reason commercial aviation has been historically safe, and that's because people worked extremely hard for decades to keep them safe. They told the truth. They admitted their mistakes, and they didn't downplay safety incidents. These agencies have become lazy, complacent, and reactive. The deterioration has been occurring over several years.
Low ticker still
My
gassing.
second point is the gold standard is now fool's gold. Because the only thing that is more dangerous than a dangerous environment is the illusion of a safe environment. 2 brand new airplanes crashed after exhibiting production-related electrical and electronic defects within their first month of operation, and the NTSB did not investigate the factory. The
SPY
evidence
going lower
indicates
again.
the MAX
50,
crashes
30.
were triggered by manufacturing
Baby resistance
defects,
at like
not
50,
MCAS
22,
software.
but
The NTSB
other than
is
that,
investigating
5,000
the
is on
factory
watch,
now.
ladies and gentlemen.
However, the reality is the NTSB is overly dependent on Boeing and the FAA to provide technical assistance in their accident investigations. They are not an independent investigative authority. There is an inherent conflict of interest. The Department of Transportation has been completely useless in helping the FAA do their jobs. They have continued to take a hands-off approach to this entire matter. My third point is, if the leaders of those government authorities, government agencies had done their jobs, investigators would have uncovered a mountain of important information. The FAA would have known Boeing's production processes were a mess and the safety culture was terrible. The FAA could have prevented an ever-increasing list of production quality defects. Instead, they're surprised each time it occurs, showing how ineffective and reactive their oversight has become. Just last month, the FAA reported on uncommanded rolls of MAX airplanes due to wiring that is being chafed. Boeing and the FAA have known about these manufacturing defects for more than 2 years and did not inform the public about this potentially catastrophic condition. There are also Canadian reports of new MAX airplanes with chafed wire bundles containing burn marks and evidence of electrical arcing. Boeing routinely states that their airplanes meet or exceed all safety standards. This is untrue and misrepresents the safety of the airplanes. The company illegally removed thousands of quality control inspections on individual airplanes without the FAA's knowledge and without the knowledge of the airlines. Although many of these inspections have been reinstated, hundreds of airplanes have left Boeing factories without those thousands of inspections. My last point is the Department of Justice and FBI relied on the slanted results of the first MAX accident investigation to develop an illegal and unjust deferred prosecution agreement. The NTSB chair reiterated to Congress last week that Boeing has said there are no records documenting the removal of the Alaska Airlines door. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This is a criminal cover-up. Records do, in fact, exist.
Bro,
I know this because I've personally passed them to the
everything he's
FBI.
talking, these are all the planes he's talking about. I think this is
A 5-minute
777.
testimony is not nearly enough time to explain how insidious the story is. Boeing's corporate leaders continue to conceal the truth. They continue to mislead and deceive the public about the safety of the planes. That is the safety culture
Every
at the top
plane
of the
in the
Boeing
sky
company
right now is a
The
Boeing.
good news is the employees of Boeing and these agencies can overcome poor leadership. We need them to be successful. They're highly capable. They need to be supported and encouraged. And these problems are fixable.
Boeing was already down. It's not really
It starts
reacting
with
to
telling
this
the
at all.
truth. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Pearson.
And then
Mr.
low
Jay-
ticker, very active.
Thank you, Senators.
Couple names, sunrun on
My
that.
name is Joe Jacobson. I'm an aerospace engineer with almost 40 years of experience. I worked for Boeing from 1984 to 1995.
Remember,
on the
Boeing has already
767 and
reacted to in the
777
last couple
programs.
weeks. Like the first
From
guy,
1995
there's
to
been
2021,
follow-ups.
I worked
So
in
it is at
aircraft
the low of the
certification
year.
at the FAA. I retired from the FAA in 2021 and have been volunteering as an independent aviation safety advocate since, mostly in support of the ET-302 families. On November 6, 2018, a week after the Lion Air 610 crash, I received an email from a colleague asking if we had done any issue papers on MCAS. This was the first day that I heard about MCAS. The next day, although not assigned to the crash investigation, I received an email from a colleague at the FAA which contained flight data recorder information from the Lion Air crash. It was immediately obvious to me that the 737 MAX had a serious design flaw. I saw that the horizontal stabilizer was repeatedly moving at a high rate because of a faulty angle of attack input. I guessed that a software error was responsible. A few days later, I was shocked to discover that the airplane was purposely designed and certified to use just one AOA input for this flight critical function. When the House report was released in September of 2020, I finally understood why I hadn't known about MCAS. Boeing meeting minutes from June 2013 recorded the reason, saying, if we emphasize MCAS as a new function, there may be
Yeah, the market
greater
is, I mean, we're right at the
certification
level.
and training
You got a
impact.
couple more baby levels, but
Boeing intentionally
5,000
hid
is
the
on watch
design
right now.
from FAA engineers
And
airline pilots.
push-ups.
Had
Come
we
down,
known,
baby. Get
at
the
least
body
a
moving.
half dozen experienced FAA engineers in Seattle,
least drop your
in the
shoulders
Seattle office
and
would have
relax.
immediately rejected
Just listen about
the
how
original
every
MCAS
plane in
design.
America is unsafe.
Boeing
and then just
concealment
drop your shoulders. while you-
led to
I'm
2
just kidding,
crashes
man. Just
and
drop your shoulders.
346
Relax.
deaths. After working on the recertification of the
Baboosh.
MAX after the second crash, I sent a letter to the parents of Samia Stumo shortly before my retirement in March of 2021. I saw their anger and grief and wanted them to know the true story and not the false narrative presented by Boeing and FAA. Over the last 3 years, Samia's parents have connected me with many other crash families. I frequently communicate with the devastated people who have lost loved ones in the ET-302 crash. I've heard many inspiring stories about those who were lost. Stories about Samia, Mick, Camille, Melvin, Bennett, Danielle, Graziella, and others. The recertification of the MAX has been characterized as the most comprehensive in the history of aviation. This is also a false narrative. During the recertification of the MAX, FAA leadership supported Boeing's effort to narrow the scope to primarily focus on MCAS. MCAS was a mess for sure, but other critical items were off the re-examination table. The MAX crew alerting system doesn't meet current design requirements, and by my count, the old standard.
What happened there? I've never seen YouTube load like that. What the hell is that? What the hell is this? Boeing said, not on my watch. Well, do your push-ups. That's it, man. Stand around. They cut the feed. That's fine. I mean, honestly, I'm not like against it too much because I really don't want to fly on a plane.
Michael, Nadia, Nisha, Catherine, Ike, Chris, Javier, and others don't want this to happen to anyone else. I also have children and grandchildren. Let's work together to fix this now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Pearson.
State University.
Mr. Puget.
Prior to teaching at Ohio State, I was an airline pilot. During my time teaching at the university, I earned my PhD in cognitive systems engineering. Although there have been slight variations in the exact definition, one has been safety culture, one that has been used for years, decades even, are shared beliefs, assumptions, and norms which may govern organizational decision-making as well as
You're still at the
individual
lows.
and
Bonds are
group
near the high.
attitudes about safety. An incorrect understanding of safety culture is that it is commonly referred to as a single concept, but rather it consists of 4 individual specific components, whereas each one provides its own unique actions to the overall concept of safety culture. And without one of these, the element and structure of culture will fall apart. As such, each serves the greater goal of providing a robust, effective, and well-proven safety tool for all high-risk industries, especially given its proven value in aerospace industries. It should be made clear this culture concept is not only for airline operations, but rather any aerospace operation where risk of injury or death is a possibility to employees and/or customer after product delivery. This is extremely important in determining an organization's overall safety culture as they all complement each other. To be successful, organizations may not simply choose simply one or two of these components because they are less expensive or more manageable. In addition, in aerospace, not following all 4 components of the safety culture or just the ones that have less impact, thus to appear to regulators or shareholders that they are being responsive finally and expeditious is not acceptable. This type of action will produce a non-viable, misleading, and potentially dangerous safety culture that will teeter on failure and provide a false sense of security. Let me be clear. When you try to increase productivity without the needed resources and being guided by poor management with only financial focus and the lack of assembly line inspectors, you are always borrowing from safety. You cannot have both. And case in point, this is where we see events like the door blowout with Alaska Airlines. NASA learned the hard way many decades ago, and other organizations, aerospace organizations, have as well, with their new plan to operate when they decided they were going to operate faster, better, and cheaper. And it failed horribly. They learned that you can only have 2 of the 3, never all 3 at the same time, or accidents will happen. When we examine these 4 components of what constructs a safety culture, it appears that Boeing has none of them under control, and there is no evidence that this trend is in fact reversing. This was discussed at the Huntington Beach Conference in February at 2023, which I attended, but there does not appear to be any evidence of such changes to any of the components on the horizon as a string of alarming events continue to unfold. In the safety engineering work, we call these precursors to accidents. And I have never in my decades of aerospace safety work seen so many continuing to arrive one after another. Where is the safety accountability all the way to the CEO where they discuss safety in addition to the money problems, all the way to the top? Some of these companies profess to practice, yet never seem to do that. All safety cultures, both those that have and profess to have a good safety culture and SMS programs, were developed by the FAA and provide guidance how to do that. At Boeing, is there safety accountability all the way to the top? This was discussed after the previous accidents, but where's the evidence for that? In closing, you would think that there would have been made clear after having been directly responsible with the 2 air carrier fatal accidents that at its core causation was 100% about money and about sneaking through the certification process and automation-related component that killed 346 people over money. And yet we still have no proof that these programs have even entered the lexicon of Boeing. Aircraft, despite the hollow comments to the contrary at the Huntington Beach Safety Conference. So it leaves me to wonder, Have we even gone backwards at Boeing? The Alaska Airlines event strongly supports that. My final comment is I have always felt as an accident investigator for over 20 years, and I've always said that with these accidents, maybe the upper management should actually go to these accident scenes and witness what they look like, as the rest of us do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor Brzezinski. I would be happy to talk to you after this hearing is done.
What?
If you,
I was stretching. What's happening, dude?
I want to spare you being removed and just
Dog,
tell
they're
you that
removing
we
a-
will be happy to take those documents and meet with you privately. And we welcome you
Okay, I'll
here.
take that.
We also
That was,
welcome the
that was
presence
peaceful,
of
I guess.
Chris
What?
and Doris Moore, whose daughter Danielle died in the Ethiopia Airlines crash.
Was that him?
They remind us that the seemingly abstract, even antiseptic setting of this hearing belies the fact that there are real people who perished in those two crashes.
Damn,
There are real
son. So I
people
think that's
at
someone
risk
related to one of the
getting
families.
on
Or someone who
airlines
died. They're in there.
right now.
They're in the audience.
No reason to panic, but a reason for deep concern. And we thank everyone who may have documents or information to bring to our attention. We thank you. Professor Brzezinski, what keeps ringing in my ears is that phrase, 100% about money. My understanding about what happened here is that Boeing sought to produce more airplanes more quickly without the necessary testing, inspections, and then sought to conceal and cover up what it knew was happening. Is that aligned with your view of the facts here?
Absolutely. That in fact is part of it, because those things are expensive. And there's more to it. There's other things that go into that process. One of the biggest is the inspectors. Cutting back and getting rid of your inspector staff that looks at all the parts to make sure that these things are assembled correctly. We saw this with the accident, with the Alaska accident.
One of the lessons here is that shortchanging safety with shortcuts is short-sighted. I want to ask Mr. Salapur, for many of us who may not understand the technology or the mechanics here, my understanding of your testimony is that Boeing, in effect,
Yeah, oil's near the low of the
fastened
day.
parts of the fuselage
Gold came off the
together
highs, but it's still up.
using
And then dollar,
force
same thing.
rather than proper shimming, and thereby created a severe risk.
AMD drop. And then UAL, best
use
day
over
since like
time
2020.
And fatigue of the parts and fasteners.
Yeah, man, move around. I'm doing a stretch.
Would create
I'm stretching
risks
around
to
here,
safety.
baby.
Is that roughly
I hope
correct?
y'all moved around.
Yes, sir. I think they are using significant excessive force to squash the gaps before you measure it. If you squash in the gap before you measure it, you don't know what you're getting, because the purpose of that is to measure the gap in its free state. When you squash that with excessive force, basically you're getting false information. If you get the gap measured falsely, you are not going to shim it properly, and it's a danger to the airplane. It's very, very important. Boeing has put out reports that they say that they can lose almost 80% of the airplane life cycle if we don't follow these protocols, which it is the proper shimming, measuring the gap,
One remedy
Yeah.
or one precaution would be proper testing. Has Boeing ever shown you conclusive testing results that would dispel your concerns?
No, sir. First of all, the testing that we're talking about, I have never seen it, any of the information. The second is the airplane is the king. The numbers that you get from the actual airplanes, regardless of what the testing done, that should be considered. And my data that I was using in my assessment is from the 29
Bro,
airplanes
arm flushing
that
now
it was
too?
inspected.
So even then,
Mr.
114
Pearson
wasn't
and
good
Mr.
enough.
Jacobson, you have
Yeah,
very
down another
extensive
$4.
experience with Boeing.
So again, I
What
think
was their statement
90.
to the allegations that Mr.
No,
Salvador
106
has
and
brought to our
then
attention
102
surprise
and
you
then 96.
in light of your experience?
So still a little
Well, I
bit.
just want to say that I can't obviously technically, say that what he's saying is absolutely right. I just don't know that. But I will say that the problem that he's describing, where he's trying to get information and he's basically being told, basically shut up, don't worry about it. And, he's obviously making an effort, a long effort to try to get to the truth. And what should happen is somebody should say, here's the data, here's the information. He shouldn't have to wait until becoming a whistleblower to get that information.
Mr. Jacobson, you worked at the FAA for quite a while. Mr. Pearson and as well Mr. Salvador have been critical, as many of us have been, of the FAA. In fact, Mr. Pearson has brought to the attention of federal authorities information about the potential failings of those investigative steps by federal agencies. Do you think just assigning more inspectors to Boeing from the FAA is a sufficient solution?
Well, certainly having more inspectors is helpful in certain circumstances. I think in the Renton factory, having more inspectors, more of an on-site presence is very important. But the attitude needs to change. The attitude right now is Boeing dictates to the FAA, tells the FAA what they will do, what they will accept, and that needs to change. The FAA needs to be a regulator. They need to do their job, and that's the missing piece right now.
Would it be fair to say that the FAA has been too captive to Boeing?
They absolutely have been too captive to Boeing, and that is one of the big problems that I've seen. Even when we were trying to recertify the 737 MAX, Boeing would try and focus the attention on certain things like MCAS to the exclusion of other parts of the airplane or the design or the manufacturing that needed to be investigated, and Boeing and the FAA went along with that at high levels. They went along with that, the redirect from the Boeing company.
Mr. Salvador, I showed you earlier a photograph of a tire wheel from your car. That bolt was inserted by someone as a threat, perhaps as a risk to you.
Yes, I was losing just air on my tire, and I bring it somewhere, and they say, hey, you have a nail in the tire. That's about 1 month old tire. So I brought it back to the shop that they fixed it, and they fixed it. I went to pick it up, and the gentleman told me that, this nail was
I went straight for, I was stretching
driving.
on the wall. I said, what'd you just say?
I didn't know anything about that. He's the one who brought it to my attention. And I came home, and I had to go all the way back there to get the tire, to just save the tire. It was like 25-mile drive. But anyway, but the bottom line is that, yes, the nail was inserted in there. I believe it happened at work. I have no proof of that.
You mentioned also.
I don't know, man. He's saying my flat tire could have been Boeing trying to
Yeah,
something.
someone told me they're going to kill. They would have killed someone like me if you said something, what you said. So
You hear this?
The FAA issued an absolutely scathing report.
He's saying he got
about
threatened,
Boeing,
essentially, but
and
he has no
Boeing
proof.
has said that it's developing an action plan. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Pearson, should we rely on Boeing to, in effect, develop its own action plan, evaluate itself, and go on about its business? Or do we need continuing investigation?
We absolutely need continuing investigation. And honestly, I'm so tired of hearing about plans. We need action. And you can plan all day long, but if you don't actually carry through with it, it doesn't matter.
You'd like to see action?
Yes, sir.
I think that's one of the common themes here. We need action, not just more talk. I'm going to yield at this point. We're observing a 7-minute round, and we're going to try to stick to it.
7-minute round.
So let me point out, I think the 800-pound gorilla in the room is the tremendous pressure society-wide to keep these planes flying. I mean, if we were to literally ground stop 737s, what would happen to our economy? That's why we don't even like contemplating that reality. But I want to start focusing on the 737 because that's the one issue. You got the 787, then you have the subcontractors, from my standpoint, the three, and then the overall culture of Boeing. But there's a discrepancy between our two witnesses here. Mr. Pearson, you were saying that it was a manufacturing defect, and Mr. Jacobson, you're focusing on the MCAS, which is what the public was all told. It was that control system. And with only a single indicator that
Hasn't
if that
gone
went
down in the last 30 minutes.
So again, that was the
If
story
you want to
told.
make a
What
curl
is the
here,
truth?
man. Very good.
We'll start with you, Mr. Jacobson.
Well, the truth is, it's more than one thing, right? It's the entire system. You have to look at manufacturing. You have to look at also at the design. Since the MAX has gone back into service, this is the list of manufacturing. These are unsafe conditions that are identified by the FAA in the manufacturing area. Engine anti-ice, exhaust duct fasteners, compromised seal and adhesion within the center fuel tank, loose bolts in the rudder assembly, stuck rudder pedals, misinstalled electrical wire bundles in the wing spoilers, and then, of course, the door blowout was also a manufacturing defect. So we have a long list of unsafe conditions from manufacturing defects. We also have a long list, equally long list of design defects. So what that tells me is it's a company-wide problem. It's not.
So the MAX was taken out of service for how long?
It
Quite
was
some
out
time, right?
20 months.
20 months. And again, the public, I was certainly hoping, assuming that 20 months they were able to correct those defects, that they did install more of the indicators, right? So they somewhat fixed that problem. I mean, are all these other problems completely unaddressed, not fixed?
There were many problems that were unaddressed. The crew alerting system is the big one.
I don't know if we're going to get Kennedy.
That one was not addressed. That contributed to the crashes. The pilots had a lot of false indications going off, which delays their response, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. In the meantime, the stabilizer is running, and the nose is running down. So
again, bonds are even higher from the morning.
It's a combination
oil's flushing.
of things that need to be.
It's not like flushing,
What
but it's
do
down
pilots have to say
2%.
about this? I mean, one of my things that comfort me is that pilots are concerned about safety. They do some safety checks even before they get on the airplane.
TLT was
They're
a
the ones
little
that have to
higher
fly these
pre-market.
things. What do pilots have to say about the 737 MAX right now?
Well, I've heard some
QAL's
reports.
still going.
Dennis Tazier has been very vocal.
And then
as an
Boeing-
American Airlines
Boeing
MAX
is, I
pilot.
think, higher now than when
Also
this all
works with
started.
us at the Foundation for Aviation Safety. He's been
And
very
then
vocal
oil
about the
flushing now down
shortcomings of the
2.2.
MAX.
Does he fly them?
8350.
And he still flies them.
He still flies them, and he says, why is Boeing putting all these extra hazards into my cockpit? It's a big enough job to fly this airplane and take care of the passengers in the back. I don't need extra problems to be dealing with, like manufacturing defects, design defects, and they're one after another. There's a long list that I've put in my written
Mr. Pearson, do you have anything to add to that on the 737?
No, I totally agree with Mr. Jacobson. When the investigated the accidents, they narrowly scoped it and they kept it very tight. And as an example of that, when the plane was returned to service, the MAX airplanes were returned to service, they said that they fixed the MCAS software and they provided the pilots the training that they needed. And then they said, we fixed some wiring, but it was unrelated to the accidents. Well, a couple months ago, we found the service bulletin that was sent out to the airlines to fix some wiring. That document was 343 pages long. It identified at least 12 areas on the airplane that had improper electrical installation. And I will tell you that when those planes were being built, we were having repeat problems getting our functional testing done correctly. And this is something that we continued to push and push and push the planes out the door, and we were having difficulty getting our aircraft systems testing. What people don't know, and I'll just give you a couple of examples very quickly, is in the Lion airplane, that sensor, that angle of attack sensor, was removed the day before, replaced with the refurbished sensor.
MU and
On the
XLM.
next flight, the plane almost crashed. On the next flight, it did crash. When that plane hit the ocean, it went right into the seawall. They never recovered that sensor that was just installed, but they had the original Boeing installed sensor, and they tested that sensor, and it had an open circuit in it. It had evidence of arcing and burn marks. And so that that
Google
is an
cuts
example.
workers, moves some roles to other
I'm just
countries.
pointing that out. That this is,
That's getting a level of detail right now. I don't have.
Okay.
Fine. Appreciate that.
You're saying way too much.
Again, I'll keep.
How do
this
we not
shows,
expose
Mr.
this 5
Chairman,
years
what
ago?
we need to get the airlines in here, whether they want to or not. They have to come in here and talk about what they're doing in response to these technical bulletins. We need to get pilots in here. We need to talk to pilots because, from my standpoint, they're almost the last line of defense in terms of safety from the flying public, because they're on that. I would never get on a plane that's autonomous. Never.
Senator, I echo what you're saying, but I think we also need to broaden that aperture. We need to talk to the mechanics and the
I agree.
technicians and all those individuals.
No, again,
Yes,
as
sir.
you said in your testimony, five minutes testimony doesn't even begin to scratch the surface. Hour and a half hearing doesn't even begin to scratch the surface. That's what I said. This needs to be an in-depth investigation. There's a lot of elements to this thing. In preparing for this, I did listen to one NBC News report, and this is on the 787, on this gap, and they were reporting that Boeing had apparently stress tested a plane, 165,000 takeoffs and landings, which is 3 times normal life. They inspected 689 of the 1,100 planes that are in service, 0 evidence of fatigue. So how am I supposed to interpret that?
Well, I think Boeing tries to put a lot of misinformation out there. The problem is that 165,000 was on the original airplane. It did not see the excessive forces that we're talking about. If you haven't done the excessive force on those planes, they just thrown that out there to muddy up the water so that information is so clogged up that they are not. They're saying they done 40,000 tests or whatever. Did they put the information out there? Under what circumstances, what airplanes, what was the situation? None of that is shared. I have asked Mrs. Fall, Lisa Fall, that it was on that thing 2 months ago or 3 months ago. When I met her, I said, hey, I'm going to complain. I'm complaining to her about the 787. She said, I'll have somebody get you the information. You probably haven't seen the information. I have not seen any information whatsoever. As a matter of fact, they're just throwing that
Microsoft
stuff.
to avoid
If you wanna
formal
change
EU
the
probe
information,
over 13
like the
billion
165,000,
OpenAI deal?
Rerun that test with 165,000.
So EU's not probing them anymore?
Force,
No reaction.
show
Spy,
that it's
low ticker
good.
getting pretty
I
active.
got to show you, or just one quick question from Mr. Pearson. You said you had delivered records to the FBI. First of all, how did you obtain those records, and have you heard back from the FBI?
The records were sent to me, and
From an internal whistleblower?
from an internal whistleblower, and I provided those records to the FBI. And again, for the last couple months,
And bonds
there's
going
been,
up. They're about to break. I mean, if it breaks pre-market high, remember,
on the Alaskan
what time is
airline
it?
This is on
In
the
an hour,
Alaskan
you have a
airline.
20-year
Boeing
bond
apparently
auction.
overwrote the video that would have shown.
But yeah, this is the breakout point,
That's just
89.
normal, it's 30
That was
day
pre-market
cycle.
high
It's mainly
on
it's not
TLT.
really, the video's not there to document the maintenance. It's really to document other things potentially, but it's overwritten regularly.
Yeah, I'm talking about the actual documentation that they've been saying has not been available. It is available.
It is available, and the FBI
and it has been available for months.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Johnson. We're going to go to Senator Marshall, then Senator Hassan, and Senator Hawley.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Salapore, you've described several significant events since you came forward with your claims. One was the nail in the tire. You described your life was being threatened. Do you feel that this style of retaliation against you has been part of Boeing's efforts to silence and prevent you from sharing your story?
I think the retaliation, somebody even was calling me on my personal phone, time after time. This is my personal phone,
Well, what were they saying?
Well, my boss was calling me there, and for 40 minutes, he kind of berated me and chewed me out. I have a work phone that he can use, but he's calling you on your personal phone, and it reminds me of people who they stalk people or something like that. They call you on your personal phone to let
Spy
you know
going
that
lower.
they know where
Q's
you
on
live,
the
they know
high.
where you are,
VIX is
and
now
they
in the
can hurt you.
green.
And, after the threats and after this, it's like, it really scares me. Believe me.
He doesn't
But
seem
I
like
am
he's
at
been
peace.
threatened that much. I mean, I don't know.
Something happens to me,
I want to hear
I am
like
at peace because I feel like
they cut
by
my
coming
water.
forward, I
They
will be
followed
saving
me.
a lot of lives.
Like, I
and
want to
I'm
hear
at
some
peace.
gang
Whatever
stalking or
happens, it
something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't hear
Well, we
none.
certainly do appreciate you
He just
coming
got a flat
forward
tire and a phone
and
call.
certainly the brave and courage it takes for all of you to do this. Do you think that there was a culture of retaliation?
Commander of
against
Iran's
whistleblowers
enemy air force
at Boeing?
says forces are ready to execute orders using
Absolutely.
Soviet
And also,
Sukhoi
there's a
Su-24
culture of
bombers against Israel.
when you
Iran
address
International.
the quality issues, and that's all I have
I'm getting
done.
an
I
Iran
haven't
headline, but
made it personal.
again,
All I've
oil's
done
literally
is said,
dying
hey,
right now.
We are not measuring the gaps
Oil just hit another
properly.
low, down
We are
2.5
not
right
filling
now.
the gaps properly. Then you get threatened and this and that. All I'm trying to say is that system needs to be changed.
Do you still have your job?
I have my job. The only reason I have my job because I had my attorneys. We filed for the whistleblower system before I spoke up this time.
What's it like when you go back to work?
Well, last time, if you can think of it, I went to a meeting on the 777, and I brought up my concern in that meeting to say that the way we build in that airplane,
I mean,
it does
oil would go
not,
up if there's more
correlate
war
to what
fears,
the
but then
design
again,
of the airplane
you did watch
is.
it go down on the
Because of
attack
that,
too,
we are
but
resulting in a
I think
lot
you're
of
just dumping right now.
misfires,
Again, we're
you
we're
know,
on 5,000 watch. Bro,
misfires and a
5019,
lot
you
of
broke the
problems.
5022
You know,
now.
after 300
That's it, you
plus
guys. I mean,
airplanes,
you
we
may
should be
stop at
able
like
to make that
5,007,
airplane. And,
5,009,
my boss said, come on
but
into the meeting,
that's
pulled
it.
me
We're
out
probably
of the
going to
meeting,
5,000 here today.
and,
Or we'll get right there and
called
then
me
have to
on
do
the
it
phone
tomorrow.
and says, I throw the person under the bus by asking the question, what are we doing to make our design compatible with our build system to overcome these,
Maybe
mislocated
5,008,
holes and
5,007,
this and that.
5,008. We'll
And
see.
then he says, what was my intention? And really berated me. And a week later, he was going to talk about that again. I thought, it's resolved, but the way
5018, new low.
to me about that.
Yeah, that was a
Why
flush.
should you even
And
be
Boeing even went down with it too. And
prosecuted
Microsoft there.
for something that all you're doing is saying, hey, the design that we used to have, we went to determinate assembly, it's not working. What can we do? Have you guys thought about anything to bring that so that they are compatible?
So your intention was to build a safe airplane?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nasdaq's down 1.
I want to try to
0.9.
understand this.
Okay.
The diagram
SPY down
shows
0.5, Russell
Titus,
down
this is
0.6,
a
Dow Jones
Boeing
down
777.
0.4.
Yes.
And you're talking about where these
Volume.
joints come together.
Yes.
Kind
I'm
of low,
talking about
honestly.
the one on the most forward between,
Six.
right there.
Yeah, we're just under
and one
hours.
in the
Volume's a
half.
little lower.
That's a 41.
But again, this is beyond what you priced in on the week now. And you've literally, you've broken this 5,100
and
here.
then
Or
one
whatever
on
the
the
5,000
axle.
was.
Instead of shimming them, they're basically just using force to bring them together, and you're
Absolutely.
concerned that it hurts the composite.
Well,
And-
it just violates every one of our common practices because you don't force stuff together. Because when you force stuff together, you increase the stress concentration on that. If you think of a paper clip, if you bend it back and forth, after a little while it breaks.
Yeah, speaking of
Bro,
action,
oil
that's
just
what I wanna
flushed
talk
there
next
too.
about
Oil
is
flushed to 83,
action.
hit
I'm not sure
82.98.
if
Now it's
any of
back
you are
up, but
familiar with NIAR,
just hit a new
Wichita
low.
State University, the National Institute of Aviation Research. They
Uber
specialize in
on the low.
aerospace
Low ticker's
R&D,
still pretty
including
active
composite
though.
advanced
Even Google
materials,
now. Again,
and they do
Microsoft
wind
and then
tunnel-
even Boeing,
wind
what we're
tunnel
listening
testing, where they
to.
would take an
VIX is
entire
back to the
wing and
green.
entire
I don't think it's
fuselage
higher than yesterday,
from a plane
but
like this and stress
it's
testing.
climbing.
Mr. Jacobson, do you feel like that type
Yeah,
of
we were at
stress? I want to get
1950.
we have different opinions, but that's where I would have confidence, and America would have confidence if there was stress testing. Take some of these randomly and do that stress testing, or maybe it's already been done. I don't know.
Well, I'm not a structure specialist, so I can't really comment on the details of any of those sort of hypotheticals. But I mean, in general, all of this, there's design, then there's testing, there's quite a process, and you can't violate any part of that process. If you violate
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Is anybody else familiar with NIAR and that type of stress testing when you put them in, do wind tunnel testing? on these. I just think that that's the action that I would have confidence in as a scientist who have tested thousands of jets and airplanes and are experts in composite to see exactly if this is a challenge or not. I think that would be a great answer to this question. That's action. Go ahead, Mr. Salvatore.
One thing that I want to, the issue that we're talking about is pressurizing the fuselage from the inside.
Okay.
When you pressurize and depressurize, basically, that's, we call a flight cycle. Every time you go up and you come down, that's one flight cycle.
I'm sure that we can reproduce that at NIAR. So I think it's a great point, though. And lastly, my last question is, it feels like the FAA and the DOT has dropped the ball as well here, though. Mr. Pearson, go ahead. And this is the action.
I'm sorry, it was the DOT and the
FAA.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, people don't understand. The FAA is a subordinate agency to the Department of Transportation, and as the FAA has been struggling with revolving leadership and everything else, there's been numerous opportunities for the Department of Transportation to get involved and engaged. And what we've seen from them is nothing. They just kind of are on the sidelines.
So to me, the action would be to ask the staff to sit down with the FAA and the DOT and the people and some type of report. We can't bring them in here for another 6-hour hearing, but I would love to see a little bit more report on how they would defend themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, if I could just add, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we met with the head of the FAA and the Deputy of Secretary of Transportation in March 8th. Our foundation did, and we met with them, and we went through 35 problems, and we made recommendations to each one, and we said we offered to assist whatever we could because we want them to be successful. But they need to get in the game, is all I can tell you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Marshall. I might just point out, we've been in touch with the FAA. We hope that they will appear at a hearing as well, and they've issued a scathing report detailing the findings of an expert panel review of Boeing's management practices. The panel found, for example, quote, a lack of awareness of safety-related metrics at all levels of the organization, end quote. So I'm hoping that the FAA will be cooperative and aggressive in our continuing investigation as well. Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Blumenthal and Ranking Member Johnson, for holding the hearing today. Thank you to all of our witnesses for appearing today, as well as your commitment to aviation safety and protecting the public. To Chris and Clarice Moore, thank you for being here. I am so sorry for your loss. The picture of your daughter is a reminder of the reason we're here today and why aviation safety is so important. So thank you for being here. And to Mr. Salvatore, you mentioned in your testimony,
Meta.
as I understand it,
TikTok
that the
starting
Challenger
today.
disaster was a wake-up
TikTok
call
notes
and
available
an
for
example
download
of
and
why
limited
safety is so
testing
important.
in
The
Australia
teacher
and
who was
Canada.
lost in that disaster was Krista McAuliffe from Concord, New
They have
Hampshire.
unleashed
and her loss is still
the
felt
TikTok
today,
notes.
as is her example. Thank you for invoking her memory today. And I wanted to start with a question to you, Mr. Salvatore, and apologies if some of this has been covered because we are in and out, but as a whistleblower, you raised 2 safety concerns regarding quality controls during the manufacturing and assembly process. Can you describe the internal Boeing culture?
I think it's
around
supposed to be their,
reporting safety and quality
what the heck is a
concerns?
TikTok note? It's supposed to be their
Right
Instagram
now,
competitor.
Basically, I have very, I guess, negative attitude towards the quality concern. When I bring something to my boss to say, we have problems with this, and he prevents me from even documenting and prevents me from even sending the information to the SMEs, the subject matter experts, to me, that's a problem. A quality manager telling you not to write your concerns and not to send it to the the subject matter expert to just, let's say, I don't know for sure. They close a gap of like 3/4 of an inch without shim. You know, that's concerning. Our rules are 010. So I said,
Bro,
you know, I want to write
still
that, but
ripping?
don't send it.
So not
my
only
Boeing
were
back
you
up.
discouraged and really told not to document it, what's your impression of how comfortable other Boeing personnel
14,
are
we
with
should have played
raising
the
their
UALs.
concerns to
At
management,
first, I was like,
both
all right,
before
I'm
and after
glad,
you
but
came
now
forward?
you could have got those
Well, I think
intraday.
it's very negative. It's really
So
they
earnings
think
is still
that,
alive
you know,
and
like
well,
we
no
had
matter how you feel.
situation where
You're watching a
they
company
had
rip
debris in the-
14% still
in the gap,
after a
and
report.
my friend put some inspections in there, and the boss was telling him that, you know, are you trying to stop the production? You know, those are significant problems that, you know, if you don't inspect, you have to inspect to get a good quality airplanes out.
Right.
And what I'm trying to say is the attitude at Boeing from the highest level is just to push the defective parts regardless of what it is, unfortunately.
So what you're really saying is from the top down, people are discouraged from coming forward, and so people are quite reluctant to come forward in this culture.
Absolutely. And, you know, the fact that I asked for the data from, I complained to Mrs. Fall, you know, and she said she'll have somebody send me the information on 787. To this date, I haven't received any.
Okay. So another question for you, sir. In 2020, Congress reformed safety and certification requirements for aircraft manufacturers following the 737 MAX disasters. What was your experience with how those reforms were implemented and whether Boeing appropriately followed them?
My personal opinion, from what I've seen from bottom up, it's been nothing.
Okay. And Mr. Jacobson, as a former FAA official, do you have any thoughts about how effective that agency was in implementing and overseeing those reforms?
The attitude from day one was not good at upper levels of the FAA. The message that I heard right after AXA was passed was, we're already doing all of this. So that's the wrong attitude from day one.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I saw, I tracked a lot of the implementation of AXA, working with Senator Cantwell's office, and what I saw there was kind of a half-hearted look at all of these recommendations and requirements. They tended to lump them all together and called them work streams and said, we've got that covered. That's in this work stream or that work stream. And instead of taking each individual provision very seriously and attacking them, that was not the attitude.
Thank you. This is a question to both Mr. Pearson and then again to Mr. Jacobson. You both raised concerns about the 737 MAX, one of you directly with Boeing and the other with the FAA. Given the safety failures that have led us to this hearing, how can Congress better empower whistleblowers, protect them from retaliation, and reestablish a willing adherence to safety standards? So we'll start with you, Mr. Pearson.
As I said, Senator, you know, we really shouldn't have to rely on whistleblowers. But with that said, I think that all these programs need to have much more oversight, because what happens, for example, right now, if a Boeing employee wants to submit a whistleblower report to the FAA, they submit a hotline report, and those hotline reports go in, and then it could take months potentially for them to investigate it. And sometimes we've been told that employees don't really know what happened. And so I think that there's a lot more, it needs to be a lot more attention. And again, I think what we need to talk about is leadership at all levels, not just at the senior level, but even at the very frontline level. We need to treat people with respect, and we need to value these employees. And I think that will help a long way. I think we're not providing enough training to these employees. I know that in the factory, and we're putting individuals in responsible jobs, and they need a lot more training. And I think that will help a long way of preventing having to use whistleblowers.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that Mr. Whitaker, the new FAA administrator, will really take on the challenge of changing the culture at the FAA so that FAA is back to doing their job as a regulator. If they just rubber stamp everything that the manufacturers do, then it's really they're not doing anything useful. And so we need to get back to them doing a useful job as regulators.
Thank you for that. And Dr. Prushnicki, I have a question for you, but I am out of time, so I will submit it for the record. I'm just really looking for your recommendations about how to eliminate these grave safety risks, so we'll submit that for the record. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Hassan. Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for convening this hearing. Thanks to each of the witnesses for being here. Mr. Salapore, let me just start with you. I just want to back up and make sure I understand your testimony because it seems extraordinary to me. And I'm reading the letters that you've submitted from your attorney when you first contacted the FAA, when you contacted the committee. So my understanding is you worked on both the 787 and the 7777, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you identified major safety concerns with both of these lines,
Yes, sir.
And you identified these to your superiors.
Yes, sir. I have written many memos time after time that we can provide.
Over a period of years, I think.
Yeah, this is like 3 years. For the 787, it's been 3 years of effort.
And so your concerns, who knew about your concerns? How far up the chain do you know that they went?
I have gone as high as Mark Stockton and Lisa Fall, who's the vice president.
The vice president of the company? Yes. So they were and are aware of these major safety concerns. And this is what you do for a living. I mean, you're an engineer, right? I mean,
I'm an engineer. I went to quality about 3-4 years ago. And when you put your quality hat, we are the eyes and ears of the public for the safety of the airplane. That's how I feel about our job. And so I have, when I see concerning information or concerning, let's say, production issues, then it is our responsibility to make sure that, if we are causing the airplane to have increased risk factors, our job is to eliminate those risk factors.
Are these planes safe?
Right now, I would not. It's like an earthquake. The big earthquake is coming, but when that hits the building that, let's say if you're talking of a building.
Okay, I'm from California. I'm not as scared.
Accommodate that type of a, let's say, shakeup.
I'm going on a trip this
properly.
summer.
Right
That's
now,
not that
from
bad.
what I've seen, the airplanes
Still,
are not
I think
being
Boeing
built
shit, but
per
that's not. You said
spec
earthquake.
and per requirement.
So your testimony is the 787 line and the 7777,
Are like
the
an
777 line, are you think are not?
Well, they are doing stuff that increases the risk factors. Okay, when you increase the risk factors, it's not just one.
Why don't you just say if it's safe or
stress
not?
Concentrations.
We went through this
that
whole
those
thing for an
stress
hour already.
concentrations, like, breaking a paper clip, you do it once or twice, it doesn't break, but it breaks at some time.
Now we're talking
As the
paper
plane
clip
gets
again.
older, all of these things that, you took, you said it's not a safety issue, it becomes a safety issue.
And the company's response to you was to threaten you?
Threaten you, sideline you, transfer you.
You raised concerns about the 787, and so they transferred you to the 7777.
I am getting,
right?
Well,
yes, a
Initially,
little
they
bored, but
just
also,
cut me
the
off of
market's
all
pretty
the
exciting
meetings.
when you're seeing it
They
drop,
took my
but
name out, and
I'm
then
also
I was
wondering
just
why
doing
he's not
nothing. I
saying
wasn't
it.
informed of what.
He doesn't
Then
seem
they
like he's
transferred
not
me,
saying,
and they
like-
do it pretty stealthy.
We've gone through
we
a
have
lot.
a job over here. We
Intel
want to
builds
go over
world's
there.
largest
So they move you
neuromorphic
down there,
system.
and
We already
I
had
come
that one
from
earlier.
like 40 years of engineering
Spy
background.
going lower, though.
So when I see, and I've taken a lot of stress classes, even though I'm not a specialist on that, but when there's a problematic area that you see, you can recognize.
So I just want to make sure I got the sequence right. So you raise these concerns, you get on the 787, you get transferred over to the 777, you raise the concerns there. They ignore it in both. They haven't addressed any of these concerns. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, they start to threaten you. You're talking about your boss calling you on your personal phone and berating you. And when did that start?
He used to call me on my
that
cell
started
phone.
right after when I said, we
Late night
have
when
made over
Boeing
300 plus
was
airplanes. We still don't know how to put the load themselves. What I mean by that, if you build in an airplane, build in a house, it's like, putting the foundation.
Oh.
Okay. We have made over 300 airplanes. We still changing our process, like build the foundation to put the airplanes.
You're back near the low, 2 points off of it.
That because they have changed the process, from stable to unstable situation. They're not building the same datums that we were building. So you're causing your own problem, but you don't want to admit it. Just force fit the problem, forfeit the misaligned holes and everything else and move on. And that's what they have been doing. And that's what I have brought up to their attention. I told my boss that I said in the report, I said, we have made 300 plus airplanes. That should have been more than adequate for us to resolve these things. All the problems that we've had, we put Band-Aid over Band-Aid.
While we're down, well, remember yesterday, the lag with bond yields.
Maybe we need to
so again, bond yields went a little higher again too, but
a little bit of GDP
I think the chip
to
earnings
out what the problem
is
is.
starting to weigh here
right
after the first couple of hours. But
to my desk,
I mean, your
and
first big thing of the day,
like
UAL was
he
good.
Made the threat,
Chips
and
were
then
bad.
After that, he says, "Are you in or are
and
you out?"
Dealing with Powell's comments
Are you in
yesterday
and
as
are you
well.
out
Don't
with
forget
Boeing?
about that.
I mean, are you going to be a good citizen and keep your mouth shut? Was that the implication?
That's how I can interpret that. He would walk by me and he said, "You better." Then he said, "I want you to write it in writing. Tell me, are you in or are you out?"
Put it in writing whether or not you were going to.
I'm in or out, and what that means, are you going to just
Shave, don't
shut
worry.
up?
Right.
That's all.
That would be
20-year auction
you
in 30
in,
minutes.
You needed to be quiet. You needed to stop this. Don't say anything more. Certainly don't tell the public.
That's how I interpreted it. But he told me to write it in writing, and I'm trying to write it, and there was 10 emails. Just because I haven't received your email on this, send it to me, and this and that.
So then he's pressuring you. I mean,
then he's pressuring you, and then his manipulation even got further than that. I'm trying to take a class on my own time that I have to flex the time. He wouldn't let me do that. I have a doctor's appointment. He cancels my doctor appointment at the same day. I mean, different manipulating different things to retaliate, to make your life miserable. And then, I started talking to go somewhere else. You just try to escape from that because this is hell. That I was subjected to.
This
and
is
then
the Boeing
threatens
whistleblower,
you
but
with that, and really, with my background, I've had some. It's really has made me where 3 o'clock in the morning.
The other guys everyone's related to something different. That's the crazy part. So he has new claims. The other two are related to the other Boeing mishaps.
It is unbelievable to me that in the midst of this safety crisis at this corporation, that what they're doing is threatening their own engineers, whose job it is to help identify potential safety concerns. And rather than saying, you know what, you've got a point, we need to maybe do something about this, they're telling you to hide it, they're reassigning you, they're threatening you, they're trying to shut you up. In the meantime, I noticed this guy, Dave Calhoun, I think he's the CEO, I guess he's leaving at the end of the year. I wonder how much he's getting paid. I bet it's a lot.
Yes, it's a lot more than my pay grade.
I bet it's a lot more than your paycheck.
Yeah.
I bet it's a heck of a lot.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing. I think we're just scratching the surface here, but this is extraordinary. It's just extraordinary. Thank you.
I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Giving us the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Hawley. And again, I just want to say I could not agree more with the points that have been made about the need for continuing investigation by our subcommittee, as well as by the FAA and the Department of Justice. And I'm anticipating we'll have strong bipartisan consensus about the next steps that we will take. But we're going to have another round of questioning. It's going to be shorter than I would like.
Is it over?
Because we have a deadline for being in our chairs in the United States Senate on the floor for a completely unrelated purpose. But I want to kind of begin where Senator Hawley ended. Mr. Salpour, in your testimony, you told us that since 2021, multiple colleagues have told you about sharing your concerns. Most of them have not come forward. Why?
It's the fear. I mean, if you think of how much
oil's down
problem
3
I
now?
have created,
Habibi.
By coming up with my.
And then Microsoft, that's going down. They actually held up pretty good. Yeah, oil's back at 82.70 now. So oil's dumping. Oil's giving up now a couple of weeks of gains.
That thing should not have happened.
Oil's now back to almost break even on the month.
Faulty engineering.
So prior oil was
exactly
up
what we have here.
almost 10% on the month. Shit.
That they're trying to shove on our throats.
So another like $1.20 on oil.
Whatever
and then
we
yen
do,
popping
it's okay.
too.
From one side, they put reports that it says it's not okay from other side when they violate it, they try to whitewash the influence.
Whitewashing,
Whitewashing the spec to say it's not important for the spec, the spec, if we don't meet it, it's not that big of a deal, let's just push the airplanes out. And then the attitude of the people for...
Dude, you're right near the low, so you're literally still hugging the low.
Being receptive, because of the threats or anything else, that's because of that people haven't come forward.
You've been very careful in the way that you have phrased the potential danger here. You talked about the increased risk.
Yes.
One could compare it to something a little bit like Russian roulette. We never know exactly
when it's going to happen,
when or where or how it's going to happen, but fatigue building and the potential vulnerability of that fuselage to tearing apart is a risk that has been increased. And it's a risk that should never have been increased.
Absolutely.
And yet these processes are continuing, are they not?
Yes, sir. From what I know, it's continuing. And right now, Boeing is coming back and really, remember, whatever they put out there, they say that everything is okay because they never learn from their mistakes. That's what the really significant thing that I want to take from this is that they never learn. It's like a lie. When you say one lie, you have to lie 10 more times to cover that lie. Hey, we made a mistake, let's correct it and move on. But that's not what's happening.
You've referred to numerous memos that you've written. I have one of them, which is a 2021 memo. The recipient of it has been deleted, but the memo speaks volumes, in my view. And one part of it, one sentence, I think, is kind of a coda for the lesson that Boeing should have learned. And I'm quoting, "Kicking me out of the program because I am raising safety concerns over the unintended consequences of the increased fit-up forces and potential escapements as a result does not help anybody." It does not help anybody. It doesn't help Boeing.
No.
At all. And again, this focus on stock price, on quarterly profit, on money over safety is a bad investment. It is malpractice beyond simply a broken safety culture. The expert panel of the FAA said something that I thought was pretty telling. Quote, "A safety culture is not something that springs up ready-made from near-death experience. Rather, it emerges gradually from the persistent and successful application of practical and down-to-earth measures, like giving you a bonus for your courage and your insights, rather than, in effect, threatening and penalizing you."
Yes.
Dr. Pruchnicki, am I correct in that kind of observation about safety culture, that it has to be the result of persistent, step-by-step, down-to-earth actions by management that is really committed to safety, not just in word, but in deed, and it has to put its money where its mouth is?
No, you're exactly right. And this is part of the 4 parts of a safety culture, that you do have these reward systems in place, and you are proud when people come forward like this, and you embrace that and you celebrate that. And there's many different ways you can do that. Various companies can do this. But if I may take this time to just add one thing very quickly, is one part of a healthy safety culture is that the accountability goes all the way to the top of the company, all the way to the CEO. And when I go to help companies, with their safety culture problems, I talk to CEOs. And one of the questions I ask them is, how much time do you spend weekly with your safety department? Because different companies might spend time with their marketing people, their finance people, and all their money people. And what I find across the board is they don't spend time with their safety people. Yet they say they're accountable and they sign documents they're accountable. And most of the time they'll tell me, well, this person meets with them or whomever. That is not accountability to the top. And I tell them that, well, if you have time to meet with marketing and your finance people, then you should have time to meet with your safety people weekly. And if I had time to talk to Boeing, I'd be fascinated to know how many times per week their CEO people actually talk to their safety people. That shows accountability. It would be an interesting answer to that question.
So deans of business schools across the country and CEOs of corporations, big and small, are you listening? Will you take a lesson from Boeing's experience?
Yeah, because if they're not doing this, they're wrong, flat out. And we've seen this time and time again with accidents. And I go all over the world and I help companies straighten this out. It's flat out.
I'm going to yield to Senator Johnson.
So let me just underscore, from my own manufacturing background, I think the key to a safety system, quality system, is accountability. In my little plastics manufacturing plant, every roll of plastic that went out had the operator's name on the name tag, on the roll tag. If that was rejected, we knew exactly who produced that, who approved it. And so accountability is crucial, which takes me back to the 737 MAX and the deferred prosecution agreement. First of all, I want some clarity. Was it or was it not the MCAS system that caused that crash?
The MCAS system, Senator, was obviously played a significant role, so did the lack of pilot training. But as Mr. Jacobson has said, there was other factors, and our analysis, my analysis, shows
Habibi,
that
new
those
low,
airplanes
man.
also had
So again, you're 2 points lower than the last one, or like 1.5.
Mr. Jacobson?
But 5016.
Yeah. So
Again, maybe 5,008, 5,007. Other than that, 5,000 is the next level of support.
Well, the sensor.
And then bonds off the high.
Mr. Pearson has talked about.
UAL seems to be the
sensor
only thing
showed,
up. I can check the breakdown now,
problems.
actually.
The original sensor on the Lion Air airplane showed a lot of manufacturing defects when it was examined.
7 green on the Dow, 23 red.
What I found curious
27
was
green on the
after
NASDAQ,
Ethiopian
74
crash, they
red.
said the sensor was taken off by a
SPY,
bird.
192 green,
They had no
311
evidence
red.
for that, none whatsoever, but they concluded that it was the bird that did it. And so I think it's much more plausible and likely that it was a electrical fault of some sort, either arcing or something like that.
So of all the troubling testimony that I've read here leading up to this hearing, what I've heard here today, probably the most troubling is the fact that Boeing did not notify regulators of this significant change in the MCAS system. I mean, would you agree with that?
I would. I think both crashes would not have happened if they've been fully transparent and forthcoming with the design
So we come back to accountability.
Yes.
Has anybody been held accountable for concealing that from the FAA? I mean,
Dude, low ticker, it's still going.
300 some lives were lost. Again, my condolences, those family members of those.
So literally, you're right at the low within half a point.
This
About to
was
set
beyond
another one.
negligence. This is an overt act. And nobody has been held accountable in any way, shape, or form, financially, losing their job, criminally held liable.
Look, we've been dancing around an issue here that, quite frankly, being a systems engineer, I design a lot of automation and the interaction between human and automation. And what they did is quite obvious. They snuck the MCAS system through the certification
Bonds are just right where we
process.
opened up at.
Period. It's that simple. But they did that over money, sir.
Is that or was that criminal? Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a prosecutor. Is that criminal? Do we have laws on the books?
I can't answer
that type of what's the right word? Not evasion. I mean, was that criminal behavior? Should somebody been held liable criminally?
I can't answer if that's criminal, but as a cognitive engineer, I can tell, and I know how the certification process works, and I know how this accident works. They snuck it through the process, and it was all about money. It was all about getting those airplanes to Southwest, and it was all about money, and that's why those people died.
Has the deferred prosecution agreement been made public, or is that sealed?
I'm not aware if it's been made
It
or
has,
not.
it has been made public, Senator, and it's an
So again,
absolute,
man, I think the delay is a little
probably
bit
the
at
most
work. Remember
embarrassing thing in my
yesterday,
career I've
bond
seen
yields
is-
had the
is
gap
how those
again.
families
Markets
were
still
treated.
held up.
And that deferred
Now
prosecution
today we're
agreement
still lower.
should
We're at the
never have
low, and
happened.
then bond
It was
yields chilled. They
absolutely
might close
criminal
up
that they
today,
did
but
that. It was
for now.
it was just
So
heartbreaking.
And then
who's
remember,
in charge
Powell
of
was
that?
hawkish
That is
yesterday and bad
prosecution.
chip news.
Who agreed to that?
That's the Department of Justice that
Let me
agreed to
just
that.
intervene, since I am a former United States attorney and a
Onomatopoeia sound like money, make a
the
motherfucker.
Department of Justice deferred prosecution agreement is public. In fact, I was very critical of it at the time it was
The
reached.
bond auction is in 20
And I've
minutes.
heard since then
I'm
that
kind of
the
even down.
Department
I don't
of
know. Do you guys
Justice
want to keep listening to this,
investigated whether,
or
in fact, it has been
we're
violated
near the lows? You might get a
and
baby
raises
bounce. Bonds are coming off the
very
high,
pertinent
but
and important
we have the
questions.
bond auction in 20
Mr.
minutes, and that'll
Pearson
be
has
like
raised
the
it as
only
well.
event.
He's presented evidence that the Department of Justice should consider through the FBI. We have brought to the Department of Justice's attention evidence that should be considered.
It is
They're
pretty
gonna have to make a
interesting. I'm not
judgment.
gonna lie.
We can't, because we're not
Comparatively to
prosecutors.
anything else, we've
But
like a banking
accountability
thing. Like this is.
And that is the reason I'm going.
I
down
have
the side
calmed
of
down. I thought I
questioning is
wasn't going to want to fly by the end of
accountability
it, but then when
all
homeboy
along
wouldn't
the
answer if it was
process.
safe or not,
Within the
and
company,
compared it
within
to an
their quality
earthquake.
system, their top
I
management.
earthquake my ass
But
out
then
of it,
the
you know what I'm saying?
FAA, and then Department of Justice, when they see the evidence, not doing anything about it. And again, I'll go back to the reality of the fact that we all want Boeing to succeed, that we don't want to think that there are conditions in these planes that should really force regulators to ground these planes, what that would do to our economy, what that would do to people's lives. I mean, that's just a reality. It's an awful reality, but that's what we're all facing. I think that's what's driving the lack of accountability. People don't want to be held accountable because people don't want to take the actions that might be required here. I think
Senator,
that's just an awful reality.
I just want to emphasize again that the airlines play a huge role in this, right? They obviously want airplanes. They need airplanes to do their, what they want to do, but they have a very much a responsibility to make sure
The dollar
those
came
planes are
down
safe.
a little bit,
I'll
too.
just give you an example. We did an analysis, and in Alaska Airplanes, we did it. We produced this. We published this thing in September 2023. They had 53 brand new MAX airplanes. We found over 1,200 aircraft system malfunction reports that they had submitted to the FAA, 1,200 on 53 brand new planes within 2 years old. And I'm not talking tray tables or headrests. I'm talking the systems that Mr. Jacobson's been talking about. So we need to make sure that those things are investigated and resolved, and they're supposed to be.
Which is why I've reached out to the airlines. I've talked to a couple CEOs. We need to talk to their pilots. We need to get their mechanics. We need all these people talking together. Just individual hearings aren't going to do it. I mean, this requires a full-blown investigation with all these people being interviewed, people feeling free they can come before us with whistleblower protection, either staying anonymous or provide whatever protection we can. Again, we need a lot of information. We need a lot of witnesses. We have an awful lot of information to uncover and discover here, a lot of truth to be exposed. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing.
Let me just conclude, and I would like to continue this hearing, but Senator Johnson and I will be held accountable if we're not in our seats on the floor of the United States Senate.
SPY going lower. This is about to wrap up. 50-13. So 13 points away. Again, it was like 16 points to fill the gap this morning, but you're about to be there at 5,000 flat. You have not been there in a while, my brother. In a while.
My colleague for his very understandably passionate and insightful comments, which I share about the need for accountability as a prosecutor. Accountability is about deterrence. It is about teaching lessons with real consequences for intentional mistakes and wrongdoing. And I'm hopeful that we will be in touch with the Department of Justice to indicate our interest in cooperate.
I mean, a bad bond auction, I don't know if it'd be a black swan, but it definitely would not help you out. Bond auctions in 17 minutes, 20 year. It's usually bad, too.
And also documents that
on
may
top
be
of that.
submitted by others.
And then the video is getting a little smashed here, down 2.5,
that there
a
will
little
be
more.
Others who will come forward. So thank you all.
Damn,
for being
down
here
3-3
today.
now?
This hearing is adjourned.
This hearing is adjourned. To see. That must have felt so awesome to just do that and smack the gavel and then it ends. All right. It was good. I was getting Boeing fatigued. You know, I was landing. I was falling out the sky. No? Okay, never mind. Okay, bad Boeing joke. But it was interesting. I'm not as scared as I thought I would be. Okay, I'll tell you that much. I'm not as scared, but definitely some of you may be a little bit more scared by the market. I mean, once again, you guys realize we're going down. We're making the approach towards 5,000 right now, but you guys realize this has been what? 5 out of like 6 days have been down or something like that. So we're down over 4.5% on the month. So keep that in mind because this the 4.5% bonds, just, I don't know. I mean, who knows how long it'll keep lasting, but it does seem like the bearishness from 4.5 has definitely ding. You're definitely getting that movement there. So bonds, I like I was just showing there, they were talking, but I've been telling you about that delay, and I think it hit. I mean, yesterday the bonds gapped, hit right under 4.7 again, then chilled out. Today the bonds chilled out. Today the market comes down. Yesterday the market calmed down while the bonds went crazy. So we'll see how it keeps continuing. Again, only data you have 15 minutes till the bond auction. At this point, I just think it's all about momentum. I mean, you're 10 points away. You're 10 points away, my brother. 10 points away. So we'll see what happens. But my goodness. Pretty wild. Again, some chip makers more than others, and that's what I was saying. Part of today, I mean, UBS wasn't the best bank, but like if you go look at XLF is going break even right now. Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, they actually held up pretty decent. So banks were good, but the bad chip earnings, ASML, that wasn't a good start. So I think, however, TSM and all that stuff plays out, that will be the next important factor. And then SPY going lower, 10 points away. We might get it now. But remember, Chattadonia, what day was it? Wasn't it just the other day? I swear, it was at 5,100. Remember, we thought we were going to hit 5,100, and then we didn't, and we had to wait till this week. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Damn, you're doing that all in the same week. But 5,007. So, this is like the baby level. If it wants to, bounce and not go to 5,000, usually around here, unless it really wants to push it to the wire, but this is baby level for now. So if this doesn't hold, I mean it's already kind of looking like the pressure is point. This is a lot of velocity and it's straight down. Amazon flushing, Micron, I think ARM kept going down. I guess it was down 109 earlier, but still that got even murked a little bit. I bought that when it was already down 7 or 8. Sup, brother? I don't understand that. My girlfriend showed me the TikTok. I don't understand. What's up, brother? I just like saying, what's up, brother? Market discounting, higher escalation in Middle East. I honestly, and then again, we're forgetting it. Powell was hawkish yesterday. I think objectively, Powell was hawkish yesterday, and he added something new. But like I told you, it's very simple how you could look at it. If Powell was being realistic and just addressing the inflation rise, then that's it. That's fine. But if Powell wants to take on a hawkish attitude moving forward, next time we hear from him, he's going to come out swinging. But he was hawkish yesterday. You don't have good chip earnings supporting it, and then just not to mention the rates. Those rates yesterday are kind of leading the way and just adding that pressure. The market's not bad, but you're the crackheads. You're not as crackheady, Again, look at the gains of the year. It's good. You kind of just look like J.P. Morgan stock right now, but it's like you're still elevated, but you're definitely noticing now there's downside momentum starting to set in. You didn't get that earlier. In February, in March, in January, nothing. Hot data. Powell wasn't saying anything like he was. You were bouncing off of everything like flubber. You know what I'm saying? But this time around here, since the beginning of the month, the data and everything else, like you're actually you're not getting the same automatic bounce off of everything and running up there. So flubber. So we'll find out what happens. Weed pop? Oh, yeah, weed is popping up. Remember, it's been getting sold off there. I see U.S. House bill. Is there something getting approved? They're doing a House bill for the funding. Pinduoduo, Amazon is lowering fees it charges outside sellers on lower priced clothing and accessories in European, Japanese, and Canadian websites. That's the Amazon news. And Pinduoduo is related. DOJ's OLC validating HHS recommendation in favor of regarding of rescheduling marijuana. 5 minutes ago. It's from a Twitter. Just all I see is I only see that on Twitter. Someone saying from their sources. But it's up 2%, 1.9. Got some Tilray. Which one was? Did they move 30% the other day? It's crazy. I didn't even know. MSOS is primarily made up of OTC stocks, even though it's an ETF. So, like, MSOS is like, I think 60% penny stocks. That's the crazy part. Same weed news every 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, that's why I like to just buy it if it goes lower. And then just ride it out and then flip out of it. But election. So eventually, I mean, it's going to die and not come back up. And then it's going to have a little bit of a runaway depending on what the political cycle brings. But yeah, election year. I think weed is going to be the one to watch. Or at least the more predictable in terms of back and forth developments on that. Another NBA player banned for betting Porter. Oh, that one's old. I saw that. That one's awful, too. If you go and, like, see his game clips, like, it's awful. He would bet the under on himself. So this guy would just try to miss shots. And, like, you could even see it. Like, he even took, like, one shot, and he made, like, a three-pointer. And you could just tell how mad he was. He just got banned. Oh. But, like, they knew that was, like, old, though. Like when he first got in trouble. This is Michael Porter's brother. NBA player for the Raptors. I don't even know his name. I just know his brother is more famous. His brother's a baller. He would bet against himself, yeah. It's not bad. Humana Red Candle Large.
Yeah, can I order a large Humana? Give me a large red candle. Kinda, yeah, it's down there a little bit. Okay, I ordered it. Do you have with fries? It's not that large, but it's coming down. That's like a venti. Why do they call it a grande? I don't even get Starbucks still. Stupid. It's just dumb. Why do they call it a small?
Why you switched from Twitch to YouTube? Because I think Twitch is just oppressive. You know? I think it's an oppressive regime led by their bald leader, Jeff Bezos. And I don't trust him. So I thought I would take a break. Honestly, no one's ever asked me why I switched. I got banned. Yeah, I got banned. Thanks. Yeah, I got banned. But the other story, we could go with it if y'all wouldn't snitch me out. Bond auction in 6 minutes. Good luck, my brother. Isn't the leader Jassy now? We all know that's a front. Jeff Bezos secretly delivering packages himself. I think Jeff does it all. You know, I either have an impression of Jeff Bezos that he is either Superman and does everything, or he does nothing. Like, does that make sense? Like, I feel right now he's either drinking out of a coconut or he's dressed up undercover boss delivering packages in a Rivian. No lie. And he manufactured it, too. Like, yeah, exactly like Santa Claus. Either Santa Claus or like a pothead. It's just one or the other. I can't figure him out. You know, and then he'll be like, and then he just buy random shit. He'll be like, I'm gonna buy a boat, Dr. Bridge. I want another Florida mansion, $200 million. I don't think he's omnipresent. No, I'm not giving him that much credit, but I do think he is very resourceful. I just think like a very what's the word I'm looking for? Exasperated? No, exaggerated. A very exaggerated just level of resources and effort. You know, just like he is what like when you listen to Tony Robbins, like he comes out. He is like the epitome of like I don't know. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Either way, but this is just a random thought. Amazon did just have news a couple minutes ago related to lowering prices on low-cost clothing. I think to compete with Pinduoduo or maybe the Sheins, but I think even Pinduoduo reacted as well too. Jeff is doing payroll right now. I think he probably does it during his lunch break. Like that's what I'm saying. Like he either takes a lunch break or he doesn't wake up till dinner. Either way, y'all know what I'm saying. You hope Powell raises rates so something snaps and SPY goes to 350 so I could buy some goodies for the long term. All right. I'm conflicted because I agree with you, but then I'm like, we don't have to go down. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you don't want to, you know, because I'm cool, but like either or. So, yeah. But I saw a video, it was a YouTube video. It was like a news clip talking about foreclosures, and they were like, although foreclosures are going up, it's nothing like 2008, yibbity yabbity boo. But then like everybody in the comments, bro, was like, I can't wait to buy property. I can't wait for it to crash. Rum, 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 rum. Yeah, gold was flushing earlier. It kind of bounced off the bottom, but gold gave up a little bit more today. So we'll see. Again, just doing the delays. I think it's just right back to where you were at yesterday morning before it kind of popped up. So very interesting time to be alive. Chad wants house. No, it's just like everybody, though. It's not even like Chad in the comments. It's just like everybody on YouTube is like, I can't wait till it crashes to buy a house. I was like, man, that hasn't... But I've seen that on YouTube since like 2019. So I don't know. My bond auction expectations are very barbell, and for this instance, I think it's going to be bad. I don't know if it'll come in good, so maybe I am kind of biased, but I think the bond auction will be bad. I think the yields will come in a little higher, and I think the market is going to do absolutely nothing off of it, or it is going to vomit extremely heavily because it's already at 4.7. But so one or the other, either nothing priced in or a hot. But I am expecting a hot reaction, I would say. I don't know if I'm willing to like play it though. But again, it's just more or less. These auctions are usually bad. You have 436 calls on QQQ that are down 50. Expire next month. Should I hold and continue to sell calls against them? Or should I sell and wait for the stock to come down? So do you have shares or do you have options on it? But I need to see the price of the QQQ, but let me speak broadly to your scenario. Simply put, earnings. So you have, I don't know how much time you have. If next month, if you have till May 17th, you'll have enough time for a couple of them, but pretty much in the next couple of weeks here, end of today, especially next week and the week after that, these earnings, might be able to get you out of that, but wasn't it just at 437? So I think you were just there. So speaking broadly, I think you don't have data in your way this week. Next week you'll get a little bit more data, but earnings, I don't really have a recommendation. I could just speak broadly towards, I don't think that play is fully dead, but at the same time, I mean, if those earnings are not favorable, that play, it could be, that other half of that money's gone. And then I don't know if you're doing options or shares because you said sell calls, but then you said 436 call. So I don't know. One minute till the bond auction. So hopefully you guys are ready for it. Netflix earnings is tomorrow. We'll do that preview then. But right now is going to be the 20-year bond auction. And we'll get the when issued right now when it comes out. And then it'll take about a minute or two for the auction results to come out. And then SPY near the low of the day, low of the month, low of the week. And hovering, within 10 points above 5,000. The bond auction, I mean, it's not really to say it should or shouldn't move the SPY. It's information, right? It's information related to bonds and demand and supply and rates. So, sometimes that info could be jarring. Sometimes the market's expecting it. The way I think it'll be hot and we don't move too much in the sense because bonds have already moved a lot. The tectonic plates have already moved a ton. So you got to keep that in mind when it's like, I don't know what sort of new information will really be new. So we're off to the races, baby. 4.843. I'm typing it out. That's the when issued. High number, bad. So like 4-9, very bad. 4-7, very good, Habibi. So lower than 4.843 is good. Higher is bad. So let's see. It takes about a minute or so. Israeli military says food trucks entered Gaza from Ashdod for the first time since additional inspections were opened. Banned for what? Are you talking about the Twitch thing? Are you still using one of them AOL dial-up CDs? How are you that far behind? That's not even... I covered like gold. I answered homies play on the Qs. Explained a brief summary on the bond auction. There's no way. You got that CD at Blockbuster, dog. That's insanity. 4.843. You've got mail. My mic is it's a Rode mic. It's like any other like podcast mic. Very popular. I just sound beautiful on some occasions. Just depends when you get me. It used to be before Josh AI. If you get me in the morning, I would have voice. I'd sound like a 13-year-old boy. I go, hey, oh, good morning. So it was bad, but that helped me out. The SM7B. Oh yeah, wait, that's a Shure. My bad. I thought I said. Did I say Rode? My bad. I got mics on my mind. There it is. 4.818. It came in better. So there you go. These 20 years don't usually do good. I thought it would be worse. It came in with a little bit more demand. Now, granted, that's a 4-5 coupon, so they're still offering a discount to get people to buy that. But came in lower. Honestly, that's quite surprising. So at least not better. Like you're not adding to the problem. The bond auction data is from Treasury Direct. Downside on the dollar. Some of y'all without long terms don't know about the AOL CDs. And if you don't know about the AOL CD, you better get a long term just in general. That's crazy. But a lot of people don't know, man. Was hoping the auction would crash it. Guess I'll have to wait. Man, you gonna love it the day the market crash. You gonna turn into the White House. The White House be throwing parties at 9% inflation. And Nadruk's gonna have a party. The day the market crashes, he's gonna have a White House party. You gonna even invite Jen Psaki and Corinne. You'll be so excited. You don't even like them, and you're gonna invite them. You'll be like, I want y'all to attend. Thank you. Netscape Navigator? That's crazy. Yeah, I remember Netscape, Juno. What was the other one? Earthlink, SBC Global, that was just like AT&T subsidiary. Net Zero, that was the other one. Net Zero. The pop on bonds, the 20-year auction came in better by like 2.5 points, surprisingly. Again, it was still high, but I thought that would have came in hotter. You know, you haven't really had good data there on bonds. I mean, granted, you'll notice it didn't really help out the stock market. But here's the deal. If the bonds hold up green today, and let's say the bonds like could even like work into some of those losses for the week, I think the market's going to play on that delay. Keep that in mind for tomorrow. Napster. I don't know how many people in here had the unique experience of downloading something illegally and crashing your family's computer. Because that's an experience not everybody gets. Since you're talking Napster. I download, off LimeWire. I remember I did it. Like, you just downloaded one thing and, like, you single-handedly were the reason your family did not have a computer for a little bit. Like, you just took it out. He said, Tila Tequila video. Kill my that's crazy. Oh, I need to show my girlfriend Tila Tequila. I don't think she knows who that is. I used to love Tila Tequila. You know that on MySpace? I put her in my top 8. I didn't even know her. I'm not going to lie to you. I grew out of that, though. Some of y'all still do that weird shit. You know that? So don't judge me. I was a child. Okay? I was in fucking middle school. Okay? I loved her. I saw her recently, bro. It's not Tila Tequila. I don't even know how to describe it. I can't describe it for you. I can't describe it for you. Putting her in your top 8's crazy. I had no I loved her. What do you mean? Fucking love is love, dude. Screw you. You have to be extremely careful on LimeWire, but question if bonds hold up with the market reverse. I love it. I love the segue. What do you mean if bonds held up, though? Like if the rates, like if the auction was bad? Or are you saying for the delay like tomorrow? So if tomorrow, if the bonds flipped and we went red on TLT and the bond yields went higher, I think we would keep going lower. But then if we chill out on bonds today, and then today the market's red, maybe tomorrow bonds could go down again, and then market will rebound. It seems like there's been that one-day delay. Alaskan Shashana. TSM earnings, I might play it. We did good last time. And then maybe today's discounts might help us. So maybe, let's see. Run it, baby. The FBI screen? No, I've never have. I've not even got the fake one. I've got the blue screen of death. And then treasuries extend after strong 20-year auction. Love to see it, baby. Love to see it. The text that you could send and it would crash the ride. When was that, in 2016? That was for a little bit. The bond auction, the thumbs up, Habibi. Very good. You made me Google. How old are you, Nadruk? You don't know Tila Tequila? Maybe I'm just old. She was like a MySpace. I don't even know what the hell she did. She was like a reality TV girl, like MySpace character. She's a real human, but that was like back in the day. Like, I don't know. I remember Ash Jeeves. Yeah, MTV, yeah, right? Reality star. She worshipped the devil. I wouldn't be surprised, dude. I would not be surprised. She was a MySpace influencer. She was like, at one point, like neck and neck with Soulja Boy. Y'all don't, I don't want to talk about it, man. I'm feeling old. Y'all don't understand, bro. Y'all don't understand this era, bro. Her on MySpace, neck and neck with Soulja Boy. You know what I'm saying? They don't know. They don't know, man. It's sport chillin'. All right. Let me go pee, and then I'll be right back. And then if the market wants to relax, you might have an interesting next couple of hours here to wrap up today. It's 10 o'clock, baby. Good morning, and then we have a couple of earnings. See you in a little bit.
There are now two hot wars, European continent one, and the Middle East the other, and there's many questions around the path forward for the U.S. Perhaps, though, we got a bit more clarity from Congress today, as we do now have the released text of 3 separate bills that would help fund Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific. We could see a vote in the House on Saturday. The question is all this coming just a little bit too late? And that's a question we now pose to Jane Harman, who is joining us once again here on Bloomberg Television and Radio. She is the chair of the Commission on the National Defense Strategy and, of course, a former congresswoman from California. Congresswoman, always great to have you here on Bloomberg. So assuming that all of this goes according to plan, this passes the House on Saturday, the Senate is able to pass it as well and send it to President Biden. Is it going to actually turn into something tangible for Ukraine just a bit too late?
Well, it is late, but it's not too late. It is sooner than it could have been. But there are a couple of wrinkles here. These are separate bills, and I'm not sure if they're amendable. If they're amendable and there's mischief on the House floor and the dollar numbers change and other baggage is added, it may be hard to reconcile them with the Senate bill. I'm hoping that alongside all of this, there may be some effort at a discharge petition to discharge the exact language of the Senate bill, so it can also be voted on. I think it would be passed overwhelmingly, and then there would be no conference, and this would move to Biden immediately. So I'm not sure where this ends up, but the good news is finally Speaker Johnson figured out he needs to do the right thing, and he needs to understand that people are dying in Ukraine right now as we dither. So that's good. I also think Israel needs the aid, and obviously we have to send strong signals about defending Taiwan. One other point here that worries me, and that is this fourth bill. Where is that going? I think some aspects of it are fine, but some may be of concern. And finally, the border provisions are not included in the House bill. What an irony. Right. These are the border provisions that most members, Republican members of the House, want. So why are they leaving them out?
Well, that's why I'm getting confused, Jane, and I figure you can help me understand, because there was a bill, of course, that passed the Senate. It had everything that we're looking at here, plus an historic compromise between conservative Republicans, and I think we can call them centrist Democrats. Go ahead and call them liberals if you want, but my God, yep. Jim Langford was at the table here. Now, I know that the House wanted H.R. 2, but that probably wouldn't have worsened the situation at the border, right? So why, again, was this better than that?
Well, it isn't better than that. But what it is it's a way to try not to give President Biden any credit. It's doing the wrong thing so as not to give Biden any credit. And if that makes sense to you, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Sometimes I need to be pulled in off the ledge a little bit here. But Kayleigh, Jane brings up a great point.
Happening.
If you look
Let's
at what
salute.
we heard earlier.
Yeah.
I understand, but if you look at comments from J.D. Vance and others, even if this goes smoothly in the House, it could get complicated next door.
Yeah, especially it is the United States Senate we're talking about, where you need unanimous consent to do anything quickly, and there may be some who are very reluctant to allow things to happen in an expeditious manner. One of the issues, though, Jane, that J.D. Vance has raised is around repo, which is one of those things that may be in that fourth bill that you were alluding to, tied together with a bunch of other things, including the ban or divestiture bill of TikTok. On this idea idea of taking those frozen Russian assets and using it to help fund the war effort in Ukraine. Is this something that is actually going to work in reality, knowing, frankly, it would need buy-in from other partners in all likelihood, since a lot of this is actually held on the continent of Europe?
Answer is no, it's not going to work without buy-in from Europe. Most of the seized assets are in Brussels. 5 billion or so, 3 to 5 billion is in the United States, which is not nearly enough money. And there is an argument, although some lawyers are defending using these seized assets now, there's an argument that it could be counterproductive and add to Ukraine's debt and mess up Ukraine's ability to leverage funds from the IMF and other places. Wow. There's another idea about just using interest on these assets, which apparently everybody would agree to, but I don't.
Interesting. I knew I smelt something too, man. Adonia. Like that. Tell the people that PHILO water is back. Oh, man. Wow, this one's exciting. Adonia. I'm excited about this PHILO. I really am. I really, really am. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Happy April. It's been wild already. The market's going to keep throwing more at us, too, man. Oh, welcome to 24. But I do want to say thank you, and I want to give you the shout out that I've been giving you guys ahead of PHILO. Like I've been saying, it has truly been an honor. You know, now to look again, the fact that and this is part of what I'm on. This PHILO is going to be a little weird today, but you know, I really hope I could encourage some of y'all, and I really hope yesterday was encouraging. And I love to see it, man. I don't know what you believe in or not, but, you know, regardless of everything, just to see people be encouraged and maximize their potential and what I really believe in, man, it's great to see, man. So to have 4,000 opportunities to do that right now, man, very, very humbling. So thank you for the time. And then above all else, man, just big shout out to those who are making the most of it and who have already taken personal responsibility and have applied some of this stuff and have even contributed constructively and positively to the conversations here, man. I love it. So today, this is why it's different because I need your permission, if that's okay with you. I need your permission, like, I don't want it to be like disingenuine, and I don't I know it may have a disingenuous connotation to a degree, but like, can I gas you up? Like, I don't like all of you in here. Like, I don't like I would. Can I gas? I know some of it may sound corny, but like, can I just tell you something about you today? Like, can I really just like give you some encouragement? And can I give you, like, something true, like truth? I really, really want you to, like, I really just, like, again, and all I really hope you get out of it is straight encouragement, you know, and I really hope, but, like, realize something about who you are. And it's good, and I believe in good. And I was saying this yesterday. This is kind of what inspired it. But, like, for real, man, I really do believe in all the potential that you all possess, every single one of us. So I want you to listen. Do I have permission to gas you up a little bit? I don't know. Like, that's what I'm saying. Regardless, whatever you hear, whatever you don't like, just I want you to listen and just understand with me for a second, all right? So here's the deal, man. The thing is, every single one of you, myself included, and I know when I forget this and not, but you all need to know the truth about yourself. And y'all must stick to the truth about yourself and have a truth about yourself and never deviate from it. But you must know the truth. Have you ever heard that? They say, let every man be a liar. Have you ever heard that? Let every man be a liar. God is true. That means you need to know something. You've never heard that? Wow. Oh, then, my brother, it's Romans 3:4. Says, there's many translations, depending on how you want it. New Living, of course not. Even if everyone else is a liar, God is true. As the scriptures say, you will be proved right in what you say, and you will win your case in court. There's a lot of context, a lot of ways to even interpret it. But that right there just, it speaks. And it goes hard, bro, because it speaks to this. You need to have a truth that's not an opinion of somebody. I don't care what anybody else says. And honestly, you got to even get to the point where you're like, I don't even care what anybody else says. Whether it's a goal, an idea, but a view of yourself. Less opinion, more truth. Man, I don't know if y'all feel me. I haven't even got to the conclusion of it. But I'll just tell you, this one's a hot take, man. You ever hear of depression? Some of you have been through it. I've had my moments. My goodness. This one is a wild one. A big part of it can stem from the ignorance. A big part stems from ignorance and ignorance of ourselves. I'm depressed. Nothing ever works. This, that. I feel that. I mean, and again, depression is weird. But have you ever considered how ignorance is playing into what you feel? And what I mean by that is not knowing the truth. You could be sad over someone's opinion versus the reality of who you are. I don't know if you feel me. This is why. I mean, again, you could have many different scenarios. Have you ever wondered why, again, sadness, depression, especially depression, it's invisible. It affects different types of people. It's elusive. You could see doctors. You could take medicine even, and you'll still have it. Because it doesn't matter what you do if you remain ignorant towards yourself. There is always going to be some part in there you're going to feel a certain way. So Chad, I'm just here this is what I said. If I have permission, bro, I just want you to know, man, the truth about you must not be forgotten. And that truth is that you literally are great. You are great and wonderfully made. You have potential. Go look around. You have seen in this world good be done. You have seen innovation. You have seen people come up with ideas. You have seen good come into this world. You have seen the impact a positive person has had in this world. Some of you, your purpose is still leading into that. And you are there is something there, but that is the truth of it. And this is why why I asked your permission to tell you this, because I know when I say this, it's very easy to think of what? No, I'm not worth shit. I can't do this, and then I got this. It's very easy to rebut this or to fight against this naturally. Again, I don't know if you remember the PHILO. I told you, isn't it funny? Like weeds, nobody plants weeds. They just show up. Nobody planted a weed. There isn't a seed that there's not a weed farmer unless you're talking, fucking Tilray. It just shows up. It's the natural default. It's like our mind. That's how we are. Your natural inclination to a lot of things is going to be to push back against it. But I hope you guys get the point of the PHILO.
I'm asking your permission, and I really want you to understand this, because the reality is, I mean, bro, this is the stoic nature itself, where you could only control what you can control. Why? But like, what is it in life that you are believing that is changing your behavior and how you feel? It's one thing to ask that question of what it is, but it's another thing to ask if it is true. Oh, so that's why I'm telling you, man. You may not like it, but like I think it is a true statement, the potential that you possess, a real potential. Again, if you're to the point of if you are here right now, even then I wouldn't even want to limit you. I don't know what really would. But it's like the at the very least the potential is there. Above all else. I mean, there's a lot of other greater truths too. Again, I don't know. Maybe it may hit a little less corny. You might like it more if my mom told you it, huh? My mom told you you're great and wonderfully made, baby. My mom would tell you you are a child of God, no matter what, no matter who you are. But you know, that's what I'm saying. You could take it deeper on that level too, but there's a lot to it. But the point is, man, the belief system and how you view yourself, and you need to have a truth about yourself that is guiding you throughout all these days. And so that way, when you do have an opinion, I hope you can say, well, let every man be a liar. That's your opinion. I don't let people have their opinion. Okay, good. Have good for you. You don't, that doesn't, people are going to have opinions, but you need to have a truth about yourself. Otherwise, you know, the funny part is this goes all the way back to that little long-term discussion we had in the beginning of the day. And I kept saying, plan. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Your truth is your plan. Do you get what I'm saying? Rather than having your, oh, well, I don't know what my truth about myself is. And then somebody says this, then this happens, then you feel this, and then that, and then this opinion, and then this, and then that's not a plan. You're going with whatever. You need to know something and stick with it, man. Thankfully, there's some promises in that book too, but I won't berate you with it. So, Chad, all I wanted, man, was y'all to be encouraged, and I really hope y'all get today's PHILO, and I really do hope you walk away knowing a positive truth about yourself, and that and having one that you could cling to and use as a North Star. Because, dude, there's a lot of things in this world, a lot of opinions too, and you're going to deal with a lot of it back and forth, and again, life will put you through the ringer. But when you have, when you have the one truth to stick to, it goes a long way in keeping you anchored, baby. So, Chad, I hope you're with me. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watch is the main channel. First link, Scream Alert, Bootcamp, and Real Estate Course. TikTok divest or ban bill moving on fast track through Congress? And then Spy right under VWAP, not right under, but better than anything else, anything earlier. Coolest youth pastor. Why you acting like you ain't close to qualifying for a reverse mortgage? Stop it. Stop it, man. Stop it. I'm just trying Airbnb, man. Just trying Airbnb.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Doesn't out Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a bed body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast last one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull up to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put us some more fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the best, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Back to the reality, baby. Even today, call real estate. Stop it. Amen. 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 We did it, y'all. We love you. Snap on the high. Are they reacting to that TikTok bill? Yeah, Snap's getting some. I mean, last time it had TikTok shit, wasn't this thing at like 11? So, I don't know. Ahead of earnings, ooh. You're like right at the lower end of the candle. But then it's already up 3. Why are we going back up? I mean, just honestly, just chilling out after, again, hitting a low. I mean, I said if it was going to bounce 507, 508, you know, I gave you that in advance, but it does it sometimes. It'll take us right to the edge and be like, nah, I don't want to do it. And then other days, it'll just flush right through. Because we started the week at 5,100. It's crazy to think that we're, middle of the week right now on Wednesday, knocking at the door of 5,000 flat. Parba. What's up, baby? How you living? Snap popping off of the TikTok fast track bill. So that's up 4.4 now. I think too late. You could kind of go for a pre-earnings. I do believe they are right around the corner. April 25th. Yeah, next week. I'll be attending my first real estate meeting with the heart tonight. Let's go, baby. Yeah, make sure you get, I mean, again, too, if you want even deals, though, make sure you link up with the little exchange network thing they do. It's through the EXP thing, but definitely because that thing is crazy. The amount of cross referrals. So that's why the big benefit getting linked in there. Well, that's exciting, bro. Let's go, South Carolina. Tesla green. Oh. Snap up 5 now. SPY below VWAP. MNTX. Manitex. 15, no idea. Snap's still going? I don't know why Tesla's green. Again, what was the other headline? They had another headline this morning. Elon wanted to move the company headquarters or the filing corporation to Texas, and then he wanted to retry the vote on his pay package. And then UAL, man. UAL is literally the biggest single-day rise since 2020. I'm mad. We should have grabbed that intraday. We didn't even have to play the earnings. Yeah, they want to revote on Elon's pay, and then he wants to change the corporate, residing of the company to Texas instead of Delaware. Had Snap cause. Yeah, there's news. They said TikTok ban bill. is getting fast-tracked through Congress. So then that's one to clap. And then Snapchat has earnings next week. Tesla green by Tesla has not gone green in a while. Tesla's still the worst on the S&P 500. It's crazy. I said something that stuck with you. When someone wanted to sell the long term, don't let the wind move you, or don't make decisions like the wind. Yeah, don't let the wind move you, man, or don't move with the wind. You know, because every wind, the wind blow a lot, man. That's even, I think, was it Paul who said that? It was Paul or even Jesus, I think. He said you get tossed and turned with every new wind, in teaching. So it's an age-old concept. You know, again, even, you know, the one thing I liked reading, and this is where a lot of the thing, I mean, where I've been telling you, this applies to the long term. Where is it? But like simple. Where is it? I think this is it. It's how to avoid the greater fool theory. You remember that? I think we went over this. You know, again, the greater fool theory. It's based on the belief you'll be able to sell a security or higher to a greater fool who will be paying higher and higher. You know, the idea, don't blindly follow the herd, paying higher prices, do a research, follow a plan, adopt a long-term strategy to avoid bubbles, diversify your portfolio, control your greed, resist the temptation, and understand nothing's sure. You just make a plan. That's all that's how you avoid it. And Snap is up another 2. If Biden bans TikTok, he'll lose the election because he'll take it from Gen Z. I mean, I don't think it would bode well. That'd be crazy, like Freakonomics, if he like ended up doing it and then lost in a landslide, and then they're like, it was all because he banned TikTok. You never know, homie. All right, actually, earnings. We should see if we have any previews. I know we have TSM. You never know, homie. I need some earnings, homie. And then BlackRock or Blackstone tomorrow. And then we have Alcoa, LVS, and Discover, and CSX and SL Green today. Oh, and Mark Dez too, baby. God bless you, bro. Thank you. My man. Oh, let's see. We grabbed arm at 110. Not bad. Not bad. I'm in at 114. Ain't seen no wires. And then a hard bone from the power rate cuts. No. Interest rates with the decked out quantitative easing. Still got good jobs, so they won't cut. Owner's equivalent of rent is still high as shit. But that's okay, cause Powell lies. He lies. Oh, wow, there's Young Thug court case live. Wow. That's crazy. The news on Snaps was the TikTok thing. So again, last time we flipped the TikTok thing, it was at $11. That was like a month ago. Again, Meta, and if Meta's going up, it's all usually the TikTok shit. Yeah, same exact move. FSLR pop. Yeah. And then Biden expected to remove tariff exemption for bifacial solar panel imports. So Biden removing tariffs on solar. Solar. Can't you see? Let's see. Solar palette. The plays are kind of whack. Yeah, First Solar's going up. It's kind of honestly. Somebody got some of those real cheap. Spreads are already jacked up. Check some of the other ones. You could even check TAN. I'm sure that one might even just go up. Might even be able to go for the ETF. The options on First Solar, if you could get filled at a crazy price, you'll get lucky. Other than that, the spreads are just wicked. TAN's not bad, but it's an ETF, so it's going to move a little slower. There might be some more follow-through, so if that even comes down here, it may do the dance for a couple minutes and then take off. That's big, though. Yeah, shares on TAN would probably... It's already up 2, though. That's the thing. It just all kind of had a pop, even First Solar there. NEE. Snapchat and Meta are both going up on news that the TikTok bill is getting fast-tracked in Congress. So we saw the same reaction about a month ago. Similar news. So you just haven't heard about it in a while. And then both of them kind of gave up over the last couple of weeks. So that gave them high. Enphase going up too. First Solar's moving up now. Again, didn't fade that off the second one. Yeah, Snaps, actually, we saw it at 2%. Now it's up in 8%. And then SPY right under VWAP. NASDAQ down 0.6. Dow has just gone green after being red there. And then SPY down 0.3. Russell down 0.25. All right, well, let me see. Let me get some previews real quick. I'm not going to do all of them.
Move away. Any role that
Who
Russia
the
is
fuck is
playing
this?
between Iran and Israel?
That's a question for the Russian Federation.
Are you
I'm
aware
not.
of that?
I'm not. None that I can speak of or that I'm aware of. Go ahead. You already got a bunch of questions. Go ahead.
Like moving to Ukraine, if I
Yeah.
may. Russian missiles hit a hospital in Chernihiv this morning. They killed more than, actually 15 almost, and more than 60 were injured. What does it tell you about the state of play on the ground, and how under stress do you think the Ukrainian military is?
This is, Alex, another example of a horrific Russian missile attack, this time on downtown Chernihiv in northern Ukraine, which is only about a 2-hour drive from the capital, Kyiv. Approximately 16 people were killed, more than 600 injured, including children, and missiles destroyed residential buildings, a hospital. The images from these attacks are horrifying, but it also, Alex, beyond, to take a step back from the immediate, it underscores the need of passing the National Security Supplemental. Our support for our Ukrainian partners, we believe, can continue to make a difference in this conflict. It can save lives, but the House of Representatives needs to act now.
Thank you. Staying in Russia,
Yeah.
There are reports that Russians they have started moving their forces / troublemakers, if you want, out of Azerbaijan and to be deployed in Ukraine. What do you know, and what do you think about its implications?
Well,
in both South
Alex, as you know, we were not party to the negotiated trilateral arrangement that ended the fighting in Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020 and established Russian troops in that region. Frankly, we've not seen anything to indicate that Russia's military was contributing to a more peaceful and stable South Caucasus region, and the events in Nagorno-Karabakh over the course of this past fall are pretty indicative of that point, and it's another highlight or example of how Russia is not a trustworthy ally or partner. But beyond that, we strongly support efforts by Armenia and Azerbaijan to reach a durable and dignified peace, and we stand ready to continue to help facilitate this process. Ben, go ahead. I'm going to work the room, Alex.
Please come back later on.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Vinod. If I could follow up on a question that was asked yesterday
Sure.
about China supporting Russia's industrial base.
Yeah.
Matt said the U.S. is very concerned that this would be on the G7 agenda, but I was wondering if you could provide any more detail, particularly what the U.S. is doing in response to Chinese support for Russia's industrial base.
Sure, Ben. So let me say a couple things on that. We believe that the PRC is supporting Russia's war effort, and it's doing so by helping ramp up its defense production. Specifically, the PRC is providing Russia with significant quantities of machine tools, microelectronics, optics, UAVs, and cruise missile technology, and nitrocellulose, which Russia uses to make propellants for weapons. Together, we think that these materials are filling critical gaps in Russia's defense production cycle, helping revitalize Russia's defense industrial base, which had otherwise suffered significant setbacks due to sanctions and export controls from the United States, from our partners and allies. This kind of support is actively enabling Russia's war in Ukraine, and it poses a significant threat to European security. We've raised these concerns with the PRC through diplomatic channels, including through recent conversations at the leaders level, and we've been briefing our allies and partners on our concerns over the past few weeks. And we issued an executive order targeting third country banks that facilitate support to the Russian defense industrial base. We've sanctioned relevant firms in the PRC and are prepared to take further steps as necessary. Jalil, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Vedant. A few humanist questions.
Let's keep it to less than a few. We've got a couple other people have their hands up.
I'll stop whenever you tell me to.
Great.
My first question is about these two gentlemen. One of them is very dear to America, and he has my last name as well. His name is Dr. Shakil Afridi.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like because of lack of diplomatic courage the Pakistani ambassador has in Washington, D.C., the guy has spent 15 years over there. Pakistani lady in the U.S., Afia Siddiqui, has spent 25 years. I had a father who spent 9.5 years on a fake case. I just personally have sympathies with these prisoners who have spent, and internationally, so like keep the U.S. policy on side. Just from humanitarian point of view, why can't these two people be exchanged?
So I don't have any assessment to offer on this. This seems like an internal judicial matter as it relates to Pakistan's justice system. So
but the U.S. justice system, the U.S. justice system can get that Shakil Afridi guy here. He has spent 15 years. Life imprisonment is 12.5 years in Pakistan. So the guy has spent his life in prison.
I don't have anything for you on that.
One more question, sir. A girl from Utah, Crystal Bayat, even tweeted this today. I have raised this issue here a gazillion times. You have half of the population of country of Afghanistan where girls, since the U.S. withdrawal, are without education. Why did you not just leave them in front of the vultures to be eaten? Today, a girl was sold for $3,500 to a 60-year-old man. If the U.S. has taken, at least I know these steps cannot be stopped at the moment, but for future of girls,
What did you say?
of the ones that are going to come in future,
so
what has the U.S. done in these last 3 years since its withdrawal?
Equal rights for Afghan women and girls continues to be a key tenet of our Afghanistan policy, and we continue to reiterate regularly through relevant channels with the Taliban that their self-stated goal of legitimacy can only be achieved and will likely be impossible to achieve if half of their population is being left out of participating in its society, participating in its economy. It continues to be a key factor of our approach to Afghanistan policy, and it's something that we'll continue to work towards.
Thank you.
Doyle,
Just
go
last
ahead.
one about
I'm going to work through it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You like this one. Journalists become
Okay, if you ask a question though, you do this like
today
wind-up
Time
thing.
Magazine Today Time Magazine has a journalist, Palestinian journalist, as 100.
Why is everybody so sassy in the State
no
Department?
country in the world protects and talk about
This
journalists
guy
like
remind
the
me of
US.
like Jonah
We have a
Hill.
Pakistani journalist.
He looked
Ashok
like
Sharif
I don't
got
know. He's like,
killed.
just stop, just go, stop.
And we still don't know who killed him. It's been 2 years now. Can the U.S. and you personally take some interest in the case, and at least let us finally know who killed the guy?
So let me just say broadly that we believe strongly that journalism is integral to our society, and journalists do important work, and especially in active conflict zones, they every step possible needs to be taken for them to be protected. But I don't have much else on that circumstance that you laid out. Daphne, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we've seen on social media that the U.S. Embassy received a letter from Chad's government requesting troop withdrawal. Can you confirm this?
The U.S. Embassy in Chad, I'm happy to check on that. I've not seen that since I came out, but we're happy to check with the team and see if there's anything to offer on that.
Okay, and sorry.
Go ahead.
Really quick, yeah. Vote counting is set to begin tomorrow in the Solomon Islands parliamentary election, the first since the Prime Minister struck a security pact with China in 2022. Do you have any indication yet on how these elections have been conducted?
I don't have an assessment to offer yet. I think we will let the process play out before we have any assessment to offer. Goyle, go ahead. Come to you, then I'll come to you, and then we will wrap. Go ahead, Goyle.
Two questions, please. Different two questions. One, as far as the United Nations are concerned, does U.S. or the Secretary have a faith and trust in the UN? Because recently, Mr. Elon Musk said that there is no meaning of having UN without India's permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council.
So the president has spoken about this before in his remarks to the UN General Assembly. The Secretary has alluded to this as well. We certainly support reforms to the UN institution, including the Security Council, to make it reflective of the 21st century world that we live in. I don't have any specifics to offer on what those steps are, but certainly we recognize that there is a need for reform, but I will leave it at that for now.
And
Go
second,
ahead.
sir, please, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
As far as this UN, IMF and World Bank meetings are concerned in Washington, D.C., how does the U.S. diplomacy is affecting around the globe with the other countries? Because poor people are getting more poorer, and also the aids they get from the World Bank and IMF not reaching the needy people around the globe, and because it goes to the corrupt politicians or the military people. How can you think it can be work for those needy around the globe?
There are a number of countries that are engaging directly with the IMF as it relates to the economies within their own systems. In those instances, we believe it's appropriate to be engaging with the IMF. I don't have any specifics to offer beyond that. Go ahead, and I will come to you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, Haiti's government named the members of the Transitional Council set to take power at some point.
Yeah.
Do you have any comment on this, and do you think that they could restore security in Haiti?
Well, we welcome the announcement of the establishment of the Transitional Presidential Council, and we commend stakeholders in Haiti for moving toward democratic governance through free and fair elections. A lot of work lies ahead, specifically naming an interim prime minister, but we are committed to work with members of this council, CARICOM, as well as other appropriate regional partners to improve the lives of all Haitians. Go ahead.
The House is scheduled to vote on foreign aid for Saturday. That includes aid to Ukraine, which has been long delayed. You talked a little about the importance of that aid coming through for Ukraine, but tell us how much damage has been done by the lengthy delay in Congress to the Ukrainian war effort? Because the Russians have made significant advances over the past several months.
Significant advances. Okay. No more State Department. I was going to get previews. We're going to do some real quick. Going to try to move through these, but Chattadonia, welcome back, man. It's been a couple of months. It's good to see you. Some of you have been here. Some of you haven't. But it's time for earnings previews once again. I know. This week we're even going to have Netflix, so got a lot. But tomorrow morning we actually have a big one with TSM, so I'm going to do that. Today after the bell we have Alcoa, LV Sands, Kinder Morgan, Discover, CSX, SL Green, Synovus, LBRT, Ozarks, and Crown Castle. I don't have a preview for Alcoa. I'm only going to do LVS and Discover and then TSM. So I only have 3 of them, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to price these in. I updated it. Oh my gosh. I forgot. So listen. So now there's no excuse. I finally updated it. If you go to the description of this video, it says how to price in options. This is the tutorial. All right, ladies and gentlemen, right there. I hope it'll tell you everything we're doing. You'll see exactly what the plan is. Find the priced in move, double that amount, shop, keep it below. I do it all. So we're going to do all of this live. So if you have any questions with it, and the thing is, we have done this a lot already. So here's the deal. This time around, I'm going to make you guys fish a little bit. I am going to let you know if I play it or not, but I am not going to tell you my play. So none of this is a recommendation, but this will help out with that in the sense that don't gamble on these plays and be wise. But this time in, you are going to have to you're going to have to be in the game a little bit. You're going to have to pay attention if you're going to want to make the moves. And then that way, too, I'm going to leave it on you a little bit more. Again, and yeah, that's the thing. Just don't go too crazy. We've had great results last time. We'll see what this earnings season brings. But, there's going to be a lot that you will miss. Even yesterday, we didn't play any, and you saw a couple that moved. But the number one phrase of the year has been, money that you need is cursed. So don't gamble, be wise, and hopefully you have already learned something. If not, go to the video I just showed you in the description, and you'll be able to vibe with us here as we go through all the earnings, because there is a lot about to be on the way. So let's get into it. Let's start with the first one, LVS. And then, I don't know, Alcoa could be, I would have done Alcoa. I don't have a preview, but Alcoa already moved today on the sanction stuff. So here is Alcoa. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. You think I could get him? I just thought about it. I could probably make Mr. Josh AI do this. But we only have 3 of them. So LVS. Net revenue, $2.94 billion. Adjusted EBITDA, $1.15 billion, expecting EPS of 61 cents. Since last quarter, January 24th, they are up 1.6. SPY is up 5.2. XLY is up by 2.4. Near-term options imply 5.4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, gain of 3, loss of 5, gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 8 of the last 20 quarters, with 2 in line. So our preview says it's pricing in 5%. Let's see if that's actually accurate. $2.25 seems to be. So 50, 230, we'll go $2.25. So $2.25. That number right here, divided by 50, 25, 4.4%. Is actually pricing in a little less. So if we double that up, 550 would be 2 standard deviations. All right. Not bad. So like 55 and 45, give or take. 45. Honestly, they're not that expensive, but this thing just doesn't move that much. And then bonds breaking out on the day.
I don't think I'm playing Netflix. No, remember last time we didn't play it. We played it afterwards and it hit. So Netflix is usually better after when it's pricing in a lot. We hit one of the Netflixes a while ago on earnings, but I think we got it we just got it really, really early. Yeah, LVS does not really move that much. And then Republican candidate Donald Trump indicated economic advisors he's interested in a new middle-class tax cut. Among the new tax cut ideas presented to Trump by advisors is slashing the payroll tax. Well, that's LVS. I don't think I'm going to play that. Then Discover. This one's interesting. We hit on Discover last time. I mean, they're right near all-time highs. The credit card companies are going to be very interesting. It'll probably play like the banks. And they still kind of moved. Where is it? So Discover is expecting $4.0 billion in revenue. Provision for loan losses, $1.46 billion. Total operating expenses, $1.55 billion. Efficiency ratio, 38.1%. EPS, $2.95. Net interest margin, 10.65. Ending loans, $124.1 billion. Net charge-offs, $1.52 billion. Since our full-year guidance, NIM, 10.5 to 10.8. OPEX plus MSDs, NCO 4.9 to 5.3. Since last quarter, January 17th, Discover is up 11.2. SPY is up 8.1. XLF is up 7.5. Near-term options imply 5.3% move. Last 4 quarters, a loss of 11, loss of 8, loss of 16, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters. Wow. I think Discover's buying Capital One, no? Or I forgot. I don't know. Is it the other way around? I don't know, actually. Sell off. I mean, we're right at VWAP. We'll see. UAL still at the high. All right. So 650 is priced in. I think it is about 5%. $120. 5.3. Ain't seen no wires. And then I heard, boom, Fed Beige Book out. Fed Beige Book. This report was prepared at the Federal Reserve of Boston. Come on, where are the headlines? Do you guys want that one? I could throw that one into Josh AI. Fed Beige Book, overall economic activity expanded slightly on balance since late February. What's the date today? The 17th. Fed Beige Book, economic outlook among contacts was cautiously optimistic. Price increases were modest on average, running at about the same pace as the last report. Seems like a dud. Let's see. I think I could get that one done, though. Oh, there it is. I'm not going to do all of the, what's it called? I'm not going to do all of the districts, but I could have the whole thing. Give it like 2 minutes. Josh AI would love to explain this to you guys. If you guys would like Josh AI to read you the Beige Book, you would be glad to. I'm still Discover again. So Discover pricing in 650. So I'm going to encourage you to find out where to go from there.
kind of expensive, though. I like Discover, though, out of all of them. Discover or TSM. I'll come back to that. It's going to cost you about $100 both ways, though. Yeah, it's not going to, even if you want it, it's going to be expensive. I like it, though. I just Discover near all-time highs, crazy moves last time. But then again, are they getting bought out? I forgot about that. It's either they're getting bought out or one's buying the other. That factors into it because you don't really see it. Like they dropped on the earnings where we hit, and then they bounced up, and then they rocketed back up here. So I think that's part of it, my friend. And then here's your beige book by Josh AI. And then we'll finish with TSM. I can't do both.
Overall economic activity expanded slightly on balance since late February. 10 out of 12 districts experienced either slight or modest economic growth, up from 8 in the previous report, while the other 2 reported no changes in activity. Consumer spending barely increased overall, but reports were quite mixed across districts and spending categories. Several reports mentioned weakness in discretionary spending as consumers' price sensitivity remained elevated. Auto spending was buoyed notably in some districts by improved inventories and dealer incentives, but sales remained sluggish in other districts. Tourism activity increased modestly on average, but reports varied widely. Manufacturing activity declined slightly, as only 3 districts reported growth in that sector. Contacts reported slight increases in non-financial services activity on average, and bank lending was roughly flat overall. Residential construction increased a little on average, and home sales strengthened in most districts. In contrast, non-residential construction was flat, and commercial real estate leasing fell slightly. The economic outlook among contacts was cautiously optimistic on balance. Labor markets, employment rose at a slight pace overall, with 9 districts reporting very slow to modest increases and the remaining 3 districts reporting no changes in employment. Most districts noted increases in labor supply and in the quality of job applicants. Several districts reported improved retention of employees, and others pointed to staff reductions at some firms. Despite the improvements in labor supply, many districts described persistent shortages of qualified applicants for certain positions, including machinists, trades workers, and hospitality workers. Wages grew at a moderate pace in 8 districts, with the remaining 4 noting only slight to modest wage increases. Multiple districts said that annual wage growth rates had recently returned to their historical averages. On balance, contacts expected that labor demand and supply would remain relatively stable,
That's actually
with modest
good.
further job gains and continued moderation of wage growth.
Is it weird
back
hearing
to
me?
pre-pandemic levels, and price increases were modest, on average running at about the same pace as in the last report. Disruptions in the Red Sea and the collapse of Baltimore's Key Bridge caused some shipping delays, but so far did not lead to widespread price increases. Movements in raw materials prices were mixed, but 6 districts noted moderate increases in energy prices. Contacts in several districts reported sharp increases in insurance rates for both businesses and homeowners. Another frequent comment was that firms' ability to pass cost increases onto consumers had weakened considerably in recent months, resulting in smaller profit margins. Inflation also caused strain at nonprofit entities, resulting in service reductions in some cases. On balance, contacts expected that inflation would hold steady at a slow pace moving forward. At the same time, contacts in a few districts, mostly manufacturers, perceived upside risks to near-term inflation in both input prices and output prices.
All right. Well, there's your beige book. Not seeing it. I think the wages aspect was actually good. And they said that not the prices, but labor, but generally seems the same as last time. Again, beige book is just economic conditions. Why, y'all? I good. It saved my voice. You got the info. I was just looking around, man. Just looking around, shopping. So now let's finish with TSM, baby. Again, X is getting a big candle on the low right now. TSM. So again, we hit this one too last time. So they're expecting NT. Is this a different currency? 8.27 billion. Revenue 581 versus guidance of 18 to 18. No, this makes no sense. Operating income 240. Gross margin 53.1 versus guidance of 52 to 54. Operating margin of 41.3 versus guidance of 40 to 42. Since last quarter in Hong Kong, they're up 40. Or in Taiwan index is up 20. Near-term options imply 7.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, break even, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. I don't know. I don't have the... I want to know how it compares to the U.S. Those are like Hong Kong numbers. I guess we'll go off of that, but let's see what it's pricing in. It said 7. TSM. So TD says $8.50. I'm getting $8.35. We'll do like $8.40. Me in the middle. So $8.40 is priced in for TSM. The market maker believes the stock will move $8.40 in either direction. That's about a 6% move. Not bad. Not bad. So that's 1 standard deviation. 2 standard deviations, I'm going to let you guys figure that one out. 840 is the number. That's your 1 standard deviations. You could go higher or lower if you want to use the TD number. They are still expensive. I think TSM, didn't we grab them earlier last time? I know we did that on ARM, but the TSMs are kind of expensive, even on 2 standard deviations. Oh, but the glorious puts are always cheaper. So the calls are more expensive than the puts. So 2 standard deviations, you're getting a better deal on the puts, unfortunately. And that'd be a 12% move. They don't really move much on earnings. Again, last earnings, we just got lucky on that one. Again, this gap, they don't really move on their earnings. Should have good earnings. They should. The puts are a better deal. I want to grab the put, but then I don't know if I want to start off. But then again, the environment is kind of great for a put. Five-year falls 10 basis points to 4.6. Maybe if you get time, you could go a little further out the money. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? I might not even play it. I like the puts. I don't know. The put's the only thing I like on it. It's not bad on the put. But the call, but then the put's $30-$40. I don't like the other ones. I said I'd come back to Discover, but they're both expensive. At least TSM you could get a cheap put, but then again, that would mean they would have to have an earnings that would be bad, and they'd have to give up. They'd have to give up pretty much half of the gain they have now.
But then even all day today, every play that ran for earnings, you could have played it in the morning. Like UAL, we were looking at them. Yeah, I'm going to burn it. No plays. I think I'm going to go day 2. We're going to go into Wednesday. No earnings plays. Maybe, honestly, I'm saving enough. I'm saving it up. I might just put it on Netflix. But then again, I don't even like the Netflix options for earnings. So maybe we save a little bit coming into this. But we don't have any cushion coming into the earnings. ASML was bad. That's why I want the put, though. But I also think I could save and wait. Just wait till the morning. The TRV. Even Travelers, we could have bought. Some of them you could have got in the morning, but they actually held up good. But the UAL, you could have bought for 10, 20 cents this morning. And then you could have got like 500 to 700%. Look how many shares outstanding. Well, it's earnings, though. If the earnings is bad enough, I mean, a computer will trade all of those shares down in one millisecond, unfortunately. So earnings just has a lot of implications. It has to be a good, though, you know? And then again, Biden, we're supposed to hear from Biden on this tariff stuff. I like Discover. Discover's it's pricing in 5 or 6. So it can move 10%. It has an interesting history. It's near all-time highs. It's also gapped up a lot after gapping down. So it has a nice range. It has a nice range. What does HYG do to the market if it goes up? I mean, nothing. High yield bonds is really, you could kind of view it as a measure of like bullish and bearishness. You know, when people start to feel good about the economy and like really good about the future, they're going to buy shit bonds that pay a high yield, and then vice versa. But like, it's one thing about the general yield because the yields will follow the broader market. It's also about the credit quality, but then, what is it? There's one more factor. The spreads. We were just talking about that. As long as the spreads really like wide spreads on low quality bonds, HYG versus tight spreads, could tell you a little bit about the market. But generally, it doesn't have any other relation besides that, unless there's like a specific high yield bond of a company in question. Yeah, junk, anything, any high yield bond ETFs, they're like that. Raul wants to party. Israel deliberated but postponed retaliatory strike against Iran following recent missile and drone attacks aiming for a strategic response. Sources. And then oil, man, right at 82.92, right below 80. Oil's down 2.8 on the day. We finished going out over earnings. Yeah, we did the TSM. I don't think I'm making any plays. TSM 2 standard deviation puts are probably the best deal at 40 cents or something like that. But I think I'm going to wait till try to play after. Because, again, a lot of the plays today you could have and done well. FT. Pfizer. Amazon came down since that pricing news. Baidu, Baba. Boyle and UNG is doing the late end of day run again. Netanyahu emphasizes Israel's right to self-defense, prioritizing strategic and calculated response over immediate retaliation, highlighting ongoing efforts against Hamas and Hezbollah as part of broader security strategy. MSOS, there was like a rumor of like drug classification that came out. It was just off of Twitter. That was that pop earlier. We saw it as it happened. Didn't make a play. Went up pretty good. Came back down though. Biden says he will sign Israel-Ukraine aid bill immediately. We went through the earnings. I did the ones for pre-market tomorrow too, like TSM. There was a couple. I skipped a lot of them. I didn't go over every single company. I didn't really feel like it. I think a lot of these, just like ELV might move, Alaska Airlines, but again, I think knowing how to price them, and then a lot of them I don't even have previews for. DH Horton, that one actually crept in there. So there's still more than just those plays, but those are like the main ones. Going long, NOC, shorting LMT. I mean, I think worst case scenario, you might lose a little on the spread, but I feel like that play has limited downside, if anything, but then maybe limited upside. Because you could get the gap in between and they could come down, or if LMT rips, NOC will probably follow. So it just depends how you position it, though. The war drums are loud. Well, interesting things are happening around the world. I mean, I can't say it enough. You know, what we just saw last weekend with the Iran-Israel thing. I mean, that was the first time Iran has launched from Iranian soil to attack Israel. Biden says U.S. must pass Ukraine-Israel foreign aid package this week, and Senate should quickly follow. French Finance Minister Le Maire launching initiative for minimum taxation of wealthiest individuals at G20 in Washington. Oh. And then Lagarde making comments, and then FDA, Boston Scientific recalls Obsidio conformable embolic for increased bowel ischemia risk when used for lower GI bleeding. Boston Scientific recall. No reaction. Where is all this aid money coming from? I mean, they budgeted out, but like literally like bonds technically. I mean, that's how you raise money. And the video is still 2.6. Remember, it was down like 3 something. I thought it was only 2% today. From the defense budget. Wow. Comes from 20-year bonds. It really does. Let the debt, let the shareholders fund it. Shareholders of America. Bonds. No. Israel considered striking Iran on Monday, but decided to wait. Yeah, I think they may wait. I feel like Israel's gonna wait, and then when they need an excuse to do something, and then they're gonna do and be like, "It was because of this we did that." Because remember, didn't Iran wait like 3 years, and then recently at that bombing at that what's it called, at that funeral, and they're like that was because of Soleimani. Think you're able to drop your futures fee on TD by 60. I need to hit him up too. Has it been 6 months since I did that? I think it has been. I think we did that at the end of the year. It died like a dog. Centeno first cut in June is at this point very likely. Centeno. After June, we'll look at data. Oil is staying pinned. Yeah. So this Biden thing is coming. Everyone's getting ready. That's the only catalyst. Why it's a catalyst? Because he's talking about the steel tariffs. Very likely. Centeno, I mean, ECB got a lot of people on there, but Centeno, I feel like he's been saying that the whole time. Did I hear the Billy Joel reference at the conference? No. Dude, my girlfriend was trying to get me to go to a Billy Joel concert last weekend. Apparently, he was in San Diego with Sting. And she was like, do you want to go? I'm like, why would I go to a Billy Joel concert? She was like, my dad would be so excited. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know, man, but so I don't know much about Billy Joel. You should have gone. No, I don't know who it is, man. I know he's icon. She was tripping on me. She's like, how come you don't want? I'm like, nah. She's like, this is iconic. She was like, you may not get to see it ever again. And I was like, I don't know who Billy. I've heard the name Billy Joel, but I don't think. I don't know. I don't think they wouldn't let me in. I'm Middle Eastern. Did I go to college? Yeah, I did. I don't remember Billy Joel in college. Miss some. It's ECB headlines and then Boston Scientific recall. Obsidio. You know his songs though? I mean, not off top of my head. Like, I could tell you off top of my head. Excuse my charisma, vodka with the spritzer. I swear, like, I can do off the top of my head. I could give you, like, a whole Lil Wayne discography. But I can't, I don't know, like, Billy Joel, maybe if you could help me out. Uptown Girl. I know. Just a city boy. Born and raised in South Detroit. He took the rate cut train going anywhere. Boom, 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 boom. Just a city girl. Like, I know. That's Journey. Yeah, I don't know. Then I don't know Billy Joel. Billy Joel. Turn the lights back on. Yeah, I have no idea who this is, dude. I know the name, though. That's cool. We didn't start the fire. Oh, I've heard that. I think I want to look before I get copyright clapped. He sung Thriller. He's the guy Michael Jackson has a song about. I guess I'm just uncultured. But yeah, still don't know. I missed out. That's funny. My girlfriend was really trying to go, and I was like, no. I was like, I'm not going to Petco Park to watch Billy Joel. I don't even know what that means. Nordstrom's. Excuse my charisma. Oh, that's Billie Jean. Billie Jean. Oh. Take your girl to Baja Fest? Like, what's that? Is that like rally cars? Vodka with the spritzer. As the wheat stocks going down, Nordstrom's at the high.
To build America, buy America, unleash demand for union-made steel, aluminum, glass, and many other products.
Scared the shit out of me. Biden creeping up.
His enforcement of trade rules ensures that American workers compete on a level playing field with their counterparts around the globe.
I did take my girl to Margaritaville.
President Biden made history
Did I tell you we stayed at the hotel?
picket line with striking auto workers.
We stayed there solely because I wanted to go to Margaritaville.
And now he's standing in solidarity with us as we fight to keep U.S. Steel from selling out our livelihoods and our communities. He has our backs, just like we knew he would. President Biden likes to say that the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. He's right. But the fight continues, and his support, his leadership, his vision help us to grow stronger every day. As a Marine Corps veteran and on behalf of United Steelworkers, I'm honored to introduce Joe Biden, the President of the United States.
I'll get copywritten for that. I don't know. I think that's a Billy Joel song. So he got a good copyright team. Yeah. What's up?
Please have a seat. Robert, thank you for the introduction and for sharing your story about being a third-generation steelworker and a Marine Corps veteran. Where are you? Over this side? There you are. Well, I want to thank you for your new president, by the way. Dave McCall has been a friend of mine and a friend of a former president. We miss him, but it's great to have you, Dave. You've been a good friend. And we're both longtime friends. We're both longtime friends of Tom's as well. We miss him dearly. Dave, you're doing a great job in his footsteps, and it's just going to get better in my view. There's an expression that comes to mind. You go home with them that brung you to the dance, and you brought me to the dance. No joke.
Sounded better the first time you said it. You go home with the one who brought you to the
Mary
dance.
and I are buddies. I told Mary.
It's kind of very
I mean it
sexual
sincerely.
when you think about it.
First
I'm like,
outfit
damn,
ever to
son.
endorse me. As a
Father,
29-year-old
you could drop me off.
running in a tough
I'm not
year
coming
for the
inside.
United
What the
States
fuck is
Senate,
wrong with you?
make me the
Taking
second
me home
youngest
for you.
man
Can I
ever
dance
elected
with
to
you?
the Senate, was a guy named Huey Carcel.
Joe.
And back in those days, we had a big steel workers. We had a lot of steel workers in Claymont, Delaware, where I was from, because they worked in Worth Steel Company. And I'll never forget coming to me and saying, we're going to get your help. And I came out to Pittsburgh, and steel workers endorsed me. It changed everything. Nixon won my state. Nixon won my state of Delaware with 60% of the vote, and I won with an astounding 3,100 majority. And it's thanks to you. I really mean it. I'm Pittsburgh, because of, and I really mean it. My love for Pittsburgh goes back to my Scranton days. My grandfather Finnegan always talked about Pittsburgh. At any rate.
Scranton Slammer, motherfucker.
Bottom line, for all kidding aside,
I love the
I'm
Pittsburgh
president because of
fucking
you guys. I
Oilers,
really am.
Steelers,
And I'm proud, as I
Padres.
mentioned earlier, I'm proud to be the most pro-union president in American history. Well, I was raised, it ain't labor, it's unions. Unions. I had an uncle who say, Joey, you are union from belt buckle to shoe sole. Well, I want to thank some folks who had my back and had to stay back in Washington, couldn't be here today. Representative Summer Lee, and, you know, by the way, their vote's going on. and Chris DeLuzio, and Senator Bobby Casey is one of my closest friends, as his dad was, and John Fetterman, who I want to stay on his side no matter what. And thank you to all the state and local leaders here, including the mayor of Pittsburgh, Ed Gainey. Ed, you're the best buddy. You've really stepped up. And a great leader, Jojo Burris, an Army veteran from a still-working family. He was my guest at the State of the Union just a couple years ago. He came back home to Washington, Pennsylvania, and decided to run for mayor, and he won. And he's still working as a steel worker. But that's America. Look, folks, I was almost exactly 5 years ago that I began my campaign for president right here in Pittsburgh, where I announced. I said one of the reasons I was running was rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. And it was already mentioned, it's been mentioned 1,000 times, thankfully.
He also won the MVP.
That the backbone of America has a steel spine. It really does have a steel spine. You heard me say it before. Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class didn't build America, and you guys built the middle class. Unions built it. And that's why I'm here today to announce a series of actions that I stand by you, the American steelworker. Look, first, U.S. Steel has been an iconic American company for more than a century, and it should remain a totally American company. American owned, American operated by American union steelworkers, the best in the world, and that's going to happen, I promise you. Second, American steelworkers can outwork, outcompete as long as they have fair competition. But for too long, the Chinese government has poured state money into Chinese steel companies, pushing them to make so much steel as much as possible, subsidized by the Chinese government. Because Chinese steel companies produce a lot more steel than China needs, it ends up dumping extra steel into the global markets at unfairly low prices. And the prices are unfairly low because China's steel companies don't need to worry about making a profit because the Chinese government is subsidizing them so heavily.
Of course.
They're not competing.
This speech sounds very familiar, Joey boy.
And we've seen the damage here in America.
Very,
you know, back in the early
familiar.
2000s, the Chinese steel began flooding the market in steel towns all across Pennsylvania and Ohio, who were hit very hard. Between those years, 2000 and 2010, more than 14,000 steel workers in Pennsylvania and Ohio lost their jobs. 14,000. Let me ask you, we're going to let that happen again? No! I promise you, and I'm not going to let that happen again. Look, right now, my U.S. Trade Representative is investigating trade practices by the Chinese government regarding steel and aluminum. If that investigation confirms these anti-competitive trade practices, then I'm calling on her to consider tripling the tariff rates for both steel imports and aluminum imports from China. We know that Chinese steel and aluminum are being imported in America through Mexico that avoids the tariff. And just yesterday, I had a delegation down in Mexico.
So if they conclude there's more, he'll do more tariffs?
To address this issue. Mexico and the United States are going to work together to solve it, I promise you. I promise you. My administration is also taking a real hard look at the Chinese government's industrial practices when it comes to global shipbuilding, which is critical to our economy. We depend on a fleet of commercial shipping vessels to carry American products around the world. Shipbuilding is critical to our national security, including the strength of the United States Navy. That's why my administration takes it very seriously that U.S. steelworkers, along with 4 other unions, have asked us to investigate whether the Chinese government is using anti-competitive practice to artificially lower prices in the shipbuilding industry. We've heard you. And if the Chinese government is doing that, and the unfair taxes undermine free and fair trade competition in the shipping industry, I will take action. That investigation is going on. Taken together, these are strategic and targeted actions that are going to protect American workers and ensure fair competition. Meanwhile, my predecessor and the MAGA Republicans want across-the-board tariffs on all imports from all countries that could badly hurt American consumers. It's estimated it would cost the average American family an average of $1,500 a year if they succeeded in doing that. Trump simply doesn't get it. For years, I've heard many of my Republicans and even Democratic friends say that China's on the rise and America has been falling behind. You may have noticed the last 2 years I've been the only one disagreeing with that. I've always believed we got it all wrong. America is rising. We have the best economy in the world, which we do. And since I've come to office, Our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down, the lowest level in over a decade, and we're standing up against Chinese government unfair economic practice and industrial overcapacity. And we are the strongest economy in the world. In addition, and by the way, China's got more, I always say to my colleagues when I meet other world leaders, I say, would you trade places with China? Would you trade places with their problems? They've got a population that is more people in retirement than working. They're not importing any. They're not bringing. They're xenophobic. Nobody else coming in. They've got real problems. I'm not looking for a fight with China. I'm looking for competition, but fair competition. In addition, we're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnerships and our alliances in the Pacific with India, Australia, South Korea, the Philippines, and other Pacific Island nations. I made sure that we have the most advanced technologies that we've developed and invented, and they can't be sent to China or because they'll undermine our national security. When I spoke with Xi Jinping, he said, why? I said, because you're using it for all the wrong reasons, so you're not going to get those advanced computer chips. Finally, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. The bottom line is I want fair competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the economic competition of the 21st century against China or anyone else because we're investing in America and American workers again, finally. You know, there's a law back in the 30s that passed about whether unions could exist. There's a provision that very few presidents ever paid attention to. If a president has sent money from the Congress to do something for the public, he must use American products and must use American workers, unless you couldn't find them. Well, guess what? A lot of them didn't find them, except me. Oh, I mean it. Not a joke. Everything we build with an American product and with American workers, period. And it doesn't violate any trade agreement. Thanks to my bipartisan infrastructure law, we announced over 51,000 new infrastructure projects all across America so far. We're just getting started, including roads, bridges, ports, airports, clean water systems, high-speed, affordable internet, all across America. You may remember my predecessor promised infrastructure week after week after week for 4 years. And never built a damn thing. Nothing. No, I'm serious. Nothing. And by the way, these projects are going to be using American-made material like American steel, American concrete, creating good paying American jobs, union jobs. Why? As I said, I've already said it, but since the 30s, the law said we could do that. And that's exactly what I'm doing. We're buying American. We are selling American. It's all about America. We buy America, and past administration, including my predecessor, failed to uphold that Buy America provision. Not anymore. That's over. American products and American workers. Look, folks, you know, I signed the Inflation Reduction Act, the most significant law taking on climate change ever anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. We didn't get anybody to vote for it other than my Democratic friends, okay? Well, guess what? That includes billions of dollars in investments in industries of the future, including clean American steel. It's clean because the way we produce it here emits much less carbon than steel made in China. Last month, my administration announced the largest investment ever in clean manufacturing in American history, in all American history. That included up to $1.5 billion in 6 clean steel projects across America. $1.5 billion. It's going to create and support thousands of union jobs, including at Butler Works and Lindora, over in Lindora, Pennsylvania.
I mean, 20 minutes
My
till power hour,
Republican friends in Congress
recovered
want to
half
repeal
of the
that.
losses.
That would cut those jobs, and it would cut the jobs and repeal the law. I'm serious. I know when I say these things, you wonder, could they possibly be that stupid? I shouldn't say it that way. But I'm serious. Think about it. Just check it out. That's what they want to do, but that's not all. My predecessor rolled back protections for American workers. He opposed the increase overall federal minimum wage. He put union busters in the National Labor Relations Board. For real. Well, you know he did. Think what the board looked like before I became president. Not a joke. Not a joke. Meanwhile, since I was sworn in as president because of you, look at what we've achieved together. Through my American Rescue Plan, I enacted the Butch-Lewis Act, the most significant law for union workers and retirees in 50 years. Think what would happen if we didn't get that passed, and none of them wanted to help me. But we got it done. It protected the hard-earned pensions of more than 120,000 steelworkers. That's right. Folks, you've had my back, and I promise I have your back. We made that happen while my predecessor never lifted a finger to help. I also increased the federal minimum wage for federal contracts. People appointed to the National Labor Relations Board actually care about American workers. So far, we've created
Habibi, you are
15
back
million,
to
as
yesterday's
mentioned
close.
earlier, new
50-50.
jobs, a record.
No
in
joke.
a term of
50-50, Habibi. 50-50.
office.
Wow.
492,000 new jobs so far in Pennsylvania alone. Under my predecessor, who's busy right now, Pennsylvania lost 275,000 jobs.
That's a joke about politically prosecuting political opponents.
On my watch, unemployment
Right.
hasn't been this low for this long
laughed.
in
They all
50
laughed.
years. That's 50 years.
He's busy right now.
Wages are rising. American manufacturing is booming. We've created close to 800,000 new manufacturing jobs since I became president, including 28,000 manufacturing jobs right here in Pennsylvania. We've attracted $680 billion. Let me say it again. $680 billion in private sector investment in advanced manufacturing and clean energy here in America, including $4 billion just here in the state of Pennsylvania so far. Folks, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Think about
Bro, high
all the
ticker's
time-
going
think
insane.
of the last
Tesla, CRM,
There they go.
Airbnb.
American
Surprisingly, the
corporate America
materials
wanted
in
to find the cheapest
Alcoa
labor
aren't
in the
moving
world.
that much, but
Send the
SPY
jobs
coming up.
overseas and then import the product home. Not anymore. Together, we're doing what's always worked best for this country. We're investing in all of America and all Americans. And we're building an economy from the middle out, not and the bottom up, not the top down. Because when we do that, the poor have a ladder up, and the middle class do well, and the wealthy still do very well. Yep. We all do well. No, for real.
High, oh, bro, the high-low ticker is full gas. You're
Look,
back
let me
to
close with
open.
this.
SPY
I just
is
came from
green.
my hometown,
NASDAQ and
Scranton,
Russell, only
Pennsylvania.
thing red.
Place
Russell
like
might be
Pittsburgh
able to go
sort of
green.
climbs into your heart and never leaves you, and it really doesn't. My mom didn't live in Scranton since she was 1954, but when you'd ask Mom where she's from, she'd say, Scranton. Scranton. Well, where you learn basic value set, like you do here. Money doesn't determine your worth, I would always be told. Everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity and respect. My dad used to say a job's about a lot more than a paycheck, worth a lot more than a paycheck, pal. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being treated with respect. And you'd say, always, I give my word, these are phrases you always use. You say, you know, not only being able to have respect, being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Mean it. Look, everyone deserves a fair shot, just a fair shot. And we're going to leave no one behind. Folks, that's my view of the economy from Scranton, from Pittsburgh, from thousands of working middle-class neighborhoods all across
I mean, if
America.
anything, ECB
It's
kept
the future
saying they're
we're
going to
building
cut
together.
rates.
As I
That
said,
could be part of the run.
I always think of my dad. I really mean it. My dad, during the
Microsoft
war, he
testing
didn't get
new
to go to
subscription
college.
product
He
not
was from
confirmed.
as they say in Baltimore. He's from Baltimore, and his father then worked for
Microsoft?
Company, moved to Wilmington, then to Scranton, opened up stations. But he always would come home and he'd go back and close the business. He didn't own it. He was a manager
Confirmed
of the dealership.
TechCrunch, LinkedIn is testing a
And he
new
said jobs
subscription
is a lot
product,
more than a paycheck.
which would give companies an
It really
upgraded
is.
page with AI content
treating people
and new
with
tools
dignity.
for growing
It's about
following
treating them with
counts.
respect. And look, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, folks. Because of you, the American work, I've never been more optimistic about America's future, and I mean it. I really, truly am.
Arm getting no
When my
love.
son died, I decided he had spent a year in Iraq, and unfortunately, his hooch was next to a burn pit. And he went, one of the most fit guys in his regiment, and they came home with stage 4 glioblastoma. More brain injuries for folks fighting in Iraq than any other place in the world. Remember what happened to all those firemen in 9/11? Same thing happened because these burn pits are just awful. They put everything from human waste to anyway. And so I wasn't going to run. But what happened was when he passed, you remember that right after that, well, you don't remember when he passed in 2015, and I wasn't going to run. I was going to write a book about inflection points in American history where the actions we take in a short period of time determine what happens in the next 5 or 6 decades. Well, that's one of the places we're at right now. And when those folks came walking out of those fields down in Charlottesville, Virginia, carrying Nazi banners, singing the same garbage that they sang in Hitler streets in Germany in the 30s, carrying torches, accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan, and a young woman was killed, I decided that I had to run. I had to run. Our democracy is at stake. And it really is. But you know what changed it? When you make the economy grow, when you stand up and ordinary people have an even shot, and they're not at all susceptible to the garbage that's fed from these guys. And it's pure garbage. I'm supposed to stop. I should keep going. But folks, look, you gotta just remember who we are. And I can't, well, when I left Scranton today, I wanted to go to the war memorial that has the names of all the Scrantonians who died in World War II etched into a granite wall, because I wanted to see where my Uncle Bosie Ambrose J. Finnegan, where his name was etched. Back when D-Day occurred, and on Sunday, the next day.
I'm like following the story, but I'm pretty lost the last like 3-4 minutes. This is gone.
Everyone
this is. I don't know why they cheered him on to keep going.
Uncle, they called him.
That was him asking for help.
Bosie, Uncle Bosie was a hell of an athlete. They tell me.
He's like, y'all want to save me? And they're like, nah, keep going.
He became an Army Air Corps before the Air Force came along. He flew those single-engine planes as reconnaissance over war zones. And he got shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea. And then my son volunteered to go to Iraq for a year, and he came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. And they gave, like many of you, risked your lives, and you know people gave their lives for the country. They're heroes.
I can't. We're back to Bo.
One of the things that as I was doing that today, I was reminded of what my opponent said in Paris not too long ago. They asked him to go visit American grave sites. He said no, he wouldn't do it.
Dude, you're just telling us why you visited it now.
I'm not making that up. Staff who was with him acknowledged it today. Suckers and losers. That man doesn't deserve it.
He's getting cry.
To have been the commander-in-chief for my son.
Oh,
So
no,
folks,
now he's, how did he, okay, now I
we got a
feel
lot of
bad
work
because
to
he
do,
brought
but
his
I'm
son up.
confident we can
I
do
did
it.
not think he was,
I've
because I
never
have
been
no
allowed
idea
to
what the
say
hell
that
he's
up against
saying.
this nation. So let's go out and get them. Remember?
Now I feel like an
The
asshole.
United States of America.
Now,
There's
okay,
nothing
yeah,
beyond our
USA,
capacity.
bro.
Nothing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That was crazy. We haven't had one like that in a while, man. That was good. That was like old times, man. I've not seen one of those in a minute. That one was like, what? The last couple minutes, I got a little lost there. There's a lot going on, man. It's a good way to bring in Power Hour, though. And then he said he would triple the tariffs if they conclude their investigation and they find out that China is even being more aggressive with their steel dumping. He said they'll triple it. I don't know if that was like a binding statement, but we'll see. No, bro, that was a crazy. He said this Scranton. I was trying to follow along.
And, and like, honestly, I do think to like give Biden credit, and like, I do feel like an asshole. But like, he starts to lose his train of thought when he starts talking about his son. I'm not trying to give him an excuse, but he definitely, anytime those Bo stories come up, like, it just goes off the rails. And then he just starts going off of and starts talking on whatever. Because that went from talking about the son. Then he was like, and then why I visited. I'm here for Scrantonians. And I went to see the wall. I want to see my great Uncle Pappy. My great Uncle Pappy, father, uncle, sister, mother, brother, sister, brother, cousin. And I saw his grave, and he was flying in World War I in Florida, and then they shoot you down. They'd find you. They'd eat you like a cannibal. I mean it. They're real cannibals, and that's how Bo, he got the lung issue. What? And then God bless America. That was just my recollection of how it went down. That wasn't even like half of it. High ticker is not moving, but literally all through that Biden, high ticker was gassing. All right. Raul said not so fast. Bro, you really were just at 50-50. You just dropped 15 points in about 6 minutes. So just like, was it yesterday? Didn't we have that same exact pop and drop? Little wishbone? Wishbone on the low. See, if I think it's exactly the same time almost. You're 30 minutes off. Chinese embassy, we hope U.S. will still work with China to stop actions that violate international economic trade rules and disrupt international trade. U.S. is making the same mistake again and again by seeking to triple the tariff rate on Chinese steel and aluminum. So China embassy made a statement. Rivian continues to work to right size the business and ensure alignment of our priorities. What are you? You're not going bankrupt, are you? Why does that sound like you're breaking up with me? Chinese embassy in U.S. making a mistake in launching investigations targeting China's maritime, logistics, and shipbuilding sectors. Oh, Rivian layoffs? That would make sense. As follow-up to some changes the teams made in February, today we shared some additional changes to groups supporting the business. Yeah, it sounds like layoffs. See, I was like, I knew someone was trying to break up. That's what it sounded like. I said, what do you mean? And then power hour in 5 minutes. So not bad. Again, around 11 o'clock yesterday. You did this move, but way bigger. But then again, today's range is much wider. I mean, it's a 6, almost 7-point range on the day. And now you're back below here. I mean, this was you were maybe down here about an hour ago. So low key, you're like unchanged in the last 60 minutes almost. Give or take. What's the source of the China news? Chinese embassy? I don't know if you ever visited the Chinese embassy website. China. More and more people are laying off people, causing fake pumps. Well, I mean, lately stocks haven't been like responding to layoffs. It's not like a layoff guarantees a gain. But then like it doesn't even matter because literally all the jobs, like think about in the last 2 years how many layoffs you have heard about. And legitimately, there is not a dent, not a single dent in the jobs market. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Dow about to go negative. Yeah, T-Con and SNDA. Sonidas Senior Living and Tracon Pharmaceuticals. Where's Dollar? Dollar's even lower. That's the crazy part, actually. So, again, I think tomorrow, assuming earnings aren't bad for TSM and no earnings after the bell here, like, upset us, tomorrow might look good. Again, if rates hold up, if I'm going off the lag, dollar down, you might be able to see, man. SPY 503. You think the jobs data is legit? I think the jobs data is delayed by like 2 years. But so no, I guess I don't think it's fully representative. And I mean, it's a poor representation. I would even argue, like, we live in 2024. All right, let me put it this way. Nobody on your damn, like, nobody on OnlyFans is getting paid on a non-farm payroll. Nobody in crypto is getting a non-farm payroll. Nobody, I mean, think of any industry that is self-employed. You're not, like, that's, none of that shows up on any of that. So there is a majority of W-2 jobs in the United States, but it is like, I mean, we've seen a lot of economic shifts, and there's a lot, like, I think there's a bunch of elements there that the jobs report doesn't really cover, or you'll never really see. ANAB. USAUW on the low. I mean, the low ticker is still pretty active. Again, the 1 minute starting to pop off again, or the 30-second. Yeah, ARM breaking below again, 106, I think, 106 to 102. But 114 got smashed, bro. That was cold. Apple even going lower as Microsoft. Again, they even had product announcement. That didn't help. AMD, I mean, chips are down again. ASML had a bad report. SNDA and ANAB again. No news on ARM. I think just, again, AMAT or ASML bad earnings. Zelensky told EU leaders to send more Patriot missiles to help with air defense. And then volume a little lower than the last couple days. We are at power hour at 53 million. You might do yesterday's volume a little lower, probably. Not too bad. And then that gap, and this is now, we have overshot on the week. So from where we were pricing it on Monday, you have already moved 1.5%. Again, I mean, you're down to still, what, 4% on the year? Not on the year, on the month, excuse me. Cat on the high. Red Cat. Isn't this a drone company? Bonds still holding. SPY still a little bit of red. It is literally top of the hour right now in the final hour. Buy the dippers versus sell the rippers. I mean, and earnings. That's the thing, is like every day, even leading into this, remember when we started dumping and then your boy in the video would hold up? Like, UAL did good, you know, and they weren't even up like this. You know, this has been like all day. So, I mean, hey, that's a good sign. You saw some companies get clapped, but to see names hold up and do good on earnings. I think there might be some higher stakes. Usually Q2 is a little weird, but with all of everything and how it's played out, maybe if you have bad earnings, you'll probably pay for it heavily. And then if you have good earnings, you'll be able to at least get an immunity card or maybe hold up a little better, no matter however else anything else moves. What if Ukraine is working with Putin to weaken NATO, to squeeze inflation? So you think Ukraine is friends with Russia and they're like, hey, let's send like 500,000 of our youth to die so that we could go and weaken the West for a bigger plan. I mean, you tell me if I'm following it in the right direction. Let's take all of our equipment and some of our highest trained soldiers too, throw that in the mix. If you put it that way. I was trying to be like Jerome Powell and listen and like say the question back, you know. I was just trying to make sure we were on the same page. Where's Meta and Snap? Did they hold up? They did. Even Snap holding up 6. You could have got that one late. Well, no shit. The NIVDA is about to go. It's down 3 again. Bro, ARM is down 11. Habibi. And then Intel. Well, they're not down as much, but they already took the pain earlier. PayPal. Tesla was green earlier. SPY now edging a little lower. My friends, back to 50.25. So what? 15 minutes ago, you were at 50.50. You recovered half of the losses. Filled the gap. You got to fill the gap in 2 different ways today. Top and bottom. And again, 5,007 was the low of the day. I hope you grab Dogecoins before 420. Your birthday is Saturday. Well, happy birthday. Is that what you do on 420? You buy Dogecoin? It's crazy. I thought people just smoked weed. I didn't know. How did Dogecoin get involved? That's insane. How did dog get in the mix of this on this pot holiday? You'll be 33. Wow, you've been training since 2015. Nice. That's fun. No, but like, how did it get involved? My goodness. I'm telling you, I have that one friend of mine. He's a big Doge supporter. I mean, isn't Doge doing good? DFS, they're not bad. DFS is just expensive. So 2 standard deviations, you need like still a pretty decent size move on Discover, but it's going to cost you like 50, 60 bucks one way. Where is it? Coinbase. I'm Cardano, an Ethereum guy. Verifying you're human. Doge is outperforming long term. Nice. Where is Doge?
14 cents, not bad. He's fighting, man. He's fighting. And then again, actually, crypto and Dogecoin has held up better than the market. Low key, Dogecoin was at what's it called? It was beginning of February. It was at 8 cents. Now it's at 14. Even like end of February, it was like at 12. So a lot of things have given up February gains. Kind of interesting. But yeah, Doge, they all fell from the top there too, though. Where's even Bitcoin? 60,000, 61. UBS plans to hire, or says more than 100 job cuts in investment bank. I don't know where I got hiring from. Digital UAL still climbing. Damn, AMD's down 5. Yeah, AMD was at 220. Now it's at 150. That's going to be a crazy earnings, though. So your range now for all of these, I mean, it's usually it'll stay tighter, but like you would have expected it. Yeah, I think their last earnings was here. So they're even below their last earnings now after hitting an all-time high. The snap spike, yeah, it was TikTok. They said that there's a report that the TikTok bill is getting fast-tracked in Congress, and then it went crazy. Meta also got a pop, too. Netflix good. I think Netflix good. It'll buy you time into the next earning. Bro, UAL is going insane. Bro, that one I wish we grabbed in the morning. Literally best day in almost 4 years now. Or maybe longer. Maybe Congress should ban Facebook too. What if we found out Mark Zuckerberg was really Xi Jinping? Maybe then they'd ban it. But I think it has to do with foreign relations, not necessarily anything else social media related. Bro, UAL still ripping. The low ticker still gassing. A couple of the other big names are not moving as much. Again, Microsoft, Apple, even Tesla, so keep that in mind, but Apple is still near its low. Microsoft holding. I just saw Airbnb was going. Come on, man. May 8th for ARM earnings. That sounds about right. Why does VWAP have to be so stubborn? Take that up with the algos and the funds. And a lot of people look at it. So, I mean, it gets a lot of attention. The U.S. replaces license that eased oil sanction on Venezuela with new 45-day license for companies to wind down transactions. Check oil. Yeah, oil might get a little pop off that. So we're not going to renew the Venezuelan oil. 45 days to wind down. A little movement on oil, but again, it's end of the day, so oil should be settling down. U.S. Department of Transportation watchdog is auditing the FAA's oversight of Boeing semaphore. I don't know if that sounds worse than what it is. What is the U.S. Department of Transportation watchdog? Is that official or is that like a nonprofit? Oh, and then Rivian went up? No? Oh, the shares are still up. The stock is still up, but they announced job cuts. 1% of workforce. And then SPY slowly working its way down still. We went over TSM earnings. That one, good standard deviation. It's cheap for two of them. 2 standard deviation, 50 cents both ways. I don't have a play on it, though. I'm not going to play any. I don't have any earnings plays.
ARGX. New York Polish President Duda. I was invited by Trump to his private apartment, and this will be a private visit. What? What's New York Polish President Duda? Is that the Polish president? Who served as president of Poland since August. Is he still the president? Wait, what? Yeah, it's the Polish president. He's going to Trump's house. So he's literally just going to Trump's apartment to visit him for a private visit. That is getting wild, though. I think that's like the third meeting now. Or no, the first one was like a fundraiser. But like, bro, like you have people meeting with Trump already. Again, he's not the president. Again, he was saying tax stuff today. So that's a good sign. I mean, again, I don't know. I still think Biden has a oddly commanding just sway over the American population, but Trump making some moves. I'm telling you, just come to my house. I have a big house. You could come by. You're the president of Poland. I'm the president of New York. Just come by. My doorman will let you in. Tell him you know me. We'll see each other. We'll get food. You like caviar? What do you eat in Poland? Cheese? I took the walk to Poland. So I took it to Poland. Exactly. And then we'll end the war. End this in a day. I'm telling you, by the time room service gets up here, we could end the war. I don't know, man. The elections, American elections also get juicy too. I'm waiting, man. Because like right before the last election, they pulled out. That's when we first learned about Hunter. And then the other time, that's when you first heard the audio. Trump's like, grab her by the what? And that was intense too. You're like, damn, that was a crazy recording. And you thought Trump was lost, and then sure enough, everybody was closet voting Trump that whole time, and they were like, yeah, no Hillary. Then he found out about Hunter. So I don't know what scandal is going to emerge, give or take around August. TSM, I thought TSM is pre-market tomorrow. You can't trust recordings or videos. Nah, man, this was like 2015. We didn't have AI. We didn't have that deep fake doubt yet. And Trump didn't deny it. Yeah, I said it. So what? It's a long time ago. Hunter does crack. I like females. I'm the criminal. So what? Little locker room talk. What the fuck? Everybody rolled with it. I mean, yeah. Japanese Finance Minister Suzuki at meeting with Yellen agreed to communicate closely on Forex. Can you imagine the things you say private being recorded and blasted nationally? That's why I think my girlfriend's a spy. But other than that, it's chill.
I took the walk to Poland. Okay, I need to go pee. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Happy Wednesday.
Big chunk of their revenue right now. And even when asked about it today, the executives made clear that China was still an important market. So it's not just about what the U.S. tries to restrict today, but it's also about the idea if they try to expand that. If they decide tomorrow, then now we don't want that particular equipment going over to China here, how they navigate that.
Yeah, I think that's right. And as you said, it's big today. It was up to 49% of sales in the first quarter. That's as high as it has been ever on a percentage basis. And when you consider that they're not selling any of the highest end tools into China, which represent about 46% of ASML sales in the quarter, China represented the vast majority of sort of the non-leading edge equipment. So absolutely, it's significant. And from ASML's point of view, they're making it clear that this is supported by the structural desire of China to continue to build out and support its own domestic need. It is not just that they're stockpiling equipment. They do think it's quite rational. And I think that's a message that is shared across the semiconductor equipment industry.
All right, Andrew, great stuff. Andrew Gardner there, head of European Technology Equity Research over at Citi. A closer look at ASML. Those shares over in the Netherlands did close down 7%. Similar decline for the ADRs here in the U.S. Worst day going back to mid-2022. Coming up after the break, a closer look at another mover on the day, and that is Tapestry. Its planned takeover of Capri, now at risk of getting blocked by U.S. regulators. More when we come back after the break. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
90 years ago, Jameson.
90 years ago? All right, man. We back. It's Power Hour. Only 40 minutes remaining. The airlines are going crazy now. AAL's participating in the rally. We got to leave, man. All right. Enjoy it. Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday. Happy Doge Day, too. Is that tomorrow or we got 2 days? We got 3 days. We got 3 days. You got an Uncle song that comes out on April 19th. He was going to release it on 420, but then he was like, y'all are too much of potheads. You know, it happened to work like that to get it out as soon as possible. So, yeah, but you'll get one. For all y'all who don't celebrate, you can celebrate on 419. You know, is it 420 inspired? Yeah, it says like, it starts off Uncle's like flicking the lighter like he Lil Wayne, you know, and he's like, money weed, all that money weed, money weed, money, and then Uncle just goes on and like it's dope. You'll love it. Yeah, man. No, I don't think Uncle has a weed song. Elon poll on bring back Vine. Can he? Like, does he own the, like, do they have, like, the platform and, like, the rights and all that, technically? Bring back Vine. That'd be crazy. Elon might be able to compete with TikTok. But then wasn't Vine, the thing about Vine, though, it was a strict 6 seconds. Didn't Twitter buy it and shut it down? I think. Dude, do you guys remember the days of Vine? Yeah, you're old? No, what do you mean if you're old? You have to be old. It was an era. I bet you there's kids in here, like adult kids. I mean that respectfully. There's like 18, 21-year-olds in here, I think, who don't know what Vine is. Like if you're 21, you don't know what Vine is. Like you've never used Vine. Oh, you do know you were in high school? All right, maybe there's a little bit of window. He said, I'm more of an America's Funniest Home Videos type of guy. I feel you, though. It's a good show. NVEE. What if you're 60? If you're 60, I mean, this conversation, I would just be looking into properties to parlay that reverse mortgage. Because I think you are 60, bro. You got 1 year. You qualify for the reverse mortgage. I know I've used reverse mortgage in a lot of punchlines, but like, nah, man, that's the best loan out there. And if you're one of the very few that could qualify for it, bro, you could get a nice property.
off of that, for real. No payments, too. Yeah, it ain't no joke if you really qualify, bro. It ain't a joke if you really qualify, for real. Vine would have been like it was the TikTok competitor. It was like 6-second videos. So, like, it was just posting, like, 6-second video clips. It was weird. It was like TikTok, but, like, they were just short, but, like, they were hilarious. And, like, there was a culture behind it, and then Jack Dorsey shut it down. Twitter owned it. I think they bought it. I think what Troy said, they bought it and then they shut it down. We went over TSM, yeah. There's a lot of earnings. There's even more than the ones we listed, but we went over the previews for LVS and I forgot the other one, Discover. And then I think there's like CSX, and then there's DH Horton in the morning, and TSM, Nokia, Blackstone, Elevance. So there's still a couple between tonight and tomorrow, and then Thursday we get Netflix. And I think that'll wake people up and get them excited again, or it'll just tack on to the downside momentum. You see the nose, breaking nose, shocking nose. Japan finance minister will respond appropriately to excessive forex moves. They bought Vine and shut down the website and integrated the videos into Twitter. Vine, bro. Vine. Good times. This generation took America's funniest home videos into their own hands in the form of cell phones. And I can't wait to see what Snapchat does if TikTok gets canceled. Man, it's a lot. I don't know. I don't think they're going to ban TikTok. If they do, I don't know. I feel like someone brought it up earlier. I think Candy, it's a good point. Like, I think it would hurt Biden in the election. I don't think Biden would. I don't think you could risk it on the young vote. Arm flush, all right, 106 and then 102, but if that flushes, that'll get scary. I'm down 700 on it. That's fucking insane. I bought it down 7, but I'm down another 5. You have TikTok blocked. Did you do it yourself, or is it forced? Arm 50 end a month. I got 70 and 50 puts. Well, good luck, man. Good luck. The monthly chart on ARM could get real. I've never seen the monthly chart on ARM. That's crazy. I'll take a look. I'll add it to my list. The daily recap, I think something that got overlooked. Still a little pressure from Powell yesterday. Really not much data. You even had the beige book that didn't do much, but earnings were bad with ASML, and the other earnings weren't that good either. We had China tariffs. You had good data in Europe, but generally just that momentum and negativity and all that stuff added. We sold off, and then a little bit of delay between stocks and bonds. NVIDIA to 7. Filed it. It was weird because not yesterday, but I feel like it was last Friday. Yeah. Or that was Tuesday. I thought it was going to break 800, but then it never did. And then it was at 900 last time I looked at it, and then now it's back at 840. But that'll be fun. And then AMD too. But all the chips too, they got hit today by ASML. Oil with what negative pressure? I mean, oil's been getting everything positive for it. Again, even right now, well, what was that news there? Oh, there's something on that. There's just another oil headline. Yeah, TSM tomorrow morning. If TSM's bad, the chips will get eaten alive tomorrow. They're already bad, but that's just going to add to it until one of them does good. That's it. So someone will either start the rally or start the bleeding, and then you'll do that until you get the next one to report, the next big dog in that space. Yeah, ASML still holding down 7. I mean, the crazy part, once again, just like even JP Morgan, these things get haircuts, but then they're still up from the beginning of the year. So last ASML earnings, it went 700 and 900 or 870. NVIDIA Q? NIVD Q. You don't see how they could do bad? We needed the industry here. It is funded by the government. Well, they could do bad by having too high of expectations. So like JP Morgan didn't do bad on earnings, and they went down like 5% just because they didn't raise guidance on net interest. So even with the chips, like even NVIDIA and some of these companies we've seen, especially like I think even Marvel's kind of a good example because they did really good, and then now they're reporting really good numbers, but those are the really good numbers they talked about like 6 months, a year ago. People want to see more growth. So if TSM, right, I mean, it's not to say that it has to do bad, but if they just don't do as good as where, you know, all-time highs and the price is kind of implying, then the stock could come down a little bit. What do you mean more growth? More growth. So, like NVIDIA did it. NVIDIA guided up like 50, and then they did another 50, then like 75 and 100%. ELF, Celsius. So just keep growing as long as you could have growth. So TSM, what was I don't know if we had, I think even expected, I know we had the expectations on margins. I don't know about revenue. I think it was like 8 billion, but like if they could do 9 billion, 10 billion, and then if the guidance is 8 billion for next quarter, if they could say 10 billion, guide up by 20%, 10%, even more than where the current rate is implying by the analyst, then they will be able to do very well. That's what we want. But then if they do $9 billion or like miss by like $500,000 and it's just like right at the lower end of their growth rate, people will sell it off even though it would still be a good number. Oil staying pinned, bro. PCE? I don't think so. That might be next week. Tomorrow we get Philly Fed, Fed Bowman, Fed Williams, existing home, CB leading index, and then Bostic. Then 5-year tips, then Bostic again, and then Japan data at night. But no PCE. Even on Friday, I think next week we get more data. Next week, you'll get PMIs, Richmond Fed, 2-year auction, mortgages, durable goods. I think Friday will be. Thursday, you'll get GDP and jobs. And then Friday, personal income, personal spending, and PCE. So next Friday. Kondo won't comment on how we assess recent yen moves. Tesla dying. They were green, I think. Nvidia's still going down. Silver is in the green. Gold is in the red. They're still meandering, but barely moving. Again, the dollar came down. UAL still going. And then Tesla did come down a little bit, kind of into the opening candles. Bond's still holding up, though, which is good. Konda Japan says we won't rule out any options in dealing with Forex. It's UAL just printing every couple of minutes. Tesla to lay off 285 workers. Warn notice. So Tesla's laying off even more people. See, I don't know. Did Tesla go up since announcing layoffs? It's been down. Like I was saying earlier, it's not like layoff news does not really hit the same. Keep saying TSM is aftermarket. It may be. Tesla layoffs expected to be effective beginning July 15th. It's either going to be tomorrow morning or after hours. Konda, no plan to flag Forex issue at G7, G20. Authorities always in very close contact. Oh, the stop sale. I did hear about that. You guys know that? They put a stop sale on the Cybertruck. So, like, legally, you can't, like, sell them in the U.S. now until this gets resolved. They have there's, like, an issue with the pedal getting stuck. So, like, one of the pedal things can get, like, loose, and then it'll just, like, pin the accelerator down. Yeah, it comes off. And then SPY, man, you're like right near the lows. It sucks. An hour ago, before we entered Power Hour, we were looking good. It was gassing. Biden was speaking. Hey, you're doing good. 4,001K. Yeah. Now look at us. Kennedy talk. Where's Kennedy talking? Where in the world can I hear Kennedy? On a Wednesday? CNBC? Anywhere? Mayorkas impeachment. Exactly. Senator Mayorkas.
Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
A felony is
on the point of order raised by the Majority Leader.
Madam President.
The Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a motion, and it takes precedence. As I appreciate the Majority Leader's allegation, lying to the United States Congress is not a high crime and misdemeanor. You don't have to be Mensa material to know that it's not only a high crime and misdemeanor, it is a felony.
Would the Senator please state his motion?
I will. Since we're not allowed to talk among ourselves about the absurdity of this, and my Democratic colleagues will not allow us to go into closed session to talk about the absurdity of this,
the Senate is
I
not
move
in a
that we adjourn until 12 o'clock noon on May the 1st, 2004, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second?
I don't know.
Would the senator modify his motion? I would ask the senator to modify his motion.
Madam President, 2004 would probably be preferable. But I'll accept a friendly amendment. We make it 2024.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There is a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Leaders.
Oh, that was fun. Thank you. Thank you. We love Kennedy. We love Kennedy. Exactly. Nah. 2004, I couldn't get much. I would take 2024 kindly. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Get 'em. All right, Chad. Well, you're 8 minutes off of your 30-minute ramp capital. You got 22 minutes remaining on the day. NASDAQ is down 1. SPY down 0.5. Dow down 1.7. And Russell down 0.8. Dollars down. Bonds are up. Gold down. Silver barely up. Oil is down almost 3%. It's a wild day, but once again, I mean, it's been 5 out of 8 or 7 days of red. The month has not been good, and now tomorrow you don't have too much data, but we will get earnings to set it off, baby. To set it off. I yield back my time, exactly. Thank you, Joshua. What earnings? TSM, and then Netflix. After hours. That's the big one. So those two alone, I think, have enough weight to affect sympathies and attitudes. So tomorrow really is our big one. Metzler and Bowman speak today? Really? There's a lot of Fed speakers tomorrow. I did not make any earnings plays. No, we went over the previews, but even today, I mean, the earnings plays that hit, you could have snagged them in the morning. So I'm not too sold on them. I mean, the only one I liked price, and the other two were expensive. So LVS was kind of pricey, considering the move it was pricing in. Same thing with Discover. But then TSM was the only one that I liked pricing-wise, but I just didn't play it. I think I'll save my $50 and try to, scam it tomorrow. Netflix, I mean, there's a lot riding into it, but Netflix, you could try to play it today ahead of earnings. It's really going to be a coin toss. The only thing I don't like about Netflix is it's just pricey. It's expensive. Netflix options, even last like 3 earnings, they have been pricing in about 10%. So Netflix has a very high pricing. So you got to pay a lot for it. TSM is tomorrow. Today, after hours, LVS and Discover and a couple of others. You're up on TSM. Should I keep them? It's up to you if you want to play the earnings. So, I mean, depends how much. So, like, usually last earnings, if it ran up several 100% ahead of earnings, usually that was the max profit, except for ARM. ARM was the only one. Isn't that crazy? So, like, any earnings season play last quarter, if we were up on it, like more than 200%, 300%, usually that was the max gain on the contract. So, like, you if you had a fat run on it, you made your money. But then the one time where that wasn't the max, the contract went up 4,000 to 9,000%. So, I don't know. ARM was a good play. I mean, that was 4,000% minimum. 9,000 if you really did good, and then if you like really held it, I think you got almost as high as like 20,000% on that. Oh, China, they do have data, yeah. When do we buy more BABA? Well, for trading, that's one thing. I mean, I'm still waiting on my like Baidu shares. BABA for the long term though,
Would be dependent upon a deposit. Would be dependent upon a deposit. Ooh. So whenever that happens, beginning of the month, we could look at it, and then, if Pfizer's not dead. But if Pfizer's lower, I have been tempted to keep building Pfizer. Yeah, someone turned 500 into 30K on Palo Alto. Yeah. Chad, baby. I don't know. They were very humble about it. I don't know if they wanted me to, flex it for them or tell it or, But, yeah, it's a Chad you see in here every day. Low key. Every morning, too, in the morning squad. So it's fire. That's why I was like, man, very, very classy, very classy. God bless Chatadonia. P Dubs. It was cool last earnings, though. No matter what, everybody had their own plays. That's why, too, I'm going to push you guys a little this time around. But even then, I think a lot of people, the strategy helped. It got them looking at the very least. And even then, it got them in positions for cheap plays that, there was a lot of movement last quarter. About the Buffett okay with Liberty? No. Liberty. UAL's move is the biggest move in 4 years. So UAL hasn't had a single day upside like that since 2020. You use one of those big-ass curve monitors. I have it on one of them. It's nice. It's not like... So I have another setup, and I fucked up that screen, though. But I have, so I have two of them. I have one setup. I have, a smaller curved monitor that's, one of several monitors. And then I have another setup where it's just a 50-inch curved monitor. But the one where it's, really big, it's, hard to adjust to because it's, smaller. So, getting used to, how you space it out and having everything on, one... kind of difficult, but the ones that are 32 inches and below, I think they're pretty decent. It's not too crazy. You don't really notice it too much. But it's good space. I have one. So my curve monitor is it's pretty much two screens. I could fit on one screen and I space it out like that too. You like your monitor stacked versus horizontal? I have a 4 monitor setup that's stacked, but that's what I used to use. But then I need to get good posture. Sometimes they I don't know. You'd be looking up. Is it better to use one screen or multiple? It depends what you're doing, but I think 2 screens is what you need. You could have one with your platform and then one to keep up the youtube.com/the stock market. So you could have a news scanner and then you could hear my beautiful voice. And then if you wanted to look anything up while trying to find a trade and have a chart up there, you could have a 4 chart setup. Or, a lot of people use iPads. People just be using one screen and an iPad to have youtube.com/the stock market to listen to my beautiful voice for a news scanner and anything else, Or they could use their phone to have the stocks and then youtube.com/the stock market so that they could have me. Okay. Yeah. 13 minutes remaining. 4 screens. Well, it just depends. I've seen the chat the other day. Remember, Chad asked about my setup, and then somebody emailed me their setup. But I mean, depends what you watch. Some of y'all have like really intense, routines. Like you guys are watching like 50 stocks, 100 stocks, different strategies. So, I mean, I personally think go with what you're comfortable with. Just don't be the jackass who like you don't need to buy like a crazy setup to be a trader. Like that's all. Like it's just like it's like that story I told you with the guy who goes rock climbing and like get your experience, and like you could make money on your damn phone. You could just literally use a damn Robinhood. But like to the point of what I'm saying is like don't spend $2,000 on a setup and be like, I need it so I could start my career and trade. Like no, you're spending a lot of money before confirming anything. Am I the only one who thinks Paramount Plus is killing it lately? I like their content. I just feel like they don't get talked about as like a subscription service as much. I watch you trade and check charts from my phone while I make money in the real world. There you go. See? Just like that. U.S. Treasury Yellen says discuss shared priorities with Ukrainian officials included Russia's obligation to pay for war damages. I mean, I don't know. I just got excited and spent $10K on monitors for my setup. I got 2 Odyssey Arc monitors. It looks dope, but you're right. It's not needed. It definitely looks cool. Yeah, I mean, like that, like any other example, but like you just spent 10K on monitors. Like what? I've never done that in my life. I've done crazy stuff in my life. I've never spent 10K on monitors. That's great. What's an Odyssey monitor? What am I missing out on? It does look cool though. I mean, hey, if you like it, if you got it like that too. Otherwise, I would have put it towards a house. But everybody has their thing. It is. I mean, technically, you could write it off. I'm sure. If you have a trading company or you do it for work. He's lying. Hardly anyone purchased one, let alone 2. Well. Chad, y'all could debate. I don't know what an Odyssey monitor is, but it seems like it has street cred. You got one G8 for $1,500. You all have Odyssey. What is an Odyssey monitor? I don't have an Odyssey monitor. I thought, it's not a Honda. You mean to tell me this is not a full-size minivan that's great for the whole family? Hey, happy Honda days. Heard you're talking about the Odyssey. Maybe I could help. You already replaced Josh AI, so I'm back to being the Honda guy. Let me know. Glad to help out. Thanks. Oh, it's the Odyssey? Oh, I have that. That wasn't $1,900. Dude, it was $700. I got mine for $700 on Amazon. And mine's like 50-something inches. I still want a Chrysler Pacifica. It has a vacuum. Honestly, that sold me. I don't know anybody out there shopping for a minivan. I don't know if it's economical or not, but the Chrysler Pacifica, it have a vacuum built into the car. Nah, man, it goes hard. It even have cameras in the back there too. It's crazy. IWM, it's painful today. Painful. Oh, you got more than just the Odysseys? Well, there you go. There you go. That's good. You got good lights in the back? You have good lighting in your room? Because if you were about it looking cool, you probably got some dope lighting, huh? I like lighting. I want to do lighting. I want to do recessed, or what is it? It's like a hidden recessed ceiling light thing. Yeah, good lighting. I fuck with good lighting. That's where my money would go to. That vacuum will help with all the kids you don't have. All right, maybe I should just tell you. I mean, what would you say? What if, like, hypothetically speaking, what if I told you I had like 5 kids? And this whole time I told you I'd be loving these hoes, you know what I'm saying? I have a problem. But like, what if I just like what if I was like low key, I just was too ashamed to admit that I had 5 children? You believe it? You wouldn't believe it? All right, well, you don't know. Maybe I'm just ashamed, man. Maybe I'm just ashamed. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry if I use the word hose as like a mythical character. So it's just like, you know, but yeah, but he said rookie numbers. I mean, I know some of the Chads, that is rookie numbers compared to some of y'all. I know. Wife said earthquake in California. No, I did not feel anything. I will Google earthquake. 6.3 in Japan is the only one that comes up. You're 42 with 5 kids. I don't recommend it. Why not? You got a big family. That's a joy. I have 4 siblings, so that's cool. Well, honestly, growing up was a shit show. So, but it's good though. I don't know what it'd be like. Like my girlfriend, I'm pretty sure she's an only child. But I think she has a sister because she say this girl her sister, but I don't know. And then like I don't know. And then like they got like weird like ummus in their family and like, you know, like ummu sister. So I don't even know. But I couldn't imagine. Only child life is chill. Maybe I don't have an opinion. What about Uncle's opinion on Drake diss? I didn't. That's your first message of the day, sir. I just pulled your chat facts. I was like, no way, I missed a good question. Now you have to ask me about a Drake diss. But no, that's the only one I see from you, bud. Were you trying to ask me something really offensive? And then YouTube was like, not today. No. We're about to land. I don't want to land. Chad, I don't want to land. I said this yesterday. This is weird, bro. These days are flying by. I don't want to do it. What do you guys say? What if the pilot goes on strike? No? Because I don't want to land. I don't want to land until power cuts rates. I'm waiting every year. He says he will, but he won't. I know I think the only solution is continue it on to the coal real estate. Y'all forgetting. So I'm saying if y'all wasn't gonna leave, then we better see you at coal real estate. Oh, what now, mother? But Chad, unfortunately, we do have to go. I think. I mean, I'm just following the schedule, but I want you to be safe. So here's the deal. I have to let you know it's gonna get really loud in here. And when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning, a real serious, strict warning for you to mute your speakers because it'll get so loud that it could ruin your life. Why do I say that? Because based solely off YouTube Chad reporting, based off the medical conditions they have said the loud noises have caused, we have came to the conclusion that loud noises unexpectedly can ruin your life, your sexual life, your social life, your mental health, can cause random bleeding, hemorrhaging, a lot of issues that cannot even be fixed by Ozempic. So I don't want you to go through any of that, and you deserve way better than that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you, you deserve way better. So I just want you to be safe, and I don't want loud noises to disturb you. So when I say earmuffs, please mute your speakers and protect yourself. Okay? Sound good? Good. All right, earmuffs. 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 It's time, not a warning. Earmuffs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be our nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. To make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 64 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day. Unless you thought the market would go up. That has not happened in the month of April, unfortunately. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in our Core Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. And special attention here, too, before we land. Big shout-out to KS as well for the membership donation. It looks like he's giving away some memberships to 5 lucky passengers. So I wanted to give you a shout-out. Thank you. All right. And Chad, you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Wrap it up. Finalize it. Make sure you are in the game. But Chad, not much data tomorrow. It's all about the earnings. Netflix after the bell. TSM supposedly in the morning. We'll find out. But less than 10 seconds remaining. Bring it home. Wrap it up and finalize those plays. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or not. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I think you got a couple of earnings after the bell. I might get those for you in a little bit, but you're here right now. I don't care if you're new or not. I need a good game in the tab. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost one. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated, played, brought news, information, plays, good questions, vibes, personalities. Good game, baby. Way to hold it down. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, GG don't get you under. Listen, GG, it ain't as powerful as the immunity idol, but it's so sportsmanship. It'll prevent you from a frivolous ban. That's all I'm saying. So drop that GG. But if you a serial felony, that G. Good game, baby. Way to hold it down. And Twitch, I know you're here in spirit, but we all stronger as one. Everybody, members, non-members, stream alerts, everybody who hold it down. They threw in membership donations. They didn't have to, but they did. God bless you and thank you, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Way to show love to the fellow tag. Hey, God bless you. Good game. GG, that's it. GG, bro. I know. Netflix tomorrow. Good game. I'll see you there, God willing. Good game. Good game. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, hit him with Paul. What about me? I gotta go. I have to go, so play Biden. Let him have Biden. Yeah, come on. But that's the day, Chad.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on.
I love you all, man. Thank you for being here. Enjoy your Wednesday, baby. Call real estate. That's your next one on the lineup.
Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP.
Thank you for liking the video.
No questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the the way. 500 mil to Ukraine every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. 100 my daughter, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresher than a bread truck. How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
This song is not good. Wait till I get in the booth and you see what I am working with. Once this voice gets a little better. Don't you worry, this guy, it's not, I've seen Joey Boy rap. It's not good for the people. You'll see what I have. But Chad, I gotta go. Gotta get going. I have court. Oh shit, actually. Damn it, I forgot to do that. I have 3 weeks. If I don't get my lawyer to go to court for me, for my traffic stop, I'm not gonna be here. But I kind of want to go. Like, low key, is that weird? I kind of want to go to court myself. I want to. It's not serious, so like I kind of want to go. Like I feel like it'd be a good. Last time I did it, I think I was like 18. Last time I was in a traffic court, I think. Oh, did I? I told you that story with my dad, right? No. Oh, I told you that one. I had to have told you that story with my dad in traffic court. I should live stream it, huh? That'd be dope. I told you that story. Yeah. You know. Somebody, yeah, I think someone satisfactory. Yeah, I'm not going to go full Joe Biden and repeat the story. No, dude. Yeah, it's a long story. My dad had me represent him in traffic court once, and he wasn't there. No, he didn't have to. No. It wasn't like he couldn't speak. He just told me to go. And he sent me, and I'm a teenager, and he sent me in front of the judge, and I'm like, my dad said to come here. Because, yeah, and then, no, it did not turn out well. That did not play out well. But, yeah, LVS, they have earnings. Las Vegas Sands reports first quarter. Discover on the are we getting our numbers? Well, Chad, I was going to tell you. For real, though, man, thank you all for being here. Thank you again for the opportunity, man, for real, especially if y'all were involved and a part of it. I hope you had a wonderful day, man. All this support, the members, the likes, people showing love, bro. If you didn't get banned, that's a good sign, too. You know what I'm saying? Like, so God bless you, man. And thank you again. I hope you had a wonderful day. That is all I have, man. So I will be preparing tonight with the watch list, and I'll have that for you. And then I'll see you tomorrow morning. We're going to wake up to some news. A couple of days, I'll wake up to some uncle. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But that's it, man. That's all I have for you, man. So go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And Ontario's teacher said to waive $5 billion sale of Amica. But Chad, don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby, and why you got to remember your truth. And the truth is you got that potential, and you have that value, and you are made with a purpose, bro. You really were, and you can't forget about that. Otherwise, a lot of things will sway you in this life, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby.
To God be the glory, and to the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. But nah, man, for real. What I just said, though, for real. You know, that's what I asked you permission for, though, on the PHILO. Like, for real, that's the truth, though. I mean it. Don't let no, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no theatrics. Like, stop it. Like, I'm not, like, I mean it. Like, for real. That's true. That is a true, objectively true statement. You know, that's why they say, otherwise they wouldn't be like, yo, you shouldn't murder people and you shouldn't kill. If there wasn't an intrinsic value, my brother, I'm just saying. So I hope you recognize. I hope you find it. And you could probably find some better ones. You know you more than you, bro. You know you more than me. You know what I'm saying? So, Chad, I'm just... Because that's it. Let every man be a liar. Amen. That's fine. I believe truth. I'm not going to believe anything else. You could have an opinion. Amen. I respect that. Great. God bless you. Thumbs up. But there's a truth, baby. So that's it, baby. That's it. So, Chad, we'll see you at Cult Real Estate. That is tonight, as well as your list. And I will see you bright and early in the morning, God willing, baby. But that is all that I have for you. So, peace out. Hey, good thing you play. Play the other one. What's the one that comes? It's Sean that comes out. Josh playing is John. No. The Josh is the country one. Play the one with the uncle. What's that one? What's that one come out? I want that here. Let's hear that one. Exactly. What does they say? NQ/A. Is that another type? Get your pronouns. Is that another one? And what's an NQ? What do you mean /AS? Does that mean? I don't get it.
It's a cult, baby.
I'm not understanding. Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.
All right, guys, listen to the blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES. Get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to tell you 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on styles, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timorad, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a sheep is I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you think and you speaking and what's inside.
Money, I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it.
No. He almost let it play. That would have been a mistake. Would have been a big mistake if he let it go. Josh almost let Uncle. I know Uncle. I met him before. He's a good guy. Terrific guy, actually. You should see him. He's a good guy, works hard. Every day. He sleeps a lot, but he works hard. But wait. And I have disses. They talking out of their neck. I'm still working on it, okay. He died like a dog. Like a dog. You have a good day, Chad. Have a good evening. Good morning. Good what it is. I don't know if there's anything else, but make it good. Okay. Good. Goodbye. It's getting like a dog. I have to practice. It's gonna get better. You're gonna vote. It'll get there. Let in due time. So like the video, and I'll see you on the watch list and Cult Real Estate. Those guys at Cult Real Estate, I tell you, what they've been doing. Oh gosh, you gotta see it. Terrific. Good. like a dog. Okay, goodbye.